The Belizean Prayer. Almighty and eternal God, who through Jesus Christ has revealed your glory to all nations, please protect and preserve Belize, our beloved country. God of might, wisdom, and justice, please assist our Belizean government and people with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude. Let the light of your divine wisdom direct their plans and endeavors, so that with your help we may attain our just objectives. With your guidance, may all our endeavors tend to peace, social justice, liberty, national happiness, the increase of industry, sobriety, and useful knowledge. We pray, O God of mercy, for all of us, that we may be blessed in the knowledge and sanctified in the observance of your most holy law, that we may be preserved in union and in that peace which the world itself cannot give. And after enjoying the blessings of this life, please admit us, dear Lord, to that eternal reward that you have prepared for those who love you. Amen.
Announcement by the President.
Good morning. First, I am using this opportunity to remind you of the upcoming post-election seminar to be held next week, May 3rd, 5th, and 7th. The purpose of this seminar is to enhance the knowledge of parliamentary practice and procedure, particularly for first-time parliamentarians, through the sharing of best practices with experienced parliamentarians on a range of issues, including, but not limited to, the opportunities and challenges of being a new parliamentarian, the relationship between the parliament and the executive, parliamentary resources, ethics, standards, and code of conduct, modernizing the standing orders, the importance of parliamentary scrutiny and oversight, technological innovation and COVID-19, public outreach, representation, and education, and the multiple tools and platforms that are at your disposal to raise issues that are of importance to the Parliament and to your role as a parliamentarian. I want to thank Senator Aldo Salazar, who has agreed to be one of the presenters in this seminar to share his experience as a parliamentarian. Second, be reminded also of adhering to the COVID-19 safety protocols that are in effect during this meeting. As was shared with you, your mask may be removed when you are speaking. Honorable members, by letter dated 23rd April 2021, Cabinet's recommendation has been signified to the following. 1. General Revenue Appropriation 2021-2022 Bill 2021. 2. Caribbean Development Bank, Philip Golson Highway and Remate Bypass Upgrading Project, US $34,300,000, loan motion 2021. 3. Inter-American Development Bank, program to support the health sector to contain and control coronavirus and to mitigate its effect on service provision, US $5 million, loan motion 2021. And 4, Official Charities Fund motion 2021.
Bills brought from the House of Representatives.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Morning, Madam President and colleagues. Madam President, I rise to take charge of the following bills. General Revenue Appropriation 2021-2022 Bill 2021, Time Limit for Judicial Decisions Bill 2021, Belize Constitution 9th Amendment Bill 2021, Land Utilization Amendment Bill 2021, Supreme Court of Judicature Amendment Bill 2021, Court of Appeal Amendment Bill 2021, Court of Appeal Decisions Validation Bill 2021, and Public Health Amendment Number 2 Bill 2021. Madam President, in accordance with Standing Order Number 49-1, I move that the bills be taken through all their stages forthwith.
Honorable members, the question is that the bills be taken through all their stages forthwith. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Papers.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to lay on the table sessional papers number 4/1/14, draft estimates of revenue and expenditure for fiscal year 2021-2022. Number 5/1/14, the Social Investment Fund of Belize financial statements for the years ended March 31st, 2020 and 2019, and independent auditor's report. Number 6/1/14, the 20th annual report of the Ombudsman of Belize for the year ending 2020. Number 7/1/14, City and Town Council estimates of revenue and expenditure for fiscal year 2021-2022. And number 8/1/14, Development Finance Corporation annual report for the year 2019.
Honorable members, those papers are ordered to lie on the table.
Motion relating to the business or the sitting of the Senate.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that at its rising today, the Senate to adjourn to a date to be fixed by the President.
Honorable members, the question is that at its rising today, the Senate adjourn to a date to be fixed by the President. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Public business, government business, motion.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that whereas Belize, as a member of the Inter-American Development Bank, the bank is eligible for development assistance in the form of loans, grants, and technical assistance from the bank on such terms and conditions as may be agreed between Belize and the bank from time to time. And whereas the government of Belize has approached the bank for financial assistance for a program to contribute to the reduction of the morbidity and mortality in Belize caused by COVID-19 and to mitigate other indirect impacts of COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas the program will consist of two components as follows. One, ensuring timely vaccine availability by increasing and facilitating access to vaccine. This component will finance, through the issuance of a sovereign credit guarantee, the purchase of 238,800 COVID-19 vaccine doses under the signed commitment agreement with the Gavi Alliance through the COVID-19 Vaccine Global Access, or COVAX facility. And two, facilitating vaccine accessibility. This component will finance investment for the national COVID-19 vaccine deployment plan involving activities to strengthen logistics of conservation, storage and cold chain management, distribution and deployment of vaccines, purchasing of required inputs to ensure vaccine delivery to health service sites and vaccine administration, and preparing and implementing a communication campaign regarding COVID-19 and the vaccination effort in Belize. And whereas the proposed program will be financed through an IDB direct investment loan to the government of Belize in the sum of US $2,862,740 and an IDB sovereign guarantee issued on behalf of the government of Belize in the sum of US $2,137,260. And whereas any claim to the sovereign guarantee and the payment of a said claim by the IDB could be reimbursed by the government of Belize to the IDB for up to the remaining approved period of a sovereign guarantee, with repayment terms similar to that of an IDB investment loan, bringing the total loan facility to US $5 million. And whereas the execution of the program shall be carried out by the Ministry of Health and Wellness, acting as executing agency, and whereas the bank has offered financing of up to $5 million from its ordinary capital resources for the said program under the following terms and conditions. Loan principal amount US $5 million comprised of US $2,862,740 under the flexible financing facility and US $2,137,260 under the flexible credit guarantee instrument. Disbursement schedule over a period of 3 years from the effective date of the loan contract for an investment loan and 1 year from the effective date of the sovereign guarantee contract. 25 loan term, 25 years, inclusive of 66-month grace period. Repayment period to be repaid in 39 approximately equal semi-annual and consecutive installments of about US $128,205.13. Purpose: to support the participation of Belize in the COVAX mechanism to facilitate Belize's access to safe and effective doses of the COVID-19 vaccine and to strengthen the logistics, supply chain management, and application for and of the vaccine. Rate of interest: interest will be charged on the daily outstanding balance of the investment loan as per the LIBOR-based interest rate, plus the applicable lending spread for the bank's ordinary capital loans. A credit fee will be charged on the undisbursed balance of the investment loan at a percentage to be established by the bank of a periodic basis not exceeding 0.75% per annum. A guarantee fee will be charged on the callable guarantee amount using the variable lending spread applicable to sovereign guaranteed loans. A standby fee will be charged on the non-callable guarantee amount at a percentage to be established by the bank on a periodic basis not exceeding 0.75% per annum. And whereas under the provisions of Section 7.2 of the Finance and Audit Reform Act 2005, the Government of Belize is required to obtain prior authorization of the National Assembly by way of a resolution for such a borrowing. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honourable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds will significantly assist the Government of Belize in its continued efforts to interrupt the transmission chain of COVID-19 in the country and fight the pandemic, approve and confirm that the government may enter into a loan contract and a sovereign counter-guarantee agreement with the Inter-American Development Bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorize the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said contracts and all other documents associated therewith.
I recognize Senator Michael Perfit.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I don't think that anybody can argue with any efforts being made by the government to secure vaccines for this deadly disease. Just some clarification maybe I could get from the leader of government business, because it has here 238,000 doses, but from my knowledge of it, you need, when you say 238,000 doses, you mean 238,000 shots, or each dose represents 2 jabs, for example? Because if that's just 1 jab per dose, then you're talking about half of that, like about 120,000 doses or vaccinations for different people. And last time I checked, I think the population is like about over 400,000 people. So for this $5 million that we're borrowing, then is it fair to say then that given if a dose is 1 shot equals 1 dose, then you're covering about 25% of the population with this vaccination? And then, correct me if I'm wrong again, Minister for Foreign Affairs, but my information is that vaccinations are plentiful all over the world. Some countries have enough vaccinations to vaccinate their people 2-3 times over. What efforts were made to deal with our counterparts, to deal with our friends? We see in the Caribbean, Barbados got so much they were able to give us some all these people are getting vaccinations. Are there any grants out there by people to give vaccinations, since for the most part the people in the first world countries where the vaccinations are being produced, they're not excited about taking the vaccines. They actually have to sell people on taking the vaccines while we are trying to get the vaccine here. So what, if any, avenues exist for us to be given these things for free so that we could save the $5 million. And if we have to borrow the $5 million, then we borrow it because it's for COVID. But how many people would this actually cover? That was just my query.
I recognize Senator Osmani Salas.
All right, thank you, Madam President. I want to join and associate myself with the comments that were just stated by my colleague before me. I had some of the same questions, so I look forward to the responses on those as well. And if we know that we need to borrow such money, there is no way that we could not support it, because this is a matter of urgent national need and importance. I do want to highlight one point, that this loan is supposed to help us with in relation to facilitating vaccine accessibility. And it's the matter of the communication campaign. I am happy to see it in here, and I want to emphasize how important that is. I know from experience, from people I know in my community that still have doubts about getting the vaccine, that have said that they would not want to get, with everything that they read outside. So we need to embark on a concerted campaign to educate the people about why it is important that every single Belizean that qualifies for the vaccine, understand for now it's 18 years and up, get the vaccine when their turn arrives. I have heard comments such as, these vaccines were produced lightning fast. How can I trust a vaccine or vaccines that were developed in a matter of a year? Well, talking to the medical professionals, those in the health field, I am comforted with the knowledge that the production of these vaccines are based on technology that have been around for 20 plus years. So while the vaccines may be new, the technology is not new. The technology has been tried and tested and found to be successful. So with that, when my turn came, I willingly went. And as I told members of my staff, a few of them had some concerns, I said, would I put myself in harm's way if I didn't trust and have confidence in the vaccine? So I say that, Madam President, to highlight the fact that we need such a well-designed and implemented communication campaign so that we all get the vaccine when our turn comes. And each of us here in this upper chamber are leaders in our own right, and it is our responsibility to assist in spreading the word as well. So thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Bishop Moses Bengushe.
Madam President, while I'm appreciative of the question that was raised alone, I'm also aware of the fact that, and as was said, that we had to move with urgency, and for our population, especially as a Caribbean country that is on the other side, where there's also a large sector of our aging population, it would have been important to move quickly. And while I'm appreciative of the concern about a loan, I'm also appreciative of the fact that initially we had to move fast. But what I would also share as my own opinion is that the concern raised is perhaps the government can also look in the near future as to how it can ascertain some grants out there. But initially, I understand that we had to move very quickly. And I am happy for what I'm seeing so far, especially within the local population, where people are really making use of the vaccine. I want to add that I made sure that I got mine. And I'm happy to hear that in some areas we are moving to the point where even the younger population is now able to receive their vaccination. And I think that is a good head start. It is good to be ahead rather than behind.
I recognize Senator Sheena Pitts.
This is to associate myself with both Senator Parafit and Senator Sala. I also associate myself with Senator Bengoshe. But what I would like to ask is, and perhaps I might have missed it, and if I missed it, I am sure.
The Honorable
We're not
Senator.
hearing you.
My apologies, my voice is not the best at this time. I am saying, Madam President, in my contribution, I associate myself with Senators Parafit, Salas, and to an extent, Senator Bengushet. And I am saying, perhaps I might have missed it, and where I have missed it, I would appreciate, and perhaps we would all appreciate, if Senator and Leader of Government Business could assist us in understanding the loan. We cannot reasonably and sensibly say we ought not to borrow the money because it is to address the health crisis. But at the same time, on what terms and at what rate of interest? Secondly, I think perhaps a consideration could be made to inquire whether or not the government has taken any position in terms of whether or not it is mandating a national policy for mandatory vaccination. And the reason why I ask is this. We have a balancing act to consider from now while we're ahead. Because if it is that the government would be informed by an intended national mandate, then yes, we go ahead and we borrow the amounts or even in excess of the amounts for that need. But if it is we don't have a national mandate in the face of persons who are not 100% confident in taking the vaccines for whatever reason, and it is their prerogative, I would like to ask us to consider in those circumstances whether or not we're borrowing a certain amount to ensure that we have an abundance of vaccination in a situation where everybody might not even take the vaccination where they're exercising their prerogative. Now, the converse of that is that it is better for us to have already, where those who want to take it and they have immediate access, than not to have, and we have our citizenry want to take it. But if we know what direction we're going, then we could be certain on what vaccination we procure, the cost, like Senator Parafit said, how much is the target, so that when we borrow, we are not borrowing anything in excess for what we actually need, and we're not saddling ourselves and the economy with terms of a loan which might prove a little bit burdensome in the long term. So what I am saying then is inquiring whether or not there has been any consideration as to what the national policy would be in terms of vaccination, and if so, whether that is matching the amount we borrow to secure the amount of vaccinations we are getting. We want to have enough for our citizens, but we don't want to procure and they go to waste. We borrow more than we need. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Elena Smith.
Thank you, Madam President. Just a few clarifications needed and then a few comments. The matter of the vaccines, we know, and I agree with my colleagues that this is important at this time. It's a necessity, and so we understand the reasoning for having to borrow, and I note that we also have a sovereign guarantee on this one as well. One of the concerns that we have is in relation to the purchasing of required inputs to ensure vaccine delivery to health services sites and vaccine administration. Because we know that for this one, there's going to be we are assuming that there's going to be a tendering process for this one. And so we hope that we are not engaging in any selective tendering, but that we do the process in a better way to be able to be transparent in terms of how we address this matter. On the matter of the interest rate, or the rate of interest, it speaks about the applicable lending spread. Would we be able to get an indication of what that would be? And then I note, and I'm not sure whether this is on account of the sovereign guarantee that is here, but I see the guarantee fee and the standby fee. Just an indication of what would be the cost to us in this area as well. And so those would be for us the clarifications that we would need on this matter. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President, I first of all thank all the senators who have spoken on this matter, which provides us with an opportunity to put certain things on record. First of all, I note with disappointment that not a single senator saluted the sterling work being done by our frontline workers in this regard. And on behalf of the government of Belize and senators on this side, I would like to record our congratulations, solidarity, and thanks for the work that is being done by the frontline workers in the fight against COVID. Secondly, Madam President, it is noticeable that not a single senator recognized the result of the policies adopted by the Prime Minister Briceño government, which has resulted with the work of our frontline workers, our experts who listened to the science, with a dramatic fall in the spread and deaths of persons as a result of COVID-19. And we say we will continue to be driven by the science and ensure as best we can that people are able to work and live safely. Madam President, the vaccines. We have a nurse on this side. We have competent and experienced people on this side. So the question from Senator Perry, 238,800 doses, that, Senator Perry, is equal to 716,400 vaccines. There are 3 jabs in each dose. The frontline workers, Madam President, colleagues, have vaccinated in excess of 40,000 Belizeans and persons resident in Belize in 2 months. More than 40,000. But, Madam President, that is not good enough. is an excellent record, but there remain vaccines available now, and there is vaccine hesitancy. And I associate myself with Senator Salas in saying, let us take our vaccines. The vaccines are available. Yes, there are side effects, but to the best as is scientifically possible, the tests have been run and these vaccines have been certified safe for use by humans. And so I encourage every Belizean over 18 years to go to the places where vaccines are being administered and get their vaccinations. Again, we have, through the cooperation of partners, including the United Kingdom, the United Nations, been able to fund, with counterpart funding from the government of Belize, an education campaign in the fight against the spread of COVID. And Madam President and Senators, the campaign that will be designed under this loan motion is not only to discourage the spread or to assist in the fight against the spread, but also in the encouragement of taking the vaccine and educating people about the risks and encouraging them to take the vaccine. But this gives me an opportunity, Madam President. I can see how I do this. I will virtually pat the Prime Minister on his shoulder, and then I will physically pat myself on my shoulder and virtually pat the Minister of Health and Wellness on his shoulder, and the staff of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade and Immigration and the Ministry of Health and Wellness on their collective shoulders. Because we don't made it sleep. We were doing our job. We have joined, Madam President, with other governments, other foreign ministers in CARICOM to condemn in the strongest possible terms vaccine nationalism that has been and continues unjustly to be exercised by sovereign countries in their own right. We say it is morally wrong to have an oversupply of vaccines when there are countries like Belize, countries in CARICOM, that a few thousand doses can go a long way. We have made our case. We have made it very clear last week to Secretary Blinken of the United States of America. We have made it very clear to Foreign Minister Garneau of Canada. We have made it very clear to Lord Ahmad of the United Kingdom. We have made it very clear, Madam Speaker, in the CARICOM resolution at the intersessional held in February of this year, when under the leadership of Prime Minister Rowley, we called on the United Nations and the world, the WHO, to have a summit, a world summit, on the question of the fair and equitable distribution of vaccines. That is the cry of the people of Belize. That is the cry of the people of the Caribbean. Indeed, it is the cry of the people of the developing world. To be specific, we got vaccines from Barbados and exercised, Madam President, in CARICOM solidarity. Out of 100,000 doses that Barbados got from India, they shared with us, and we communicated to Prime Minister Motley and the people of Barbados our thanks. I spoke to the Foreign Minister, Jaishankar of India, pleading for a donation of vaccines. The Honorable Prime Minister wrote to Prime Minister Modi of India, appealing for justice and for a donation of vaccine. And it bore fruit. when the Indian ambassador from Mexico came and we had our bilateral, we made our case for vaccines for the Belizean people. And we have a pledge of 100,000 vaccines. We have gotten the first dose, and I need not regale the Senate with what is happening in India, which has interrupted the delivery of the balance of the doses that are to come. We have held discussions. Prime Minister has actually had a call with the Crown Prince of the United Arab Emirates. We have a pledge of 30,000 vaccines, or 30,000 doses, 10,000 of which are already in country. They are the Sinopharm, Chinese made, and we have not chosen to use them because they are still being tested, and the WHO expects at the end of this month or early next month to certify them for use. The research and information by the committee that carries on the exercise of due diligence has said that based on what they have seen, they anticipate that they will certify it, and that will be 10,000 that are in country and another 20,000 doses to come. But we never stop there. Our brothers and sisters in the Republic of Cuba are soon about to complete the testing on their vaccines, and they have also, at our request, agreed to provide vaccine for the Belizean people once they have completed the test and their vaccines are certified as safe. Madam President, it was 2 nights ago that I was meeting with the ambassador of the Republic of China, Taiwan, and he assured me that the Taiwanese are, if not this month, next month, expecting that they will complete their test and have their own vaccines, and that Belize will be one of the first countries to receive vaccines from Taiwan. You say Senator Perafit is over there saying, so what would they borrow 5 million for? We are borrowing 5 million because your government did not borrow the 5 million when the Belizeans were suffering from COVID, Senator Perafit. We are borrowing the 5 million, Madam President, because one jab, Madam President, or 2 jabs does not mean that you cannot get COVID again. That doesn't mean we get rid of COVID. This is something that is going to be with us for some time to come, and we have to put ourselves in a position of preparedness to secure the health of the Belizean people. Madam President, we will debate the budget shortly. We don't come here with any joy having to borrow yet again. But this is absolutely necessary for the health of the Belizean people. And that is why it is here. And I thank the senators who have so far said that they understand and appreciate the necessity for the loan. Finally, Senator Smith has raised the question of the fees associated with the loan. As I understand it, Senator, the credit fee, the guarantee fee, and the standby fee are not yet determined because the document has to be signed and the interest rate fluctuates every day. And then when they're ready to sign, they say, well, this is the fee, and it's signed. But you will notice that each one of them has a cap of 0.75%, but it varies. And so at the time when the loan is being signed, then we will know what those fees are. All of these fees are customary fees with this type of transaction. So I end, Madam President of the Senate, by saying, and quoting the words of the distinguished Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Dr. Ralph Gonsalves, This motion is about jobs, jobs, and justice. Jobs for the people, and justice in the distribution and access to vaccines for people in Belize and around the world. And I commend this motion to the Senate, Madam President. I thank you.
Honorable members, the question is, now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would significantly assist the government of Belize in its continued efforts to interrupt the transmission chain of COVID-19 in the country and fight the pandemic, approve and confirm that the government may enter into a loan contract and a sovereign counter-guarantee agreement with the Inter-American Development Bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorize the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said contracts and all other documents associated therewith. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that whereas Sections 3.1 of the Loans Caribbean Development Bank Act, Chapter 74 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, provides that, subject to such conditions as may be agreed between the government and the Caribbean Development Bank, the government may borrow from the bank from time to time such sums as may be required by the government. And whereas Section 3.2 of the said Act further provides that no agreement in respect of sums borrowed under the powers conferred by Section 3.1 shall be executed unless the terms and conditions thereof have been first approved by a resolution of the House of Representatives to that effect. And whereas the Board of Directors of the bank has recently approved a loan to the government of Belize in the sum of US $34,300,000. And whereas the Board of Directors of the bank has recently approved a grant to the government of Belize of an amount not exceeding the equivalent of US $18,675,450 from CDB, acting as administrator of the UK Caribbean Infrastructure Partnership Fund grant to assist in financing the project. And whereas the purpose of the loan is to provide assistance in financing major road rehabilitation and upgrade work to approximately 125 kilometers of roadway of the Philip Golson Highway and the Ramata Bypass. And whereas this road upgrading project consists of the following components: project preparation assistance, including a consultancy for the preparation of a feasibility study and detailed designs undertaken with grant funding from the UK SIF. 2, land acquisition ongoing of approximately 6.9 hectares of land by government for road realignment and widening. 3, major and minor works for road rehabilitation and upgrade work to approximately 125 kilometers of roadway to be undertaken in 4 lots. 4, engineering and construction related services for the construction supervision of major works and for the design and construction supervision of minor works associated with the creation of safe school zones. 5, other project support services targeting the communities along the project corridor. 6, project management, including the current project execution unit, additional personnel consultants to supplement the PEU. 2, project management vehicles and furniture and equipment for the project execution unit. And whereas the expected outcomes of the project are increased safety, accessibility, efficiency, and resilience of the Philip Golson Highway, miles 24.5 to 92, and the Ramata Bypass, and improved capacity for informed decision-making for livelihood enhancement along the Philip Golson Highway and Ramata Bypass. And whereas the entire project is estimated to cost some US $59.8 million, including some $8.8 million US in counterpart financing. And whereas the bank has offered to lend the government the sum of US $34,300,000 to finance the project on the following terms and conditions. A, US $21,300,000 ordinary capital resources to be repaid in 48 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments commencing 5 years after the date of the loan agreement. Interest at the rate of 3.75% per annum to be paid quarterly on the outstanding ordinary capital resources portion of the loan, a commitment fee of 1% to be paid quarterly on the unwithdrawn portion of the loan from time to time to accrue from the 60th day after the date of the loan agreement. Special resources portion, US $13 million special fund resources to be repaid in 80 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments commencing 5 years after the date of the loan agreement. Interest at the rate of 1% per annum to be paid quarterly on the outstanding SFR portion of the loan. The loan shall be fully disbursed by December 31st, 2024, or such later date as the bank may specify in writing. Now therefore be it resolved that this Honourable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds will significantly assist the Government of Belize in its endeavour to increase safety, accessibility, efficiency and resilience of the Philip Wilson Highway miles 24.5 to 92 and the Ramata bypass, and improve capacity for informed decision-making for livelihood enhancement along the Philip Wilson Highway and the Ramata bypass, approves and confirms that the government may enter into a loan agreement with the Caribbean Development Bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said agreement and all other documents associated therewith.
I recognize Senator Michael Purfeet.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, Kayi Street, Kayi Road, that was the rallying cry, or one of the rallying cries of the PUP when they were in opposition. Why are you taking these monies to build roads and streets? People can't eat that. And here you are borrowing money to build a road, finish a road. We're not hypocrites, you know, Madam President. We believe that construction of this type, having good roads in the country, is necessary and very important. And we also believe, and this is where another rallying cry of the PUP comes into play, where are the details? I'm sure Senator Salas will ask when he gets up. But where are the details of the loan? What all does it cover? If you're telling me that we're borrowing $34 million and that will lead to a couple thousand jobs so people can earn money and buy food, then you have no quarrel from us. None at all. If you can demonstrate that, if you can show that, if you can give the details that you were so hungry for when you were over here, that you're now not giving. So, Madam President, all I want to say is this. It's difficult not to support a project that's going to pump money into the economy. However, at the same time, we want to know what has led to this policy shift in the PUP. And can't we negotiate with the IDB? We started negotiations with KABE and the IDB in the previous government to say, look, we know we have these loan approvals and you've approved certain amounts of money, but can't we think of that a bit? Can't we say, look, we had an approval for $34 million for roads, but just like they gave us the grant for $18 million, can you give us another grant for $10 million, for example? Or can you give us and approve the loan half to go towards things like vaccines and other things like that? Because we are in a pandemic, and while the people will not be fully appreciative of the fact that we may not be completing the road per se, but they will understand and appreciate the fact that we are doing something about the pandemic, because it has to go, it has to be dealt with, it has to be addressed. So those are my only comments, Madam President.
Madam President, fortunately I can be brief. One, Senator Purfeet very well knows, that this loan agreement was negotiated by the United Democratic Party government. So don't come here saying, I want to know the details, tell me the details. You know the details. Tell the people that you know the details, don't come and grandstand. First point. Second point, Madam President, I'm not sure, having listened to him, whether he's for it or against it. Make up your mind. The point is very simple, Madam President. The details are set out in the motion. The issue we face is a serious one. There is a time limit within which the UK grant portion of this will no longer be available. And so, Cabinet, being fully aware that we have a challenge to meet the counterpart funding, decided to authorize the Minister of Works, Infrastructure Development and Housing to proceed, do the formalities, and we will conduct further negotiations to see how we can reduce the counterpart funding that we will be obliged to put into it. So, Madam President, we are committed to this project, but I say we can only implement it if we are able, given the constrained position that we are in, if we can afford it. Much obliged.
Honorable members, the question is, now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would significantly assist the government of Belize in its endeavor to increase safety, accessibility, efficiency, and resilience of the Philip Golson Highway, miles 24.5 to 92, and the Ramate bypass, and improve capacity for informed decision-making for livelihood enhancement along the Philip Golson Highway and the Ramate bypass, approves and confirms that the government may enter into a loan agreement with the Caribbean Development Bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said agreement with all other documents associated therewith. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move, be it resolved that this Honorable House approves the expenditure of $2,385,089 from the Official Charities Fund as detailed in Appendix A of the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending 31st March 2022.
Honorable members, the question is, be it resolved that this Honorable House approves the expenditure of $2,385,089 from the Official Charities Fund as detailed in Appendix A of the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending 31st March 2022. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that whereas on the 9th April 2021, the House of Representatives approved an amendment of its standing orders to constitute a Joint Public Accounts Committee, and whereas Section 73A of the Standing Orders of the House of Representatives provides that the Joint Public Accounts Committee shall consist of 9 members as follows. A, 6 members nominated by a committee of selection to consist of 4 members who support the government and 2 members who do not support the government unless there are no members or insufficient members of the House of Representatives who do not support the government, and 3 members nominated by the President of the Senate from among the social partner members of the Senate. Whereas Section 71(1) of the Standing Orders of the Senate provides that the Senate may, for the purpose of any select committee, appoint not more than 6 members to sit with members of the House of Representatives as a joint select committee. Now therefore be it resolved that the Senate nominates Senator Kevin Herrera, Senator Elena Smith, and Senator Osmana Salas to be the social partner members in the Joint Public Accounts Committee of the House of Representatives.
I recognize Senator Osmani Salas.
Thank you, Madam President. Just very briefly, to congratulate the government for making this very bold step. You are acting, you're putting your action where your mouth has been on this one, and I congratulate the government on this. And to say that, if I could speak for the rest of us up here on this side, we are ready to work. We're ready to work, Madam President. Thank you.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bills for second reading.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to move a second reading of a bill for an act to appropriate certain sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending March 31st, 2022. Madam President, with your permission, in making my presentation, I ask to be allowed to refer to my notes. Madam President, this is the first budget of the government of the People's United Party led by the Honorable John Briceño, which was elected on the 11th of November 2020 with a massive mandate. 82% of voters turned up at the polls, and the People's United Party received 59% of the total vote cast in that election. There can be no doubt, Madam President, that the Belizean people had said, enough is enough. They voted to end business as usual, and they voted against chronic mismanagement, endemic corruption, and widespread criminality by the United Democratic Party. The mandate was affirmed by elections held in municipalities across the length and breadth of this country on the 3rd of March 2021, Madam President. And in those elections, Madam President, the People's United Party won 97% of the seats, 65 out of 67 seats in the municipal governments of this country. This seismic political shift, Madam President, was a massive endorsement of Plan Belize, a plan that is bold, that is brilliant, and that is Belizean. A plan that is designed to reinvigorate the economy, to create jobs, reduce poverty, rebuild the social sector, reduce crime, restore good governance, and, Madam President, our mission and the budget we debate today is the beginning of a new path for a better and stronger Belize. And so, Madam President, the question is, what is today about? Well, today is about the truth. A day of reckoning, a day of taking account of the perilous state in which we find the nation's finances. Today, Madam President, this Senate will have a reality check. There is no doubt that what we have before us is an austerity budget. And Madam President, a fair question to be asked by the Belizean people, to be asked by senators, is why was Prime Minister Briceño forced to present an austerity budget? The answer is as clear as day. We on this side, Madam President, had three choices. Continue the reckless, unconstitutional, illegal, and unlawful spending as was done by the United Democratic Party, and we rejected that. Go to the IMF and enter into a program. And I think it is important, Madam President, that I read from the concluding statement that was issued by the fund on the 12th of March 2021, so that the Belizean people know very clearly what the fund recommends and why this side rejected it. I quote, Madam President, "Fiscal adjustment should rely on both expenditure and revenue measures. With regard to expenditures, the authorities are appropriately focusing on reducing the wage bill and purchases of goods and services, both of which account for a larger share of GDP in Belize than in peer countries. Prioritizing infrastructure projects could also create savings. Over time, the authorities should also set a natural disasters reserve fund to fund the response to natural disasters and increase targeted social spending." This is important. The fund says, "On revenues, the authorities should focus on reducing the number of zero-rated items of the general sales tax and taxing them at the standard GST rate instead, raising the standard GST rate to a level in line with peer countries. GST revenue could also be expanded by taxing the hotel sector at the standard GST rate instead of the 9% hotel tourist accommodation tax levied on room revenue administered by the Belize Tourism Board. Other options to mobilize resources include lowering the threshold for exemption in personal income tax, increasing excise tax, and enhancing revenue and customs administration. A less ambitious fiscal consolidation effort will require larger efforts in other areas, while failure to restore debt sustainability would put the fiscal position and the currency peg at risk of disorderly adjustment." Madam President, members of the Senate, the prescription proposed by the IMF is to reduce the number of zero-rated GST items and to tax them at the rate of GST, increase the GST. They don't say it here, but it is 19% that they're advocating. They go further to say reduce the exemptions from business tax and in fact tax the hotel sector, and to go ahead and look for other areas where we can impose more taxes. Let's not misunderstand their coded language. Reduce the wage bill. That is not only a cut, but they are also advocating a cut in the number of persons employed in the public sector. And they have warned, Madam President, that unless something is done, there will be a disorderly adjustment to the pay. That means devaluation. The Honorable Prime Minister, the Cabinet, rejected the IMF road, and we have chosen, Madam President, to adopt a carefully calibrated and designed plan that is homegrown and we believe will get us to a better Belize. We have found a state of public finances that can be described as a national crisis. And I say very quickly, Madam President, 4.2 billion of government debt, that is 10,000 per citizen, 130% of debt to GDP, 700 million borrowed by the United Democratic Party in the last 2 years, a 30% drop in revenues, government revenues, because of the pandemic, a 14% contraction in the national economy in 2020, 29% unemployment, and 64,000 Belizeans losing their jobs in 2020. The United Democratic Party left this country as the 6th most indebted nation, and we experienced the 5th worst economic crash of 2020 under the United Democratic Party. That is what we are facing, Madam President. And so it is time that we reckon and take account of where we are. Let us not forget that $450 million from Petrocarib was squandered by the United Democratic Party, which has still to this day not been audited. $600 million from oil revenues spent, bad spent, in fact, by the United Democratic Party. That is a separate and additional $1 billion. And so as we stand here, as we sit here, as we meet to debate, Madam President, we have Belize defense soldiers on the front line. Belize defense soldiers who have insufficient bullets to do target practice. BDF soldiers who do not have proper kit, proper uniforms and boots to patrol our borders and to defend our country. BDF soldiers, Madam President, who the High Command tell us are being forced to eat undernourished rations. But $450 million Petrocaribe money spent on pibil and tacos, barbecue. This is, Madam President, in our view, the legacy of the United Democratic Party and Dean Barrow. Let us not forget that Dean Oliver Barrow has the stain of being the only Prime Minister where the Chief Justice of this country has said, you spent $1.5 billion unlawfully and unconstitutionally. This is the government, let us not forget, that had a $100 million slippage. We say, do not punish the taxpayers, the students, the public, because taxes that should have been collected by the UDP were not collected and are now not available to pay public officers and teachers, to provide relief and to spend on education, health, housing, and citizen security. It was the United Democratic Party, Madam President, who gave repeated land tax amnesty to wealthy landowners, including the infamous $90 million write-off last year in the midst of an economic crisis. How many tens of millions could have been collected over 10 years from the scandalous Brad's Bolero contract? Madam President, we are working hard to find out who was truly behind Brad's. All those offshore companies in St. Lucia, Antigua, Anguilla, Bahamas, we are coming. The Belizean people will know who was truly behind Brad's. Madam President, the TNC write-off, the nature conservative, the land tax amnesty, the exemption from taxes afforded to Brad's could have funded the salary adjustment now necessary for public sector employees and for teachers. But Madam President, I need to go in to the TNC scandal because the Belizean people must know why we find ourselves in this impossible situation today. Let me give you some details. On the 19th of October 2000, after the National Assembly was dissolved, Hugo Pat, Corozal North, then Minister of Natural Resources, signed a secret agreement with the Nature Conservancy. I don't know if Senator Perry-Feet knew about it, but he will have an opportunity to tell us. It could not and was not brought to the National Assembly because it had already been dissolved. How was this nefarious deal structured? Big landowners transferred land supposedly to a trust controlled by the Nature Conservancy, and that trust is supposed to be for the people and government of Belize. How nice. How generous. But at what price? 266,000 acres of land in the Orange Walk district is supposed to go in this trust, controlled by the Nature Conservancy. Hugo Pat, with the stroke of his pen, waive all the stamp duty payable on that transaction. What was the value of the transaction? US $72,500,000. 145 million Belizean dollars is the value of that transaction. And all the stamp duty was waived by Hugo Pot. Senators, what are we talking about? The stamp duty payable on that was $7,250,000 Belizean dollars, given away by Hugo Pot by the stroke of his pen without National Assembly approval.
Point of order.
Point of order, which point of order?
36-8.
Could you repeat, please?
36-8 of
Okay.
the standing orders of the Senate. The conduct of Her Majesty, members of the royal family, the Governor General, members of the Senate or the House of Representatives, or of judges or other persons engaged in the administration of justice shall not be raised except upon a substantive motion moved for the purpose. And in any amendment, question to a minister, or debate on a motion dealing with any other subject, any reference to the conduct of any such person as aforesaid shall be out of order. Now, I hear Senator Courtney keep saying Hugo Pat. Very disrespectful, Madam President. The Honorable Hugo Pat is the member of the House for Corazon North. If he wants to discuss the conduct of the Honorable member from Corazon North, he needs to bring a substantive motion to that effect, and we can talk about it then. We can debate it then. I can tell you what I know about it then. But you cannot bring up the conduct of a member of the House in a budget debate as to his behavior supposedly in the past administration. Rules are clear, Madam President.
President, Mr. Senator Perfy can defend the Honorable Hugo Pat all he wants. When I say the UDP, Belizean people, I'm speaking about Hugo Pat. The UDP government, under the minister responsible, gave away $7,250,000.
May I have your ruling on that, Madam President?
Could I?
May I have your ruling on that,
Yes,
please?
please.
Madam President, I won't refer to the man's name.
One moment, Senator, please. I will ask Senator and Eamon Courtney, Leader of Government Business, if when referring to the member for Corazon North, that he be referenced the Honorable Hugo Pat. In addition, the budget debate, I will allow the broad interpretation of the debate to bring issues that relate to the expenditure and revenue of the government of Belize.
Much obliged, Madam President. I'm referring to this document, an agreement between the government of Belize and the Nature Conservancy dated the 19th day of October 2020, signed, sealed, and delivered by the Honorable Hugo Pat, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Natural Resources, for on behalf of the government and people of Belize. This is the document I'm referring to. So when I say government of Belize, UDP, you know who I'm referring to. The government of Belize, the UDP government of Belize, gave away $7,250,000 in stamp duty on a single transaction without making it public. But they never done them, Madam President. That never good enough. The UDP government, in this same document, signed by you-know-who, Madam President, gave away all the land taxes. Listen carefully. Senator Salas, this is in Orange Walk, your district. All the land taxes were waived for 50 years. It is a high crime to waive, listen, $70,800,000 in land tax, $1,416,000 per year, multiplied by 50 years, waived by you-know-who, amounts to $70,800,000 waived when we were suffering a COVID crisis. And if you think that bad, you never get enough. This is a serious matter. The House was dissolved. We were in an election campaign. And in the quiet of an office, they waived speculation tax, Madam President. Speculation tax is imposed on any piece of land 300 acres or bigger. Speculation tax waived for 50 years. The Land Tax Act says the speculation tax is payable in addition to the land tax. The Belizean people must know that you know who gave away $385 million in speculation tax. The tax payable is $7,700,000 per year times 50 years. Given away in the quiet of night without public disclosure by you know who. Madam President, I ask the honorable senators to determine whether or not this was in the public interest. All the stamp duty, all the registration fees, all the land tax, all the speculation tax. But it goes further. All the carbon credits have been assigned and transferred to the Nature Conservancy, and not a dollar to be paid to the government of Belize. You know, after I got up off the ground, because I fall down when I read it, I had to ask myself, who could have come up with something like this? Which law firm could have prepared a document like this? So I checked the back. Let's see what you say. We, Barrow and Williams, LLP, attorneys at law of Equity House, 84 Albert Street, Belize City, Belize, hereby certify that this document was prepared and drawn by us in our office as attorney at law for TNC. Barrow and Williams, the law firm of the Prime Minister, the same law firm that drew up the infamous telemedia giveaway, drew up this one. So the Prime Minister can't say no. The Attorney General will tell us whether he approves of this. He will tell us, and we know, Madam President, that it was an outrageous giveaway at a time when we did not have enough money for people to get unemployment relief. We did not have enough money to buy vaccines. We did not have enough money to pay overtime to frontline workers. When at that time we could not pay the Superbond and kick it down the road, we gave to the Nature Conservancy hundreds of millions in dollars in taxes. That is why we are here where we are. That is why we are in this absolutely perilous state. And that, Madam President, is a legacy of the United Democratic Party. But it is worse because no one is happy about the tax cut. No one is happy about the salary adjustment, the increment freeze. Absolutely no one. But as I said, today is a day of reckoning. Because this government comes into office on the 12th of November 2020. And one of the first things is to look at the revenue due and payable to the country and people of Belize. And we were astounded, Madam President, to learn from the director of the Belize Tax Services that her estimate of taxes not collected by the Dean Barrow administration amounts to $500 million. Under the United Democratic Party, ruled for too long. This is what they gave us. The details are important. Business tax arrears, collectible $70,065,689.26. Uncollectible $32,491,449.91. A total of $102,557,139.17. GST arrears, $32 million collectible, $17 million uncollectible, a total of $50,522,370 in GST arrears. Land tax, $346,030,906.6 million, for a grand total of $499 million. Every Belizean must ask itself, what is it that the UDP did to collect these taxes? To the extent, Madam President, that legitimate taxes are outstanding, is that grave sin, that injustice, not a UDP sin? I believe that it is unfair and unreasonable to ask a new administration to collect in 4 months what was uncollected for 13 years. If this is not about politics, this is not about politics as the unions say, then we say blame is to be assigned to the United Democratic Party. They were there and didn't collect it. This didn't accrue in 4 months. To those who think this is funny, see Senator Perry laughing. And those who think that John Bessena and the POP is looking for sympathy, I say hell no. Hell to the no. It was not the PUP that was to collect these taxes over the last 13 years, but it is the People's United Party that has solemnly pledged to establish a special tax collection unit to pursue the payment of these taxes, and that we will do. Madam President, we have presented a budget that seeks to right the historic wrongs of the UDP. And we ask the Belizean people to have confidence in us. You gave us a mandate, and we are moving swiftly and with a single determination to rebuild, to restore, to rebound, to right the Belizean economy. This decennial budget contains no new taxes, despite a 30% drop in revenues in the last budget. This PUP government expects, with judicious stewardship, to recover 40% in our revenues, based on a 2.5% GDP growth and the restart of the tourism industry recovery. The new budget, yes, it reduces salaries by 10% or 51 million, but also reduces other spending on goods and services, subsidies and interest payments by 24% or 154 million compared to the last budget. Therefore, Madam President, the non-wage spending cuts are 3 times greater than the wage cut. We say that capital investments will include $300 million for this year, and we expect, with the restructuring of the super bond, to save an additional $53 million. Madam President, government proposed a freezing of the recurrent spending, wages, goods and services and subsidies for a period of 3 years to allow the economy and the public finances to recover. Consultations were carried out. Because of the steep recession, no new taxes. Spending is being curtailed in a move to reduce waste. Salaries are being reasonably adjusted. Debt is being restructured to save money. Capital spending is being preserved to protect jobs and honor contracts. Government has even published for the first time 5-year budget targets to show how it will stabilize public finances. In my respectful opinion, Madam President, objections to the budget can only be based on self-interest and opportunism. Madam President, allow me the privilege to report on the 3 ministries for which I have been given charge by the Honorable Prime Minister. Let me begin by saying that the work that the People's United Party has been doing Madam President, has been done in furtherance of the people's business. In foreign affairs, stellar new ambassadors have been appointed and are proceeding to post to represent Belize and Belizeans. We have held virtual meetings with the United States of America, the United Kingdom, the European Union, CARICOM, SICA, multiple UN agencies, and other friendly nations. We are rebuilding Belize's image as a serious player on the international stage. We now serve as chairman of CARICOM's Council for Foreign and Community Affairs and Relations and intend to lead an active agenda. Meetings have been held, Madam President, and are scheduled with new partners in the Gulf states, and the Prime Minister will lead a delegation at the invitation of the Crown Prince to the United Arab Emirates later this year. The Prime Minister has also been invited to Mexico and to Guatemala and will be traveling shortly to these neighbors to renew and strengthen our historic relations. We have negotiated a new Memorandum of Understanding with the Republic of China, Taiwan, which provides generous cooperation for the next 5 years. This MOU is unprecedented, and we salute the extraordinary solidarity of the Republic of China. Later this year, we will underscore this deepened relationship by visits to Taiwan. We are working diligently with our legal team to prepare our counter memorial in response to the unfounded Guatemalan claim. Madam President, I was stunned to listen to the temporary embattled leader of the opposition, Honorable Patrick Faber. Happy? The honorable leader of the opposition. This is what he said about the legal fees budgeted for the legal team. Quote, in short, the budget allocates less money for salaries, for services, for scholarships, for good governance, and for reform, but allocates more money for legal fees and travel. Madam President, the money budgeted for legal fees are to pay the legal fees for the lawyers contracted by the United Democratic Party. They are preparing our counter memorial. It is an expensive undertaking, and it is a shame and disgrace that the leader of the opposition regards that as wasteful spending. Madam President, we will win that case at the ICJ. In the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, under the leadership of Prime Minister Briceño, and together with the Minister of Health, we have worked ceaselessly, as I have just reported, to procure vaccines to fight the COVID-19 virus. Turning to foreign trade, we have hit the ground running. We collaborated with the Ministry of Agriculture to resume trade in cattle, earning much needed foreign exchange and saving the cattle industry that was threatened by a stupid UDP decision. Along with the Minister of Agriculture, we led the efforts for the first ever sale of chicken into Grenada. And we are fighting in CARICOM to maintain assured market access for Belizean sugar. Madam President, we are engaged in serious negotiations to establish a monitoring mechanism to stop the unlawful import of extra-regional sugar into CARICOM. Belize made history by filing the first case in the CCJ against another member state. We sued St. Kitts and Nevis and Trinidad and Tobago, and we successfully settled the case with St. Kitts and Nevis and ensured that sugar can continue to be sold in that market. The case against Trinidad and Tobago continues, and in this regard, we are defending our sugarcane farmers. In consultation with the private sector, we will improve the partial scope agreement with Guatemala, allowing greater access for Belizean products, and we expect to initiate negotiations of a partial scope agreement with Mexico. Cabinet, Madam President, has authorized the establishment of the National Trade Negotiating Commission, which the UDP abandoned, and we will have the first meeting in the mid-May. Madam President, this government has put the productive sector front and center. Turning to immigration, Madam President, we met a disgraceful state of affairs. The Refugee Department's database shows 2,420 applications, or some 4,062 persons, accepted as of 31st December 2020. Of this, the Refugee Eligibility Committee, Madam President, made recommendations to recognize 636 persons. However, the final step in this process, the Minister's confirmation, is still pending for 592 people. Over the last 5 years, the previous administration never validated some 529 persons. as per Belize national law requires. The system was broken by the previous administration as a result of inaction. These 529 persons, Madam President, are in Belize in legal limbo. They have been recommended but not confirmed. In March 2020, the Cabinet approved the recommendation that these asylum seekers have their status regularized and allowed to legally work, and we are about to finalize this with the advice of the Attorney General's chambers. When we turn to nationality very quickly, Madam President, 803 persons, including 297 Guatemalans, were approved and the nationality certificates signed, and they have been lingering in storage at the immigration for many, many years. They have been approved and signed but not issued with certificates, which represents a breakdown in the process and a loss of over $250,000 in revenue. The intention is to try to complete this process as quickly as possible in order to recover this amount of money. Madam President, very quickly, we were told upon assuming office that in 2017 a cabinet paper was taken to cabinet that disclosed that the passport system of this country is near collapse. Near collapse. As it is right now, we cannot even capture data in Punta Gorda. We cannot capture data in Taiwan. We are told by the Director of Nationality and the technical people that they have basically taped that passport system together. That was reported to the Cabinet in 2017, and not a single thing was done to correct the situation. Prime Minister Briceño and his Cabinet have approved the purchase of a new biometric passport system, which will have an e-passport with a digital passport with a chip embedded in it, Madam President. The purpose of this is to facilitate traveling, and I can assure you that we received on the 27th of April 2021 a letter from the European Commission acknowledging that once we get this in place, quote, Belize will be included in the process. I can assure you that the request by Belize will be duly taken into account. We expect to have visa-free travel to the European Union and other countries. Very quickly, Madam President, with respect to border management, one, we have deployed the Advanced Passenger Information System, and we have improved the MIDA system. We continue, Madam President, since the opening of the Philip Wilson International Airport, we have seen 67,727 persons arrive. And we are moving with the IT department to introduce a new border crossing card. This will allow Mexicans to come across using a card, and now they are allowed to come into the Corozal district, Madam President, for 3 days. We intend to carry that to 7 days and to extend it to include San Pedro Amberguisqui and the Orange Walk district. Since the reopening of the free zone, some 60,000 persons have gone into the free zone. Working with the Ministry of Tourism and Diaspora Relations, the Ministry of Health and Wellness, we introduced a long-stay visitor program, and we amended the legislation in order to achieve that. This will target digital nomads, freelancers, and self-employed professionals, winter visitors who wish to come and reside in Belize for a long stay because of the pandemic. At the request of the private sector, we introduced a migrant worker entry protocols, which were established in January 21 to allow for and to facilitate entry of migrant workers within the agro-industry, banana, citrus, and sugar industries. This was a request from the private sector. We have established protocols to allow for the movement across the northern border for persons going into the free zone and now with the casinos. Madam President, I, along with Minister of State Ramon Cervantes, are proud to have the honor and privilege to work with a professional and dedicated cadre of public officers under the leadership of CEO Mai and Middleton. And we continue to stress professional service delivery, and we are excited to meet the challenges ahead. Madam President, I want to conclude by turning to the question of good governance, because like most people, we believe, and it is a part of the Plan Belize agenda, we believe that good governance is at the heart of responsible government. while we bring this up, I have to cite but one example, and Senator Perfit will jump up, where we have found out, Madam President, a sick and sordid transaction that took place at the National Institute of Culture and History. A well-known United Democratic Party supporter, and if you mess with me, I'll call her name. A well-known United Democratic Party supporter had a lease of a piece of land for 30 years, got a mortgage from Social Security and defaulted. The National Institute of Culture and History, NICH, decided to pay off the loan to Social Security. $100,000 was paid in 2019 by way of resolution of the board of NICH. This is a state enterprise, a statutory body dedicated to culture and history. It is paying off a mortgage for a UDP supporter in the amount of $100,000. And the minutes reflect that the then Minister of Education, the now temporary leader of the opposition, supported the decision. The auditors, Baker Tilly says, included in NICH's records are property tax and mortgage loan repayments to the Social Security Board, made on behalf of a third party, Shalini and Myrna Manzanares, for a total of $102,590.98, carried on its statement of financial position, though it was evident that the payout of the loan was duly approved on the condition that NICH would ultimately be made beneficiary to the property through inheritance. The Finance Department does not have on file any agreement or documentation to substantiate this arrangement, or to substantiate NICH's future rights, if any, to the said property. Additionally, in discussing the matter with Finance, it was further highlighted that though the expenditure had been capitalized and carried as an asset of NICH, there is no supporting documentation on the department's files of the said treatment. Madam President, can you believe this? NICH pays off the $100,000. They then get the property transferred to NICH. Listen carefully, Senator Herrera. They then lease the property to Ms. Manzanares. You know what is the rent? The lease is rented $1 Belizean per year. 50 cents United States money per year, on which you have spent $102,000 of the people's money. The documents, you want to know what happened? The document, what it has to do with good governance, something you do not recognize, Mr. Unkak. The documents provided to the President NICH Board show that the President, Sapna Bodrani, and Steve Pereira, as the board members who signed them. Madam President, I cite this example, I cite the TNC example to say we are in complete alignment with civil society, with the stakeholders, and yes, Senator Smith, with the unions on the question of good governance. Complete alignment. Madam President, in winding up, because I know I don't have much more time, I just want to highlight, and I'm sure that Senator Koyi and others will highlight, the many things that we went through with the unions in extended negotiations, discussions with the unions. But I just want to highlight one issue before I take my seat, because I believe that there is still time, Madam President, for whatever difference there is between the unions and the government to be resolved. And the government continues to be disposed and available for further discussions in order to resolve any difference and dispute. On the 19th of April 2021, the unions wrote to the government and they said, "The Joint Unions team regrets to inform you that following consultations, our joint position remains unchanged. That is, no to the government's proposal to adjust salaries by reducing personal emoluments by $60 million. The Joint Union team and the NTUCB's position remains hinged on the fact that the country's dire economic circumstances is as a result of decades of maladministration and corrupt practices by successive administrations. As such, the Joint Unions and the NTUCB team believes that any economic recovery plan must be founded on good governance focused on sincere reform efforts. What is needed is an expedited implementation of UNCAC with priority given to strongly related legislation for Whistleblowers Act, unjust enrichment law, provisions of retrospective asset recovery and disposal, and for campaign finance." They ended by saying, "Until government shows meaningful progress on the implementation of the good governance agenda and the revenue enhancement measures along with the unions recommending cost-saving measures, can the joint unions and the NTUCB be amenable to discussion on a salary adjustment?" Madam President, we understand that, and that is very clear. The point of the matter is this. In its letter of the 15th of March 2021, the union said, I don't want to misquote them, the union said, Madam President, 15th of March 2021, the joint unions declare that the government takes immediate action on the following: develop and pass a whistleblower legislation in accordance with Article 33 of UNCAC to be done in 3 to 6 months. From March, 3 to 6 months takes us, I believe, to September. Whistleblower legislation, illicit enrichment laws, asset recovery laws, all to be done in 3 to 6 months. This is what they asked for in March. We are now in April. We have written to them and confirmed government will draft and make available these pieces of legislation long before the 6 months. The point I seek to make, Madam President, in closing is this. I believe that it is unfair for the government to be called upon to implement this legislation in less than 1 month. I also believe it is unfair to go on strike where you have said to us, do this in 3 to 6 months, and the 6 months have not elapsed. I believe it is unfair to go on strike when we have said we are going to do it. Madam President, let me close by saying this. I do not believe, with the greatest of respect, that a strike is what is needed now. We need a singularity of purpose. We need consultation, collaboration, and cooperation to rescue this country from the precipice. When the Financial Secretary was asked by the Cabinet, how close to the edge are we? He said, we have gone over the cliff. I want to make good that point, Madam President. I have in my hand an email dated the 6th of April. And this email starts with an email from the central bank. It's addressed to the financial secretary. It says, attached is the government of Belize's current account daily statement as at 1st April 2021. Attached to it were the accounts of the government of Belize. The financial secretary, 6th of April, 10:52 a.m., forwarded the email to the senior staff in the Ministry of Finance. This is what he said, quote, dear colleagues, the balance, quote unquote, in the account will be all taken up by the mid-month payroll. At this rate, we will have to borrow again to meet end-of-month payroll. We really can't keep this up much longer. Joseph Wade. Madam President, members of this Senate, whether you are a United Democratic Party supporter, whether you're a People's United Party supporter, whether you are a representative of any sector of civil society, we are facing a financial crisis as severe as no other time in our history. It didn't have to be this way. Hundreds of millions of taxes given away, hundreds of millions of taxes uncollected, crony deals, public money is being spent. As a matter of fact, the National Institute of Culture and History paid $25,000 for Christmas party in the College Division. $25,000. But the staff is on 50% and more pay cut at niche. I end, Madam President, by supporting 100% the budget that has been presented by the Honorable John Briceño. I make an appeal directly to all of civil society, and particular the unions, to join us, to let us work, let us come together in a single purpose move for the development of this country. We are facing a crisis. Let us face the crisis together with respect, and let us move forward for the betterment of the Belizean people. I thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Michael Perfit.
Madam President, I'm shocked to hear the leader of government business saying that you want to work with the unions and meet with the unions. Your Minister of Public Service says that what they do and say don't matter. They don't matter. So why would you want to sit down with them? So it's amazing that you say that, and maybe we can move forward. I don't know. Madam President, we will win the ICJ case. Indeed, I agree with Senator Court. We will win it. But let the public not forget that we are there and we will win it because of UDP. You, sir, represented the PUP to try to stop us from going there. Had a campaign of saying no to the ICJ. So let's be clear that any success that we will have there is not some PUP success. You know, Madam President, as I listen to the leader, and he likes to call my leader temporary opposition leader, harsh words coming from the de facto Prime Minister. You know, Madam President, he spoke for more than 45 minutes, and I didn't jump up to stop him, because I believe that there is a lot of weight on his shoulders to try and fix things coming from the House of Representatives. And that's a Herculean task. You talk about taxes not being collected, taxes not being paid. We can go tit for tat all day, you know. The Prime Minister came on TV and said his sister for her company won't pay the taxes. So we could go all day, you know. You don't want to collect taxes, tell your people to pay their taxes? Or is it that only the poor pays taxes? Madam President, let me say this, because it's important for us to know what's happening in the Senate. The budget, it's ironic that we are called the upper house, you know. Because when it comes to a budget, all a budget is a glorified money bill. That's all it is. And the Constitution is clear. The Senate cannot stop a money bill. So for those of us who don't know very clearly, the budget has already passed, you know. If all 13 of us in here were to vote against this budget, it will still pass. So when you vote on this budget today, don't claim that you have to vote yes because you don't want to stop the financing of the country from moving. You could freely vote no because you can't stop it. But voting no on this budget will let the government know that you are not satisfied with what they have done. This is not a government, Madam President, that was in the wilderness for 12 years. You would have thought that coming into government, the Prime Minister spoke about the leader of the opposition's maiden leader of the opposition speech. But he also had a maiden speech, and this is his maiden budget. And I want to ask all of you in here today, where is the vision in this budget? Where? What is in here other than changing the topics from Ministry of Foreign Affairs, for example, to Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Immigration and Foreign Trade? Nothing. Cut and paste. You would think that the Prime Minister, who was in the wilderness and a temporary opposition leader himself at times, would have came through the doors blasting with fresh ideas, with fresh notions of how to grow the economy, because that's what he used to say, you know, when we raised taxes and we had to make loans. Grow the economy, grow the economy. And I'm dying to hear from Senator Herrera, because the Chamber of Commerce has been very quiet. You know, since when the cat have fillet tongue. But they have been very quiet in terms of the business aspect, analyzing this budget and where we are. Where is the growth? Where are the ideas? Where are the fresh new ideas that the PUP were supposed to come in with? Where are those? They are not reflected anywhere in the budget or anywhere. Madam President, I can tell you, I feel for the leader of government business, you know. You know what was his plan here today? And that's what I was laughing at him for. You have no plan. You have no answers for those people outside. You have disrespected the public service. You have shown no regard for them. You have said they don't matter. So you come in here and you talk about some conservation thing, and you talk about niche board, and you talk about everything else, hoping that that will create some distraction from the fact that we have an empty, hollow budget. Nothing. The only thing that this budget reflects, is the taking of $80 million out of the system, you know, and I'll tell you why that doesn't make any sense at all to do. Madam President, I wanted to reiterate indeed what the leader of government business just said. These people, the United Party, came into office, swept into office with a resounding victory, 26-5. A couple months later, indeed, they won all of the municipal seats, except 3. This government is in complete control of the country. You would think, you see these people out there who are making noise, you see the unions, most of them out there and most of the people, they voted for you, you know. They voted for PUP. And they voted for you because at the very least, they thought that you would give them some hope. So hope. You said you could fix it. You said you could come in and do this and do that and you could fix it. And you don't have to cut this and you don't have to cut that. Just grow the economy, he said. A special task force was even set up, Madam President, about 15 of top business people in Belize who were supposed to sit down and come up with ideas. Isn't that so? Have they produced nothing? No idea as to what we should do? No idea as to how to grow the economy? The level of analysis that you all have reached is just increasing the price on fuel and cutting pay. That's it. That's the plan. Because other than that, Madam President, what this PUP is good at is just doom and gloom. Chicken little, the sky is falling in. You read the Prime Minister's address on the budget. You know, the man mentioned UDP or Dean Barrow 28 times in his speech. Today, Senator Courtney, I think more than triple that. Obsessed with the UDP, obsessed with Dean Barrow. You all said you could fix it. You all said you could come in and perform miracles. Where are the miracles? Where is the hope? You have people marching against you. You have people protesting in the National Assembly. December, January, February, March, April. Less than 6 months into your term, the people who voted for you are already fighting and protesting against you. Does that tell you that you are successful so far? Does that tell you that these people have any hope that you will do anything for them, that you said you would do for them? What you're good at, though, when they come, of commissioner inquiries will fly up in your face, quarreling with people, threatening prosecution, just doom and gloom and no hope. Busy patting yourselves on the back for all that you're supposedly doing that you're supposed to do. What you want, a cookie? When you do well, that's your job. You're supposed to be able to do your job. The problem with this budget, Madam President, and I'll be full and frank with you, there is very little or nothing to debate. We don't debate. No real difference between this and the previous 4 or 5 budgets. And this doom and gloom. Now listen to me. Look at some numbers. You know, if you look at this year's budget, Madam President, we're about $130 million short of where we were 2019-2020. The Taiwanese have pledged that for this year alone, they will give us $80 million. So then, as a government, as a sovereign nation with all the power, all you need to do is to bridge $50 million for this year, and you will have the same budget as you had 2019, 2020. But you can only bridge that $50 million gap if you have some creativity, some ideas, some hope as to how to grow the economy. You could talk debt to GDP ratio, you could all that want foolishness. Because if your GDP is not performing, then how will you pay the debt? How do you pay the debt? You pay the debt from tax revenue from other places, and you can only do that in a growing economy. No steps have been taken to grow the economy in this budget. No one's in a book, 400 or 500 pages with a bunch of numbers will not mean nothing. Where are the ideas? You know, Madam President, I don't share the doom and gloom, you know. I'm not going to play Nostradamus, but in a year's time, with the vaccinations that we should have and the access to medical care that we have, one of two things will happen. The pandemic will be in the past, will be behind us, or we will have found successful and effective ways to live with it. One or two things will happen. So you know what? Let me say 1 year. Let me say 2 years. 2 years. All we need to do, Madam President, all this government needs to do is to find a bridge. Find a bridge between now and 2 years from now. To keep us afloat, to keep us going. When you cut people's pay, you can imagine the multiplier effect of $80 million taken out of the economy by the government, the #1 employer and spender in the country. You're making things spiral even more downwards. When you take $80 million out, it's $80 million less that people can spend. It's less tax revenue, less business, less people buying from the private sector, so therefore the private sector has to fire people. It makes no sense to take money out of an economy during a pandemic. Come on. Where is the sense in that? You spend your way out of a pandemic situation like this. That was the whole purpose of Roosevelt's New Deal and President Biden. They issued $1.9 trillion, you know. The great United States of America. $1.9 trillion they pump into the economy because now is not the time to take away from people. Now is the time to give to people so they can spend. When you're going through a tough spot, you know what you do? You keep going, you don't stop. But this government has presented to this country no valid plan as to how they are able to bridge us for the next couple of years and their economic plan going forward. I can only think about one thing that they said that they would try, and I will touch on it in a few minutes. But other than that, there is no plan. Listen, you never cut nobody pay on a Madam President. The government has said, oh, we ministers will cut them pay by 10%, something like that, 10%, 15%. You know why that doesn't have any traction? Whether fair or unfair, the people figure politicians want if that back. So you know what, 10% not hurt me. So that is not effective. I don't even think that your pay should be cut. Because you're doing the same work, so why would you cut your pay? Less for you to spend. Don't cut anybody's pay. Grow the economy. Come up with ideas to grow the economy. Offer the people some hope. Do something. Do something. Come up with a crazy idea. Or a crazy idea or two to say, this is what we plan to do to raise some revenue, especially some foreign revenue. But nothing. Nothing. The best that you can do is to talk about some conservancy involved with the Honorable Hugo Pat. That's it. And what happened at Mitch, that's it. That's your plan. You give us opium so we can forget about the pain. Where is the PUP plan for the economy? Where is it? You know, have none. You know, have none, Madam President, and that's why it's very, very difficult to debate anything, is because there's nothing different. You know, even if the Minister of Education said in his speech, he was in mid-flight, and he said, and this UDP government, and then he caught himself, you know, and then he changed it to the UDP government. But you see, when you're cutting and pasting your speech every year, and you're now in government, if you're not correct the document, it could read funny. Because they have not left opposition. You know, I have a very good friend, Madam President. The only problem is a PUP, but I'm afraid. I guess none of us is perfect. But he would say to his other PUP friends when we were arguing, well, I'd argue with them. He would tell them, act like you're in a government. The PUP is still in opposition mode. They bring up UDP this and they bring up Dean Barrogan. Dean Barrogan, you are in government. Act like you're in government. Stop being petty and personal and threatening about every little thing that you don't like. Find some money for this country. Grow the economy. You know, Madam President, even the IMF said it, you know. The IMF said, right in it, and the Prime Minister put it in his budget speech, that our local financing structure is still very healthy. We have a solid local financial structure. The central bank and the banking system locally has not failed us. They're solid and performing well. That's a start for us to try and do something. That's a start. But where are the ideas? Why is it the only thing you can think about is to cut people's pay? That's the plan? That was the plan, to cut people's pay. That is the PUP economic plan. Madam President, certain things are so obvious it's painful. They're cutting $60 million of salary and $20 million from increment, as I understand it. That's not yet. That's not yet. The Taiwanese government has committed to give us that same $80 million this year. The Taiwanese government has committed to give us the same $80 million. So it's almost like Taiwan is saying, don't cut your people's pay. In a pandemic, people need to get out and spend and participate. So we will give you $80 million for your budget this year, so there's no need to cut $80 million from the public service. What you do is, you bridge that gap, you get people a couple of years, and then you have a solid public service commission. And then you assess the public service for those people who are performing, and then you get rid of those who are not performing. That's what you do. But for now, in a pandemic, you don't take bread out of people's mouth. Policemen, you know what a policeman told me, Madam President? They cut my pay and stop arrest people. Just do it now. I want to stop arrest people. Because then what? You're sending the wrong message. When things are not as good as they used to be, what the country needs, what the system needs is a boost. The system doesn't need chicken little talking about the sky is falling in. The people don't want to hear that. The people want hope. And the people voted for you to provide them, at the very least, with that hope. Madam President, You know, I already said before about the reduction of debt. But before I get into that, let's talk about taxes. This is how you raise some money. One idea I give you for free. You take a basket of goods, Madam President. I don't care what the IMF say. They don't live here. You take a basket of goods that's basic goods, and you tell the country, as long as you buy these within the pandemic, they will be zero rated. No taxes on these, because these are essentials for you to have. We want you to keep your pay, keep your money, and buy these goods and services. If you choose to buy luxury items, liquor, alcohol, because I believe if I'm beer at $10, I want to buy one. That's just how good beer is. If you choose to buy those things, then you pay the taxes, and those are the people who will be paying the taxes. People who choose to not buy basic goods. I see in this budget, the government collects $6.4 million from property. Senator Cowie, if I'm not mistaken, there were discussions involved back a year or so ago concerning the whole concept of capital gains tax. We're one of the few countries in the world, Madam President, where I can buy a property for $1 million, sell it for $5 million, and pay no taxes on the $4 million I have gained. We need to look into, and the Americans who are buying those lands for those high prices, they're laughing at us. They're laughing at us. So that is an idea. What? Who said 13 years? Oh yes, but we're here. You're still to go back. I think you have an unhealthy obsession with being borrowed, you know. We're still going. Why are you looking back? You know, a big POP financier also likes to say, you know, forward, man. Forward. Forward. Let's do it now. Look into some capital gains tax where you can make some money. Land sale is a big deal in Belize, where people who are buying lands and stuff like that, especially when the money is moving abroad. Senator Cowie, you know that. We get no benefit of that foreign exchange. We get no capital gains tax. We're losing a lot of money off the sale of lands commercially. The fact that we're collecting $6.4 million of that in the budget, that's an area that we can increase revenue. And there are so many other areas. There's so many other areas for us to increase revenue and stop taking the lazy route of just say, you know, we have to take 10% for everybody, because it creates no work. It creates no thinking. It's a good way to say we have to cut on because Dean Barrow me in a government. We have to do this because Dean Barrow in a government. I mean, why does he always have to be your lodestar? I mean, that's the only thing you can look at. Look at yourself. You're in government now. Act like you're in government. And stop still acting like you're in opposition just to criticize, criticize, criticize. But it's not so easy. It's not so easy. No, you have to do. You can't just say, oh, we have so many $100 million in unpaid taxes. Go get it then. Collect it. Since it's out there and you can pinpoint it, collect it. And whatever it is we didn't do during our period of time, you do it now. So all you will do is complain about what we supposedly did, but with no plan going forward as to what you will do. This is the POP's economic plan. Cut people pay, raise the price of fuel. That's it. That's the plan. That's it. There's no other scheme afoot to raise money. None. There was a act, Madam President, Central Bank Act that was brought here. It was the one the Prime Minister mentioned it in his speech too. Sorry I'm animated like this. I know I don't read no speech or nobody type to me on Madam President. I did debate. You have this plan where the central bank will now become a part of the economy. They will help businesses with their shares and loans and debts like that. And we debated that. That is the only thing that this government has done that would indicate that they're doing, maybe trying to think about something down the road about the economy. But since then, there has been no word of that. There has been no details of that. That law was passed and that's it. No activity, zero, nothing. And of course, the only way that can happen, the only way businesses can be bailed out is if that bailout or that help is approved by the Prime Minister himself, making the whole system totally political. But that's it. There must be more. When I heard that the Prime Minister, this was his main budget, and the budget they come out, and you know, I almost feel like Jack Nicholson and A Few Good Men. Please tell me you have more, Lieutenant. Please tell me you have more. Please tell me that the only plan you have for this economy, don't tell me, the only plan you have for this economy is to cut people's pay. That's the only plan you have. And it's a pay you don't even have to cut because the Taiwanese, they give you the $80 million where they cut from the public servants. So why are you cutting it? You have people thinking all kinds of things, you know, Madam President. You're the year, then they cut it because they want to create $80 million for hire for PUP people. Or they want people to get vexed and resign so they could put PUP people in place. All of that speculation and all that talk comes about when you don't give people hope. When you don't give people a vision of what you want to do for the economy. You have the Prime Minister and the leader of government business spend 80% of their speeches talking about UDP. Forward, man! Forward! What one of your major financiers said, you asked for the job, you know. You asked for the job. If you couldn't handle it, you shouldn't have asked for the job. And if you realize the job too big for you, well then resign. But don't come and what, for the next 5 years, 4.5 years, all you hear about the Deanborough UDP, Deanborough UDP, every time so. And when you can't speak on the issue that's at hand, when you cannot address the lack of budgetary vision, you have to come up with red herrings about some conservation deal and some niche board thing or whatever, in the hope that we will talk about that instead of talking about the real issues that are facing this economy. Where is the vision? Where is the process to get us back to full throttle, to full financial stability? The unions are upset with you not because you're asking them to make a sacrifice. They're upset with you because you're asking them to make a sacrifice and they see no vision of how that sacrifice will benefit them. You have provided them with nothing to say to them, take the 10% now because this is how that will benefit you in the future. Nothing like that to provide. You just 10 or nothing. And I don't know when in the dry run for. They only burn gas, but that's good because of more tax revenue for week and we raise the price of fuel. That's your response? And I don't know why they come on TV and do this and do that because what they see, like they matter. That's the response of the government. To the people who put you here. To the people who, after less than 6 months, don't tired of one already. That is something you need to think about the next time you bring a budget to this National Assembly. Bring a budget that says something. Bring a budget that does something. Bring a budget that can give the people hope. You know, Madam President, I have been tasked by the leader of the opposition to look at foreign affairs. When you look at the budget for foreign affairs, there's nothing that jumps out at you from a budgetary standpoint. It's pretty much the same thing. What I need to point out is that even though for policy management and overseas representation but it has the unenviable reputation that you don't produce a lot of what you see. You don't see it. You feel the results of good diplomacy and foreign affairs work, but you don't feel it. Madam President, the budget for that is $25 million, more or less. The famous law professor Derek McCoy would tell me, don't kill me for a few million, don't kill me for a few million. $25 million for foreign affairs, overseas deployment. And I think we have embassies in Mexico, in the US, England, Belgium, or at least those are the big four. And we see that they are taking some movements like opening up a new office in Geneva for the World Trade Organization. So several things that were started under the our foreign embassies. The time has come, Madam President, for them to justify materially their postings abroad. You know, you have 25 million allotted to foreign affairs. You know how much is allotted to the Supreme Court? 8 million, not to the court system, Court of Appeal, Supreme Court, everything in this budget, $8 million. $8 million. So overseas posting and just policy and management in terms of traveling and stuff like that's necessary for foreign affairs, it's still 3 times that of the entire judiciary. No. In a pandemic, people are suffering. They're cutting their pay. Madam President, this country needs to support the move to task those people who work at foreign affairs, especially abroad, task them to produce some results. I see we have a motion here earlier, $5 million to buy masks, or to buy vaccines, sorry. Madam President, and I won't go too hard because they are new. New ones everywhere. $5 million? No, I can't dream whatever say $5 million in my life. But when you look at national budgets, unlike Senator Courtney represent smaller budget clients. So you have $5 million that we are borrowing to buy vaccines. Man, and I prefaced what I said to say this. Man, we must go to hustle and leave $5 million for somebody, Madam President. Must go to hustle and leave $5 million, man. You have the United States. They give away to the people 1.9 trillion. God, you really trillion in money talk, you know. One few politician said billion with a B, it's a trillion with a T. Trillion, you know. We need to up our lobbying efforts to raise money and to raise goods and services for our people by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs officials. The amount that I saw in the news today of AstraZeneca vaccine that Europe bought, but they're now switching to Pfizer. And all the AstraZeneca vaccines that they have there, we could get some of that, man. We'll see ourselves have to borrow $5 million. Honorary councils. You have some honorary councils, you only hear from them when the time for renew the diplomatic passport, you know, Madam President. The honorary councils who represent Belize abroad and get benefits for representing Belize abroad, like free vehicle, diplomatic passport, tax breaks and stuff, they need to start to produce for us. So if we have honorary consul at Panama, went to Panama one time for a week on behalf of the Prime Minister, I know see the honorary consul the whole time we were there. Straight to voicemail, but he found us easily when it was time for him to renew his passport. These people need to start to produce. And some of them are very wealthy people, so if they want to keep their postings abroad and they want to keep the privileges that they get from being Belizean diplomats, they need to start to justify their presence. They need to start to justify their revenue. The teachers have every right to ask themselves, Madam President, I teach your children and you're cutting my pay and you're not doing anything that affects the privileges and the rental of office space and condominiums for a diplomat in New York or Brussels or Mexico. They have a right to ask that question. And a good answer, I'm sure, could be provided. But we also have to look, the time has come, looking forward. Minister Courtney jump up now and say, oh, but hold on, I want them to live there and I want them to live there. Forward, man. Forward, man. Forward. The time has come now, sir. Your reputation is a man of a stickler for results. So tell those people, you want to hold honorary council for my country, produce some donations and grants and help to my country that has helped you. As well, Madam President, we need to look into assessing this whole concept of, what do they call it, cyber diplomacy? Since the pandemic hit and travel has been reduced, the country saved a lot of money during that time. And we know now that with Zoom, with what do you call the next one? Teams or something like that now you can have meetings. We used to have CARICOM heads of government meetings by Zoom. So 4 of us don't have to fly to Trinidad or fly to Jamaica for a meeting. You talk about hotel, you talk about per diem. We can save money in these areas. Although I will admit that face-to-face meetings in the margin, especially when you're having a cold beer at the end of the day, could very well be very meaningful when you're having face-to-face meetings. I'm not against them, but it's worth assessing. It's worth looking at. It's worth saying, look, let's check it out, see if we could save a few million here and a few million there, so we could buy things in the future for our people, or keep a few more people hired, or don't cut certain people's pay. You talk about, you praise up the nurses there on the front line and they pat up your back and pat up your back. You praise them, but you won't cut their pay. It's not consistent, sir. They don't want no pat on their back, they want to pay them for the work what they do. So what we have to do then, if people are to make those sacrifices, they have to see that all ministries are at least making an attempt to assess their expenses so that they themselves can make sacrifices from that situation. I know it's hard for you to follow a person when they read Senator Montero. You know, you still nobody know the read through. You think I can't like any robot or read anything? That's debate. No, when you get up, you know, read me, that's debate. Sorry. What? My full 100% apologies. Mr. Leader, Minister of Foreign Affairs, it's time that we start to take advantage of our very sweet position that we lie in Central America. You know. I know there's an EU Cotonou and we're part of the Caribbean pool and thing, but let's look into dipping into the Central American part of that EU program so we could make some money, raise some financing. I mean, we already are a member of CARICOM and a member of SICA. And we contribute greatly to those two organizations. It's time that we start to benefit from them too. Because you have some countries in the world that collect from one region and collect from another region. These are just ways we can talk about growing the economy, getting funds, supporting our people. Madam President, I cannot support this budget because I will not support a budget that takes away from the little that people already have in the middle of a pandemic. Now is not the time for cuts. Now is the time for ideas. Now is the time for the People's United Party's bring people to get to work. Don't even cut your pay, as I said, Madam President. I used to do the job where 4 didn't do, you know? 4 POP ministers they do the job where me want me to do. I don't know if that reflects it's a clear definition of quality versus quantity, but me one used to do 4 jobs with all these people in cabinet and all these ideas and all these things. Come up with some ideas to grow the economy. You're talking about debt restructuring. And the Prime Minister talked about he expected those negotiations to be ending by May. Well, good luck, Prime Minister. That's not going to end by May. That's what he said in the budget speech. That's not going to end by May. It's a process. And even if they give you a haircut, or even if you capitalize interest and all the derivative thing and all the fancy words, you need to find the money to pay the debt. And how do you find the money to pay the debt? You have to grow the economy. You have to attract some business in this country. We have to attract some serious foreign direct investment, and we have to encourage people to spend within the economy. But how can they spend if you're cutting their pay? Madam President, I will close with this. The only thing that this budget is about is cutting $80 million out of the economy. That's not a budget that we can support, especially since the Taiwanese have said that they would give us that $80 million this year. Madam President, this POP government was elected to do what they said they would do, because certain things they do very fast. Some people get approvals quick for the things they want. Things fly through the Senate for foreign interests. So don't tell me that you don't have the desire to want to do things. Stop giving this country and these people doom and gloom. Leave the UDP alone. Try to create your own legacy. Let's see what you can do. Huh? That's like saying, Madam President, you go home with your test. I mean, I used to try it. I tried it once. I know it's very painful. You get lash. I remember I say, but how you get C on this test? I said, but man, you can't blame me because nobody get more than C. That not got nothing to do with you and me. So your justification for your failure is that everybody else may fail too. That's not a justification. You cannot justify your inaction, your lack of ideas, your lack of vision by saying, look how bad the UDP may bad. That's not a formula. That's not a winning formula, sir. Get to work. Give people hope. Stop with the doom and gloom. Thank you, Madam President.
In accordance with Standing Order 10.8, I move that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour, though opposed.
Honorable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour, though opposed. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize Senator Colette Montejo.
Montejo, Senator Fairfield. Definitely not Montero, good gentleman hiding away from reality as we speak. Madam President, as I rise to support this, or to make my contribution to this debate of the draft estimates of revenues, this tick book for fiscal year 2021-2022. Let me, first of all, just express my personal thanks to our Prime Minister for this appointment and the opportunity to once more serve in this Senate. With your permission, Madam President, I'll refer to some prepared notes. Practically every nation in around this globe, Belize definitely not being an exception, has been adversely affected by the global pandemic. COVID-19 came and exacerbated an already terrible economic situation in this country. It is no secret, Senator Perifit, that the economy in this country had already contracted for 4 successive quarters by the time the pandemic hit Belize. But as a result of the pandemic, some 64,000 plus of our brothers and sisters lost their jobs, Madam President, and multiplied thousands became underemployed. We are still working and we are still trying to ascertain the real effect of COVID-19 on the Belizean economy. Our macroeconomic situation prior to COVID was dismal. After COVID, horrible. Our microeconomic situation, to put it bluntly, was already untenable. As a matter of fact, many of our Belizeans, and I speak to many of them, they come to my office on a daily basis, Madam President, are still trying to figure out what in the world hit them. One lady, just last week, sat directly in front of me in tears, about to be kicked out of her 1-bedroom apartment with her 6 children. 6. I said to her, Mom, at least I'll take you and we'll go and speak to the landlord. The landlord was, no, bring that here. Bring my cheddars or roll. And she knows that she can't stay in my place unless she pays me my cheddars. $300 was all the lady needed. Had to help her. No option. I felt elated when the Honorable Julius Espat last week stood up in this honorable house and said that the first people that will be blessed with starter homes are single mothers. I am certain, Madam President, that this lady will be one of those beneficiaries. Madam President, Belize has 3 serious cancers, among others. And for anyone who has suffered or is suffering from cancer, you know that when you get the news that you have cancer, you have very little options. What this nation is facing right now, we have but 2 options. 2. Surgery and chemotherapy, or death. That's straightforward. No rocket science. Let's forget the romantics. We're in a full-blown crisis mode. And this is not about, no, the sky is falling. The sky has fallen. Government, as well as many in the private sector, are in crisis management as we speak. Madam President, let me be very clear, very, very clear. public officers, teachers, or security forces, or doctors, or nurses are in no way targeted by my discourse today. They are our brothers and sisters, our neighbors, our friends, and even our family. They are there to us. The People's United Party, as a matter of fact, was birthed on the backs of workers when the nationalist movement started as a direct consequence of the 1949 devaluation of the Belize dollar. Sad to say, here we are 71 years, or practically 71 years later, fighting to ensure that our dollar is not devalued once more. We may experience lapses here and there with our spending power because there's fluctuations here and there in the cost of living, but maintaining our 2-to-1 peg with the US dollar is key. And our Prime Minister, the Honorable John Briceño, has gone on record and indicated that as long as he's at the helm, he will ensure that our dollar is not devalued. Nobody wants that, right? He's not alone in this struggle, Madam President. I know that none of our social partners, none on the opposition side, and certainly none on the government side, wants to see that happen. We are all in this together. That's important. We are all in this together. Madam President, let me hit quickly on those three cancers. The wage bill. The wage bill is the first. The national debt is the second. And corruption is the third. Similar to any cancer, the treatment options are never easy. There will be pain. In some instances, a lot more than many of us can even imagine. For us to delude ourselves, Senator Perifete, into thinking that all of a sudden, in 5 months, this government will fix 13 years of UDP screw-up, borders on insanity. And for us to think that some doctor or some magician will fly out of the sky from somewhere or from some international source and drop money in our lap. Everybody all over this world is suffering as a result of this pandemic, and you know that. We have to deal with our own issues here. We have to prove to the world that we are mature, that we are deserving of the independence we got some 40 years ago. Madam President, I listened last week to the House debate, and all I heard, similar to our good senator, leader of the opposition side there, cheap political rhetoric. That's all you hear. They had no solution when they were in government, and nothing has changed. Nothing. So let me deal with these three cancers directly. The wage bill. Logic demands that when there is an increase in population, there has to be corresponding increase in the demand for goods and services. You need human resources to provide these. Fair. In 2008, and I will go back, after all, unless we suffer from amnesia, Senator, the UDP government, their cry for years, this was even into their third term, super bond. In their third term. So let's go back. In 2008, our population stood at roughly 306 a little over 306,000 people. Our wage bill at that time, the government public sector wage bill, was 234 million, and pension was 42.3 million. Combine the two together, they reflected 40.7%. Let's get down to the numbers, because that's what the budget is about, the numbers, not the rhetoric, the numbers. And one thing numbers don't do is lie. 40.7% of our total revenues, which at that time stood at 678 million, a little over 678 million. By 2011, 3 years, only 3 years into the UDP administration, that number went from 40.7% to 42.8% of our revenues. Madam, in 2013, the IDB released a comprehensive study on beliefs. That study was entitled Public Employment and Pay Policy in Beliefs. I'm going to quote directly from that study. Personnel expenditure as a percentage of GDP have been growing steadily over the past 5 years. That's over from the time the UDP took power in 2008 through to 2013 when the study was done. In 2008, it reflected 10.3% of every penny produced by both the public and private sector. 10.3% in 2008. Sorry, 9% in 2008, 10.3% in 2011, despite an average economic growth rate that was close to 2% per year during that period. The higher wage bill was driven by an increase in the numbers of employees. Talk about growing the economy. You should be the last person to talk about that. In 2008, when you took over, all you did was hire new people in the government service instead of growing the private sector, which is and should be the vehicle to drive employment. But I'm going to solutions. Listen and learn. The same report went on to say, despite fiscal adjustment efforts carried out by the government of Belize, the wage bill continued to pose a threat to long-term fiscal sustainability, and it crowded out public investment. In other words, government had no money to do anything else. This was 2013. The report says, in 2008, the government employed 11,800 people. By 2012, that number had increased by 32% to 15,600 people. Who does that, Madam Speaker, Madam President? Who? The Dean Barrow-led government. There's a story, March 13th, 2013. March 13th happens to be my twin's birthday. You know? March 13th, 2013, Channel 5, the staggering government wage bill. That was the story. 2013. That's 8 years ago. 8. This is no new problem. Was anything done to address it at that time? No. Far from it. It got worse. I could go area by area, but being time conscious, and in respect to my colleagues here, I'll just fast forward to 2020. At that time, population 400,000. All right? Public sector, wage bill, 464 million for salaries, pension, 82 million plus, allowances and transfer fees, blah, 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 160 million plus, total 707 million, reflecting 82.96%, rounded off to 83% of revenues, government revenues, which estimated at the end of 2020 was $852,482,374, which in effect was a shortfall. As a matter of fact, the then Prime Minister, when back in 2020, Channel 7 said in May 14, 2020, so we are back to an impasse. The union on one side, the government on the other side, and between them a $300 million chasm. That's right. Government projects its recurrent deficit will be upwards of $275 million. So yes, we took on less and we were spending more. Recipe for disaster. Any right-thinking individual knows that you can't spend what you not got. Any right-thinking producer. So, Madam, we took in 386 million less than had been budgeted or projected. This is beyond unsustainable. And again, when you talk to those on the other side in secret, because they don't come out publicly and tell you, they won't. But quite a bit of them are my very good friends, and they will tell you that they know that cuts and adjustments has to be made. They know that. But by this thing of politics, not this time. This is not politics this time. This is about saving our Belize dollar. This is about saving our economy. Madam Speaker, President, when wages, pensions, allowances are paid, the government is left with 177 million to take care of everything else. Scholarship, housing, education, health, you name it. All the other things that has to be addressed. This is beyond insane and even preposterous. According to the World Bank, and I will quote them, the heaviest fiscal weight of the central government wage bill is in the Middle East. 9.8%. 9.8%. Africa, 6.7%. Asia, Latin America, 4.5% to 5% respectively. The lowest is in Russia and Europe. Madam President, the World Bank might have overlooked Belize. We know the accepted norm, according to the World Bank, is 10% of GDP, your wage bill. 10%. On the higher end, 11%. In Belize in 2020, our public sector wage bill, and I'm talking only salaries, nothing else, 18.8% of GDP. If you add up pension, allowances, etc., it balloons to 23% of GDP. This is mind-boggling. This is, as I did my research, and I'm like, what? Somebody was at the very verge of criminality in this country, man. You don't do that to your country. If you love this country, how can you take the wage bill to a point where it is beyond unsustainable? But that same prime minister that did it, that same prime minister, that one over there said, gone. You could go, but the effects you leave behind, your children and your grandchildren or great-grandchildren have to live with. Don't call it crap, my boy. That could be real. Listen what the prime minister said at that time. Who comes next will have to talk to the IMF. I'll only read a couple of his statements. A conditionality to the assistance you seek is, in fact, pension reform. It is, in fact, the trimming of the wage bill. It is, in fact, retrenchment of the public service. Barrow said, me not love him. You, Uno, for years. Bottom line, I grieve for my poor beliefs. And I certainly extend my sympathies from now to those that will have to deal with that particular problem. Madam President, our Prime Minister, the Honorable John Briceño, has gone on record to indicate that he does not consider retrenchment as a viable option. He's gone on record right in this house. We implore all to give these homegrown measures time to operate and to rescue our economy from this abyss. Public debt, I'm not going to spend much time on that. 2008 was at 2.2 million. Senator Courtney indicated it's 2.2 billion. Senator Courtney indicated it's above 4 billion. 13 years. We got independence in 1981. Go to 2008. You're dealing with 27 years. It took PUP and UDP administration to get the debt to 2.2 billion. It took the Barrow-led UDP administration 13 years to double it. 13 years to double it. Come on, man. Come on. At that time, in 2008, our debt to GDP was 79.8%. That had fallen from 2004 steadily, when it had risen to 104%. And the Musa administration put in place fiscal policies to address our debt burden. Madam President, the last 5 years of the UDP-led administration lacked basic discipline as the debt to GDP increased steadily from 82.6% in 2015 to 105.1% in 2019 and a blistering 134.6% in 2020. And following his norm, irresponsible. The then Prime Minister said, I will borrow till I can borrow no more. The end result, heavy debt burden that has affected our international ratings, that has fallen through the ceiling, affecting our ability to borrow at concessionary rates and forcing us to look to domestic sources for cash, thus affecting local investments when government uses up a bulk of the liquidity. Honorable Jan Viceno said it well. The UDP maxed out the credit card. Finally, corruption. Just a few moments, Madam President, our colleague, the Attorney General, was Attorney General at that time, you know, the Honorable Michael Perfit. You remember that? I sat in some UNCAT sessions with you, sir. You know UNCAT, that is. Listen to this. Government of Belize, Press Office, September 19, 2017. I can remind back. On the 12th of December 2016, Belize and Barrow run for now, and remember that when he run again, that states and make the Honorable Patrick Faber do the honors. You remember that? But we did ascend to the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, December 12, 2016, right? In May of 2017, in September of 2017, listen to your excuse now. Continually, Belize is considered as a country with an economy in transition. As such, any plans and programs to combat corruption have to be measured in line with Belize's capacity financially, technically, and otherwise. In other words, you were saying back then, boy, we not got the money for do this thing. Right? And then go ahead, and sorry to be using part of the Creole language, Madam President, but then go and take all our women kunumunu.
On a point of order, my friend is extremely entertaining and I'm loving it. But what does this have to do with the budget, Madam President? You talk about UNCAC program or whatever, it has nothing to do with the budget. How is this related to the issue at hand?
Senator, I believe if we're discussing the budget, I should be able to allow the Senator to reach as he explains the reasons as to why we are where we are, and trends do contribute to that, and where we are going.
Thank you very much, Madam President. There will be a country visit to Belize by government experts from one of the most corrupt nations in the world, Haiti, and Tuvalu. I can assure you, Madam President, that if you ask 100 Belizeans out there where in the world is Tuvalu, maybe one could tell you. Take we make kunumuno.
Senators, I will ask that we be reminded of the rules for senators not speaking. And I ask that we try as best to maintain silence. I will allow a little cross conversation, but if we can try to keep it to a minimum.
Thank you, Madam President. Let me say this. You want solutions? You want plans? Well in advance of being voted in, this PUP government this PUP government passed a motion, passed a resolution to address the governance issue that was plaguing this country. No other than our Minister for the Public Service, the Honorable Henry Usher, stood up in this Honorable House last week and said, we will implement the United Nations. We will implement UNCAC. We will do that. We've also gone on record to say that we will pass legislation addressing unjust enrichment. We will pass the Recovery Act. We will go after those who stole from the public purse. And I know I start to call names, but I wish I could. Wish I could. We will also ascertain, Madam President, that we pass the Whistleblowers Act. No problem. No problem. So, Madam President, wild cuts are never nice, or adjustments as we call them. I had, and I felt the effect of the same, of my salary being adjusted in the midst of the pandemic. I feel for our teachers and our public officers. I also join my brothers and sisters in taking this bitter medicine. Growing up, Madam President, they had this yellow medicine that they used to give us at hospital when you get cut. And did it hurt? Did it burn? Man, you wanted to jump, voila, squeal. But did it heal? Yes. The cut is like the vaccine. We may be afraid to take it, but it is in effect a necessary evil. We need to get back our lives. We need to get back to where we can see our per capita growing. And boy, Anna, these guys, it shrunk. It shrunk. We need to get back to where at least 50% of those 60,000 plus people that are currently unemployed are back in full-time jobs. We need to ensure that the private sector becomes the engine of real economic growth and the vehicle that drives the job market. Madam President, not think that any of this easy. We never said it was easy. Our mandate is 5 years, and we take this very, very seriously. We thank the Belizean people who gave us the opportunity. And if you notice, Madam President, for the first time in a long time, this draft estimate has projections all the way up to 2024. We did not say the path would be easy. Now, are we finding excuses or seeking sympathy? I come from the old BTC background, deeds, not words. And what this PUP government has done, man, the list can go on and on, but I'm only going to focus quickly on just a few extras in agriculture. Cattle export. The cacao growers down south are elated now that they have definite market for their products. Rice industry will be back in Toledo. Man, farmers all over this country are excited about what's going on. And that's only in 5 months. 5 months. The productive sector is hopeful again. The Honorable Senator Prefi said, give the people hope. Hope. You go out there, the productive sector knows that they have a government that is serious about production. So, Let me close by going back to a May 19, 2020 discourse with our colleague senator for the representative for the union, Hipólito Novello, the Prime Minister. He said that any chance of further commercial borrowing is shut, and so whoever comes after him will need to talk to the IMF, IFIs, to see if any loan or any economy recovery can happen, and those financial institutions, in his words, collect or extract their pound of flesh. He said that they will not give the assistance that the government would require except if they say you will no longer be able to proceed as though you are heedless. Senator Smith responded, exactly. Which government was that for the past 12 years? It was under the UDP government, your government, and now that you know that you will be leaving, you are telling us, I am sorry for you, I will pray for you, I pity you because of what will come. But what will come also has to do with you for the 12 years that you were there. 12 years, now 13. Let me be close with some hope, Madam President. For those who don't know John Briceño, you won't find a man with a bigger heart. John Briceño has an open door policy. As a matter of fact, he runs an open government. John Briceño is a man that listens. And yes, he has been listening. I've been working with our now Prime Minister for quite a while now. And I'm always comforted by the fact that the Right Honorable George Cale Price brought this country in 1981. Roughly 40 years ago, we had the Heads of Agreement in April. Remember that, Madam President? 40 years ago. But we attained peaceful, constructive Belize and revolution, attained our political independence without the shedding of blood. One of the few nations in the world that can boast such a feat. Knowing the Honorable John Briceño, I have full confidence that he will be the man to bring this country and to bring us our economic independence. We will fix this economy. We will get this country back on track. Plan Belize will work. Everybody will win. Madam President, I fully, 100% support this budget.
I recognize Senator Kevin Herrera.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise to make my contribution on the budget 2021-2022 and as well request leave to refer to my notes and in some cases read from my presentation. Before I get into the core of my presentation, Madam President, I draw your attention to the recurrent revenue section of the budget under subhead 10101.
Can you go a little closer? We're not hearing. And remember, they need to record for the.
I thought it was too loud just now. As I was saying, Madam President, I draw your attention to the recurrent revenue section of the budget under subhead 10101 PAYE. If we only collected $86,526,069 in PAYE for the year 2020-2021 because of an increase in unemployment of 29%, we're only budgeting a 2% growth for the next fiscal year. And then there's the budgeted 10% salary cut. How is it that we're budgeting to collect $105 million, $178,676 for the year 2021-2022? Madam President, this is not adding up. To achieve that, there would have to be an employment rebound of around 22% over the actual outturn of the previous year. Perhaps we can get some clarity on this from those representing the government. Madam President, the challenges facing this country may be greater than any we have seen in a post-independence era. Even in the face of these formidable challenges, our options are narrow and our cases are in most cases unattractive at best. To list some of what we are facing, Madam President, we have a drop in revenues of 28% when compared to the budget of the last fiscal year. We have a debt crisis that has swollen to 125% of GDP. And that will significantly constrain our ability to borrow for badly needed funds to pump back into the economy. We have a health crisis brought about by a stubborn pandemic, a global pandemic that is. We have an unemployment crisis that has grown to 29-30%. And we have a dire current account deficit. Madam President, this is the context in which we're deliberating and debating this current budget. While what I described is a daunting challenge, Madam President, it pales in comparison to the human and humanitarian challenge that we face. In truth, what we're really facing is a human problem. Any economist would be able to tell you what to do to correct the challenges we face from a purely technical standpoint. But many of those solutions would have a catastrophic human cost, and in many respects are not viable options because of the need to lessen the impact on the citizens of this country. In this environment, a balanced approach is very important. While we need to correct the imbalances and reposition ourselves for the eventual rebound, we must employ fiscal discipline while being sensitive to the plight of our fellow citizens. So this is not a purely technical undertaking, since each action must take into consideration the potential adverse impact on people. Madam President, key to getting back on track is for us to do all that is possible to get the private sector going again. Getting the private sector going again is not conservative economics. It is expansionary in effect. It injects life into the economy. There are two major options I think we face. We can look at only cutting and collecting revenues, or we can push for growth and recovery. A couple of ideas with respect to the growth option. I'll use tourism as an example. At the start of the pandemic, the tourism sector fell to almost zero. We're looking at visitors coming in. This is a sector that earns 60% of the national foreign exchange and accounts for 40% of the GDP. Similar to the dramatic fall, Madam President, I believe this industry can also be at the forefront of the turnaround. Government needs to have a meaningful dialogue with the sector and address the needs of the sector urgently. Further assistance in access to financing is certainly a first step. Addressing crime and bringing street crimes down could greatly assist the sector in rebounding. People have been pent up in a global lockdown mode for over a year now. It is expected that once the major threat of the pandemic have passed, hopefully as a result of the vaccination rollout globally, and I encourage everyone like my colleagues previously did to get vaccinated, but hopefully this is a global effort. People will start traveling at an alarming rate. Our largest market, the US, is expected to grow by 8% over next year. We need to be ready to take advantage of this. Let us understand what the tourism sector needs and address it. This is one way to address the crisis in a way that has no adverse impact on the citizens. This approach, Madam President, is not a bitter pill. It is a win-win situation. Firstly, it can vastly assist with the unemployment situation, bring in badly needed foreign exchange, support thousands of families and heads of households, and aid in the other sectors by demanding products and services from them. I think especially about tours, local aviation, local entertainment, and agriculture. It is said that 1 in every 3 persons work in the tourism and tourism-related fields. So, Madam President, I make those points to really paint a picture of the positive impact this can have on our recovery. Let's double advertising and marketing in the sector so that we will be visible to those abroad who are looking for a perfect vacation. The good thing about tourism, Madam President, is that all infrastructure is there already. It will not require any huge investment. It is something that we can look to as a short-term and medium-term measure. This can start to happen now. Another example in another area, that was in the services sector, agriculture. Madam President, agriculture is also another area that can have a big impact, simply because it is such an important part of our economy. There are many products in this sector, whether we are talking about grains, fruits, vegetables, or animals. I have already mentioned that this sector is closely tied to tourism. As tourism grows, so too will the demand for agricultural products. To make the point, Madam President, I want to briefly touch on the beef industry. This is an industry that already has a lot of the infrastructure in place. I believe that there should be an immediate outreach to assist farmers in doubling or tripling the carrying capacity of their acreages. This can be done by simply improved pastures and improved herd management. To put it simply, assist farmers to transition away from the natural grass that grows on cleared fields and plant improved grass varieties. The effect of this, like I mentioned, can double and perhaps triple production with minimal additional investment. I say this, Madam President, because a lot of the investment has already been made in this sector in land clearing, fencing, stocking. With improved pastures, the animals will reproduce at a much faster rate. And like I mentioned, we could produce a lot more with less. This could easily be achieved within the next 3 to 5 years, and it should begin now. Another area that and these are just simple, these are just a few examples that I'm mentioning, but I tried to pick a couple examples from different areas, Madam President. The other example I want to raise is the music industry. It's certainly an untapped area. There is so much more that can be done in the music industry. We can do a lot more to develop this industry, its cultural significance, and its importance to the economy. It is well known that music is one of the drivers of tourism in many destinations. We can use the Jamaican example, Madam President. Who would not have heard about Shaggy, Bob Marley, and the likes? Who would not have known that they came from Jamaica? With streaming, audiences can be reached that were not reachable before. Anyone so inclined could be developing music and marketing them on various platforms. The sales from these creations can support an entire sector, publicize the country, and create music entrepreneurs. Music festivals draw millions of travelers every year. We only have to look at tours from musicians from time to time and look at how many people cross the borders to have that experience. Madam President, there are many positives that can come out of further development of an industry such as music. There are things that the government can do to encourage and perhaps even steer development in this area. Efforts can be made to work with musicians to develop them in technical areas and techniques. Efforts can be made to build a strong marketing campaign, brand development, and brand identity. Legislate mechanisms that would allow companies to claim benefits from supporting that industry. Work more to tie tourism and music into a joint offering. Madam President, you will note that the few examples stated are very doable. With minimal additional investments, the impact can be great. Those are merely a few examples of the opportunity areas. There are many more that exist. The private sector can rebound, and it will rebound. The challenge is to keep the system together until that happens. These are only a few examples, like I mentioned, but we need to maintain fiscal discipline. We need to get that bridge, like what Senator Perifeet mentioned, and we need to keep hope. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Bishop Alvin Bangushe.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I rise to speak on the General Revenue Appropriation Bill 2021. And I want to begin simply by stating, as I have shared in different forums, that while perhaps the government is engaged in perhaps communicating and raising issues with different stakeholders, including the unions, I often am reminded and hasten to say that there are other stakeholders. Because as we think about anything and any sacrifice that is to be made, it is everybody who will have to make the sacrifice. I want to believe that, in a sense, we are all sacrificing. As a religious leader, certainly with those with whom I have consulted, especially in the area I represent, we have concluded that a part of good governance is bearing the sacrifice collectively. We are aware of that. Madam Speaker, one of the things I think should be noted in whatever we are doing and whatever will take place, especially as we go into the future. One of the things that I am acutely aware of is the whole issue of trust. Trust in government, trust in decision making, commitment to doing things, the promises that have been made to ensure that they are carried out, and especially promises because they are made sometimes too flippantly and sometimes not committed to. But an important area going forward is the whole issue of trust. And so all that is taking place, especially as I speak to the issue of sacrifice, is the whole issue of trust. Trust in committing to some things. I must commend the government in one special area. And we heard it earlier, the Public Accounts Committee, social, and the inclusion of the social partners, in especially this committee. I must commend them in this area. I think it is a part of the commitment that they made early, and they have carried it out. While I can agree that some of the things they are being asked to do might take some time, I hasten to say that they must not take anything of the speedometer by going forward, but committing to those things that they have placed in the manifesto, things that they have placed before us, in going forward to keep accelerating, keeping to the commitment, speaking and communicating with the different sectors. And I think that is important, to keep to their commitment to continue that communication. Madam Speaker, I think that if that is done, trust will be built over a period of time. I want to indicate that from where I sit, there have been a number of concerns, yes, in the things that have been raised over the last few days, especially in the House of Representatives. The sacrifices that will have to be made and whatever cuts will have to take place. We have concluded that it must be a shared sacrifice. There are some things that, yes, we must note, however, that the issue of negotiation must also be transparent. It must be fair, and people must feel that they are being listened to. I still believe that there is the opportunity for meaningful compromise that can take place. The subject of sacrifice, I believe, also means that some compromise must take place. People must feel that you're hearing me. But not only are you hearing me, you are feeling with me. You feel my pain. And therefore, collectively, we can share that pain and sacrifice together. And so, whether it is the 10% or anything else that is to be done, it must be a collective shared sacrifice. I want to end, Madam Speaker, by agreeing with speakers before that yes, people want to experience and they want to hear that hope, because in this country today we all need that hope. As a spiritual leader, I have to share, as I said before, the whole understanding of hope. With that hope, I believe comes shared sacrifice. And it is that I must indicate from where I sit we are prepared to do in whatever sacrifices that are to be made. And so I stand here today to support what is before us and just to remind the government that this shared sacrifice must mean everybody with the understanding of shared hope to come down the road. I thank you very much.
I recognize Senator Erica Jang.
Madam President, I rise today to share my contributions on the government's estimates of revenues and expenditure bill for the period 2021-2022, which our Prime Minister, Honorable John Briceño, presented to the House of Representatives on April 9th, 2021. I kindly ask for your permission to refer to my notes. My support for this budget is buttressed on the fact that the people continue to have confidence in the PUP and the Prime Minister's Briceño leadership throughout this pandemic and this economic vacuum we have found ourselves in. Thanks to the reign of terror for the UDP, which lasted exactly 4,661 days. Again, it was for 4,661 days. I stand here today breathing a sigh of relief with the 88,039 other Belizeans who elected the PUP in November 2020 and reiterated their confidence in us by electing almost full blue slates in the municipal election in the past March. Madam President, political success aside, this administration, despite the challenges, remains upbeat and feels extremely optimistic that things will definitely turn around. Our shining economic star, tourism, is on a slow but steady rebound, and the ministry responsible noted the restart of cruise tourism, the reestablishment of flights into Belize, the Copa Airlines, and that will happen in June. These are two signals, in my opinion, that things are on the up and up. Cane farmers are now beginning to sell their products to Santander. Cattle farmers are exporting their animals across the border, and our work to improve the lives of Belizean families are all signals that our country is on the right footing. Today, Madam President, I stand to record my support for the budget because under exceedingly difficult circumstances, the programming of the resources we have has ensured that the businesses of education has not been forgotten. As a matter of fact, education continues to be this administration's priority, and it's evident in what has been allocated. The Prime Minister's government has committed funding for the fight against COVID-19, which will see the purchases of protective gear, critical care supplies, and of course, increased testing additional money for food assistance program. Because, Madam President, this administration is serious about helping the poor and the underdeserved during this pandemic. And as per our social justice and reform blueprint, Plan believes will address issues of housing, road, infrastructure, and education, as mentioned before. I pause here to say that as an educator who passionately believes in the importance of uplifting communities and getting them connected to modern technology, I am definitely elated that our government has invested 16.5 million for improving the quality and delivery of education. We're going to provide this using state-of-the-art ICT platform, DigiLearn. This way we connect to our students to contemporary learning that meet their ever-growing and ever-changing needs. We will also equip them with the requisite skills that will catapult them into opportunities to earn and learn in this fast-paced world. In the same vein, Madam President, I reiterate my support for the budget because this administration is serious about improving the lives of all Belizeans, and to this end, the Basic Needs Trust Fund and the Caribbean Development Bank is helping us to realize some of these goals. For example, through SIF, we will be able to get more communities outfitted and provided with portable water. This is also needed in rural schools, Madam President. I am also happy when I saw on Love FM, children return in the classroom. This allowed me to realize that this government is playing no joke, and we are serious about our intentions of educating citizens of this country. This then, Madam President, allows us to invest in our future today to ensure a more secure and stronger tomorrow. Isn't this what all our Belizeans deserve? Men, women, and children. Isn't this the fundamental human right of every person who call the jewel their home? This administration means business. The answer to both questions from all and sundry is a resounding yes. And now it's our government's obligation to rise to the challenge. I know our Prime Minister and our ministers and the PUP is on the side. We have decided that we will all support this budget, all of us on this aisle, who represent the People's United Party. We will also enact policies that translate its social justice agenda embedded in our roots. The Ministry of Education has announced a phased school reopening process in April and May. And we can see that the students are already going. Although some schools have preferred to stay online for now, these things signal the commitment of our educators in the business of education. They are working together to ensure classrooms are ready, and they are actually fitted to welcome back students for the first time in 13 to 14 months. However, though, we urge parents to continue to support their children just as they were when they were at home. I also pause here to remind teachers to get vaccinated against COVID-19, not only to protect the students, but also to protect themselves. The capable medical frontline workers are awaiting you, teachers, for you to set your appointment online and to get your job. I've already gotten mine. It is safe, and I encourage you to do so. The transgressions of the past sadly continue to be like the never-fading bothersome ghosts that we have read in our literature books. But thank goodness, the Deputy Prime Minister, the Minister of Natural Resources, is awake at the wheel, determined more than ever to ensure that there is equity in the land distribution system of this country. It is an enactment on the last government to have allowed just 464 people or companies to own or control more than 3.2 million acres of our land. Not only is it difficult to understand, but it is also shameful, disgraceful, utterly disrespectful that this has happened to our Belizean people. And not only were these people left there by the neglect of the UDP's behavior, they add insult to injury by simply refusing to pay their taxes. And hence, to this day, we can't say we're going to forget about the UDP. They need to be at the back of our heads. We can't forget about it. We must remember what you have done. Madam Speaker, the Bible said, "Render unto Caesar what is Caesar, and unto God what is God's." This simply tells us which are Caesar's, and unto God, we need to do it. We need to give it. Pay our taxes. It's our obligation. But these people behave as if the country belongs to them. They can do whatever they want. Not true. This country belongs to us. What is owed to us needs to be paid, and hence we are in this situation. Moving forward is difficult, Madam Speaker. It is going to be difficult. Most of the time, I listened to Senator Perry-Feet, and he said, you know what? Ono say ono could do better. Do it. He also said, why are you crying? Just go ahead and do the job. Before we move on, if there is a foundation that was weakened, Madam Speaker, there is no way to build on top of it. We need to fix it. And how do we fix it this time? With all parties, through negotiation, and that is what this administration is willing to do. It requires patience. It requires time. Rome was never built in one day, and we all know that. 13 years of corrupt administration, and you expect us to have everything fixed and settled within these months that we have been here. No, that cannot happen. I know that it's difficult when you hear we say, UDP did it. UDP did it. Yes, you did it. You did it. So now, what you have done in the 13 years, we are struggling now, putting our heads together to try and fix it. And I assure you, it will be done with this administration. I support the DPM's call for those who owe to pay tax to pay up. And if they do not, the ministry can get back the land so that we may distribute them to people who are first-time landowners. The patchy sum of taxes they have paid are not sustainable. And we heard the leader of government business giving those figures earlier. What a shame. What a shame. The drums that are rattling outside, if these 500 million, were being paid, teachers would have been in their classroom. Come on, man. If the previous administration was serious about clamping down on this, the ministry would now have better resources to manage the situation. What I am particularly pleased about, however, is the commitment from the ministry to be more welcoming to the public, responding to their serious concerns, and addressing them in a meaningful and speedy manner. This is evidenced by the individual session that Honorable Curdell Hyde has organized in communities, and I witnessed it for myself. He was in Dangriga. Madam President, the Prime Minister's budget is a smaller one than last year because we are under the weight of a pandemic, but more so because of the gross misspending by an abjectly inept set of government officials who did not fulfill their obligation to uplift Belize and its people in the last administration. They shamelessly shirked on their responsibilities and perfected corruption, the product of which has us in this dire strait, forcing the government's hand to take artistry measures. It is difficult, and it's a difficult pill to swallow for sure, but one that is necessary to stop this country from going down the destructive path it was on for the last 12 plus years. The budget presentation, aptly titled Today's Sacrifice, Tomorrow's Triumph. And I echo the sentiments of Senator Bengoshe when he spoke about sacrificing. All of us, if we want to get to where we're going, then we need to put all heads on board. We sacrifice, we communicate, and we move together. This will look at the most vulnerable. The government has committed to bolster the efforts of the National AIDS Commission and Restore Belize, designed to fulfill each of these organization mandates to provide hope and opportunities for sectors of society that are not forgotten. Restore Belize will specifically continue to provide educational opportunities so that the recipients are equipped to take on the world's challenges head-on, and that their roles in the world will be transformative and rewarding. When we keep complaining of what the previous administration did, this doesn't signal this administration's weakness, but it allows us to realize that something wrong happened. Something wrong happened, and it did not happen overnight. It was for a period of 13 years. I'm sure that all of us are aware of the term months, years. Months, years. This administration has been here for months. It is rather challenging. It is challenging for the administration. It is challenging for the people of this country. I must say, the road is long. It's a treacherous one too. However, I remain confident that with our level-headed, yet compassionate government, we will be able to make it through the tumult. National unity is necessary. We call upon our Belizeans to join in and to bring back the glory of this country. We are steadfast in the belief that Belize will be a success story. It will be a success story for the world to see. I share our government's unconquerable optimism. I share the government's unending drive for success. And I share the government's overwhelming sense of hope, even though there is just about every reason not to. Everybody will win, and the People's United Party will ensure that that mantra will forever ring true. Better days are yet ahead. Better days are within our grasp. Better days are our destiny. To prepare us for those good days, we build and rebuild, uplift and transform. We remain resilient and unflinching our determination to succeed. That success is possible with this budget, and that is my reason, Madam President, I am supporting it wholeheartedly. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Aldo Salazar.
Obliged, Madam President. Mr. President, I've had a few debates now under my belt, and every year we come here, and since I've been here, we've had a critical look at the numbers here. I remember my colleague for business, maybe not so fondly, we would painstakingly go through, and I say that in jest, he would know that, we would painstakingly go through this budget book every year. And I must confess, he would come prepared, he would come with a view to critique. And we would have to come equally as prepared to rebut many of the things that he said as to defend. As you know, in caucus, we defend the government's position because we support the government's budget. And that has been the practice here for the past few years. Of course, regrettably, this year is very different. This is no ordinary year, as we all know. We're caught in the throes of a pandemic, the ravages of the COVID-19 pandemic. And to compound matters, this year, the government and the public sector unions are embroiled in a bitter controversy. As we all know, we can hear it outside. We've seen it when we came this morning. So the controversy, as we all know, stems from the government of Belize's intention to deduct or to cut public sector wages by 10%, and in some cases, allowances of public officers by 25%. And I say proposal, but it's more than just a proposal now, because I've read a letter from the Minister of the Public Service, which was directed to the joint union, saying that he will advise the Governor General, pursuant to what he feels is his power to do so under 106.3 of the Constitution, to fix, so to speak, fix the wages of public officers. Now, I've only done one constitutional law case in my 20 years of practice, so I'm no expert, Mr. President, but I'm not entirely convinced that he can do that. I'm not entirely convinced that that argument is sound, and my colleague, Senator Smith from the BNTU, is not here, but I would caution them. I don't want to be said to be giving advice, but I would caution them that, you know, perhaps they should take a stronger and better look at that intent to use that section of the Constitution, because I'm not sure that Section 106.3 is supposed to be used in this manner. I think that what is meant by that section is that the minister may set the salaries, such as the pay scale, etc. But I don't think that he can do so to materially affect the wages that already exist. I don't think that he has the power to do so, to take away something that they already benefit from. And in fact, the section actually refers to, and I'm quoting, making regulations relating to the fixing of salaries. As I said, I'm not a constitutional law expert, but I think that that deserves a very long and hard look, because I'm not convinced at first glance that this is appropriate or within the power of the government to do. Nevertheless, the point is this, that there's very little that can be addressed by way of a debate of these figures here without addressing the elephant in the room, which is the 10% cut of proposed, or no, that is supposed to be in effect of public sector wages. It is safe to say that the relationship between the government and the public sector unions has soured, and it has soured considerably over the past few weeks. And I must say that the reason for this deterioration in relationship should fall squarely in the laps of the government of Belize, in the lap of the government of Belize. It is the government's fault why there is now this situation of where the two sides are really locked into a position and there's this dispute. If we study this issue, if we've been following it over the media, we've heard the union leaders speak generally about corruption, about issues of wastage on government spending and cronyism and that sort of thing generally on both sides of the political divide. This has been a constant criticism from members of the public sector unions. And it is really the government that has plunged this entire debate into the ad hominem, into the realm of the ad hominem. Because, Mr. President, I really don't listen to the radio a lot. When I do, it is usually because I'm driving in my car. It's either because I'm going to run an errand, or I am dropping off my children or picking them up from school. But on the few occasions that I listen to the radio, I usually listen to wave radio, of course, or I'd listen to Love FM. And what I've heard on Love FM is a blistering, scorched earth, desert storm type campaign aimed directly at personalities within the union, at the leadership of the union. I am mystified. I am stupefied Who came up with this? I can't understand how any responsible politician could come up with this idea. And I know my colleagues, well, I know some of my colleagues on the other side, and I know them to be sober, reasonable, intelligent persons, and I know this is not coming from them. It has to be coming from somebody who has a political misconception, because I don't understand how any sober political advisor in a civilized society could be attacking its trade union leadership. It's like the story of the emperor's new clothes. If nobody tells you you're naked, you won't know you're naked. You believe that you have on clothes. Well, Mr. Government, I'm here to tell you that you are naked. This is not an advisable course of action that you're on. And I call upon members of the media. The media likes to call themselves the Fourth Estate. I call upon you, members of the media, not to tolerate this. Act with the decency that is required of the Fourth Estate. Would you have accepted to run commercials that were equally as critical of the personalities in government? The things that I've heard about the leadership of the unions, that they are guided by personal political ambition, that they're not genuine, and much more. And one of the things that irks me is that one of the personalities that we're attacking is a member of our judiciary, a senior member of the judiciary. This is uncivilized. You see, let me put it in terms that you can understand. Since perspectives change when you get into government, as I now understand. You see, when the UDP government took one of those policy or political decisions when you are in opposition, and you scratch your head and you say, now what anybody think? Well, this sustained attack on our unions, on the people outside, for defending 10% is 10 times worse than anything that you could have scratched your head about. So, to the media, as I said, and I read a particular article in the media. I'm not going to call any name, because the kids say no call no name. But you know, they know who they are, and if the hat fits, wear it. I read an article that was saying that the joint unions were seeking to boycott the media because of certain commercials, certain advertisements that were being run. And then in the same article it said, but you should remember that we're the ones who gave you the first platform when you started to air your discontent and so on. Well, you know what? It matters nothing that you give me a run if after that you run me over. What does it matter? You give me a run and after that you run me over. So, in this situation, I would borrow from my friends at the Rotary and say, you in the media should apply the four-way test when you run these campaigns, these ad hominem campaigns. Is it the truth? Is it fair to all concerned? Will it build goodwill and better friendships? Will it be beneficial to all concerned? I think the answer is no on all fours. So I've heard in this chamber today, a lot of empathy for the people outside, coming from the government side. But when driving up today, the Prime Minister was on the media, and during the commercial break, they were attacking the same leadership that they empathize with, the same unions that they empathize with. They're attacking in this sustained attempt to undermine the unions. These attacks on the trade union movement are appalling. The one-off criticism of a position taken by the unions, you could disagree with a conclusion, you could disagree with their views, you could disagree with their recommendations. But there are certain things, certain attacks that are better that your party hacks can do. That's why you have a radio station for that. You have a radio station your party hacks can do that. That's why political parties have a radio station. This should not be a part of the mainstream media. And I call upon the media to refuse to run these ads. You know why? For the primary reason, because they are false. Because they try to paint a picture as if the trade unions suddenly got up in December or January of this year and started to come alive. That is not true. I remember some of the same politicians who are now on the other side donned green last February and joined the same union who they said just woke up, joined the same unions in their campaign, in their marches in Belize City, and pose for the camera and give interview too. The same unions that they're now attacking. Come on, man. This is not right. This is not right. And speaking of perpetuation of falsehoods, I must address the issue of what I call the blame borrow fallacy. The blame borrow fallacy. You don't think Dean Barrow make COVID? You don't think that he eat the pangolin in Wuhan? The way how you guys are blaming the former Prime Minister for this. Let's look at this. The Prime Minister in his budget speech, where is it? The Prime Minister in his budget speech made a point that the economy was firmly he said firmly in, I don't think he used the word recession, but to that effect, that it was firmly in recession already in 2019. And of course, this was the fault of Dean Barrow. Well, that is not true. That is not true. Mr. President, you are a fan of history. We heard you recite a lot of historical things earlier. So I need to remind you as well, that in 2019, the entire global economy was in an economic downturn. The entire global economy was in a downturn, and our neighbors who we compare ourselves with were also in a downturn. I don't compare ourselves with the Central American republics because they have very different economies from ours. I prefer to compare us with tourism-dependent nations in the Caribbean, which are more similar to us. And it's not me saying this, you know. This was according to a 236-page report published by the United Nations. And let me tell you what that said, Mr. President. This is from the Economic and Social Affairs section of the United Nations. And in a report issued in January of 2020, which was before the pandemic took hold, they said that in 2019, the global economy recorded its lowest growth of the decade, falling to 2.3% as a result of the downturn. In fact, according to that same report, 2019 saw the slowest global expansion since the world financial crisis of 2008-2009. And I quote from the UN's report, with growth trending down in virtually all major economies and slowing in all geographic areas except Africa. So, this is a 236-page report published by the UN. So, make we not worry about the noise. We need to check with change. If you look at our fellow Caribbean countries, Barbados was in recession, worse than Belize. Jamaica also had an economic downturn. St. Lucia has similar size GDP as ours. They were in an economic downturn. St. Vincent was in an economic downturn. Grenada was in a downturn. So when you say to me that in 2019 our economy was already in a downturn, that's one thing if you take that in a vacuum. But when we look at the fact that this was actually a global trend, then the truth starts to emerge, because you could paint any picture you want if you look at it with a small little lens. The other thing that is being perpetuated here is that Belize has suffered more at the hands of COVID. Belize has suffered more at the hands of COVID because of Mr. Barrow and the UEP. As the PM put it in his speech, we were among 5 of the worst impacted nations, among the worst in the world, at 13.3%. Well, the Caribbean Development Bank stated in a release on March 2nd of this year that on average, its 19 borrowing members saw a GDP decline average of 12.8%. So, of its 19 borrowing members, the Barrow wasn't at the helm of the other 18. Of the 19, an average of 12.8% decline, with the majority registering double-digit declines in GDP as a result of the pandemic. Hardest hit, and I'm quoting, hardest hit were countries with significant tourism industries, such as the Bahamas, Barbados, Cayman Islands, Dominica, Grenada, and Belize. So you see, Belize is not alone. Belize is not alone. It is true that what we have before us is a dire economic picture. What is not true? We need to pick sense from nonsense. What is not true is that this was as a result of fiscal mismanagement, because we are in the same position as other countries in the region. So, what we need is, as the leader on this side has said, ingenuity. We don't need excuses. We need ingenuity to get out of this. Again, a lot has been said about the borrowing of the previous administration to address the crisis brought on by the pandemic. A lot of criticism has been levied at the borrowing from the central bank. However, since taking office, this government hasn't done anything different. It hasn't done anything different. From what I understand, it has continued to do so when it needs to. So, now, going back to the impasse with the unions, with the teachers, the public service union. I think, and I am honestly saying this, I think that government has been caught in a situation where it is going after the low-lying fruit, where it has locked in, like when you see in a movie when you watch Top Gun and the airplane locks into the other one. I think government has locked into this issue of a 10% cut to address the crisis. And I feel that this is causing us to fail to look at other areas that we could use to address the deficit. We've all known for many years, those of you who like history, not only for the past 13 years, but prior to that we have problems at customs. We know that we have issues with customs. We know that the collection of customs duties is like trying to take water off a hill in a bucket with a hole. And that needs to be addressed. And that is something that can be addressed in the short term. I don't think it is going to take any significant restructuring or any significant expense to be able to address the losses at customs. I don't think anybody in here could argue that we're not losing money through the customs department. But then, let's look at the budget. In terms of what we project to generate from customs, I'm talking only about the customs import duties, because the customs is lumped in with international trade and transactions. You have a social fee, which I believe replaced the revenue, the RRD. But I'm only looking at the customs component of the customs duties. And if we look at the import duties, the actual for 2019-2020, it was 94 million. And this is something, as I said, I was listening to Love FM this morning, and I heard the Prime Minister mention that, you'll be looking at other revenue enhancement measures such as customs, and it mentioned customs specifically and GST. But if we look at the budget, the actual was 94 million for 2019-2020, but the projected for 21-22 is 80 million. The projected for 22-23 is 84 million. the projected for 23-24 is 88 million. So, and I know that we expect economic activity to decline and to slump still a little, continuing in a slump. But the figures in the budget, that are presented is not displaying to me that anything is going to be done to address the losses at customs, because it's not increasing. We're not projecting that we're going to increase revenue collection from customs. So that's one issue. The other issue is GST. If you take a sampling from members of the chamber, those who are good upstanding members and who pay their GST, if we take a sampling of them, and if we take a sampling of our people, there is this serious feeling that we're losing revenue from GST collection, that people are not being honest with the revenue that they're collecting and paying into the GST department. And I believe we like say, they're not so, they're nearly so. So, but if we look at the budget as well, I'm not seeing, and I heard the Prime Minister mention it this morning on Love FM, but in the budget I'm not seeing the intention or the hope that we're going to be generating more revenue from GST, that GST collections are going to improve. Because if we look at those figures, the actual for 2019 and 2020 was 322 million. The budget for 21-22 is 247 million, 22-23, 276 million, 23-24, 290 million. So we're not expecting to increase our collections from GST either. Now I could understand a projection for a slump because of the economic activity that's going down. But for the years after that, the next 2 years after this year, there's still not a projection to increase revenue from GST. So then, we're not enhancing revenue collection in GST nor customs. I'm not the one saying it, it's in here. We're not looking to enhance collection from GST and from customs, which is the place where we know that we've been losing a lot of our tax revenue. So, I would urge government, let's go back to the table with the unions. Let's stop this, I'm sorry, I can't use parliamentary language, this foolishness, attacking our people. I'd like to know who is paying that bill, you know. I'd really like to know whether that bill at those media stations are being paid by government or by a political party. And I'd really like to get the answer for that at some point. Let's stop attacking our own people. These are the people who voted for the government. When you attack the leadership of a union, you are attacking the union itself. And I don't know who advised it, because that's like going up to a tiger and punching it in the nose, attacking your trade union. Let's stop insulting our people. Stop going on your TV station and saying that what they do doesn't matter. That doesn't help. That doesn't help. Stop putting a hardline position on them. Because you see, we want to lock them into an agreement for 3 years. When we're already seeing that cruise ships are going to start calling, I believe, in October. We're already hearing that the flights, Senator John said it, the flights are starting to come back. We're already seeing that economic activity will return. So why are we going to lock our public officers into a long-term deal? Why don't we negotiate a shorter deal? Why don't we go back to the table with them? Stop insulting them. Go back to the table with them and work out something that's not as long term. Give us some concrete ways in which you're going to enhance revenue collection. And not from the ones who are already paying, you know. Because there is this tendency to harass people who are already paying. Look for those who are not paying. There are other things that can be done. There is a lot of money lost in this country through real estate transactions. I know it from practice. We can see where the money does not come into the country from real estate. Let's look at this industry. There's no law regulating realtors in Belize. There's no requirement, well, there is, but there's more teeth than we can put into legislation requiring that money to come to Belize. And I know people have their US dollars invested here, and if you invest it, you're supposed to get it back. But a lot of money is being lost through real estate transactions in this country. And so, let's try one of the whole Soviet words, well, during the whole Soviet rapprochement. Let's go back to the unions, sit with them. We could stop fight. The flag was flying upside down today. It's not going to get better, you know. It's going to get worse. And you could start by stop running those ads on our mainstream media. If there's anything that you do after today, that is my only wish. Let's get back to the drawing board. Let's look at revenue enhancement. There are ways to get additional money. Thank you.
Recognize Senator Sheena Pitts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to first crave the indulgence of all my colleagues, and I apologize now because I anticipate that at some point the condition I find myself in today and my voice may be a little bit much. And so I apologize for sounding like this, but I'm not all well. And if you could bear with me. And because of that, even though I am realizing over time that true to form of being BQ Pitts' daughter, I am being told that I can be long-winded, which means I can talk long. I don't want to do that today because I have my voice that I'm fighting with, I have my body that I'm fighting with, and other things. So I'll be as short as I can and as pointed as I can. And I will start first by stating that we came here and we started promptly at 9, and it took only until Senator John's presentation that we properly recognized the competing noise outside and who it was coming from. It was only until then, and then we're hearing it now from my colleague on this side. And with that I say this, in presenting this budget, we took long to address the elephant outside, and what I intend to not ignore is the elephant that came in through the side door, by the presentation of Senator Courtney. And it needs addressing because we cannot ignore it. And in saying that, I've been hearing, listening, and I hear our respective contributions in relation to what the position of the union is. And at some point, perhaps I am just too sensitive, and if that is what it is, respectfully so, I apologize, but I don't think I am. But at some point, it sounded to me that through the presentation, there was a collective of voice and position that we must look at the position of the union and not respect their position and not hear their cries. And so I am asking us, the drums are loud outside. Those are the drums in the culture of the Garifuna, the drums of their fathers, but those drums I want to continue going so that they string sinews together in the union and make nerve and flesh impregnable so that the union can continue independently without the kind of derisive criticism that we've heard Senator Salazar refer to, with the respect they command, and continue their fight. Now I am aware the union does not need any defense from anybody else. They have been representing themselves well. But what we cannot bring into the chambers is the collective approach outside the chambers of ganging up against the union. I think, Mr. President, that is unfortunate. And so I say, we can all disagree, respectfully so. We can all criticize, respectfully so. But let us not forget that which ought to guide us. And I say that to come to this. Leader of government business, Senator Courtney, is aware of a bit my present condition. I've spoken to him personally, and from him I receive compassion, and I thank him. And so I know that he is a human being of good quality to extend to me at a time when I did not look out to receive it from him, to follow up with me and make inquiries. I respect that. I appreciate that. And it is an indication that should the leader of government business direct that same compassion to the government can benefit in how they're handling the union. I have had the privilege of practicing law on the other side of Senator Courtney. And so I have had the benefit of being able to discern when he speaks with passion and compassion. And I say that to take us into the next elephant I speak about, that came in through the side door. As Senator Courtney spoke about the TNC deal and what happened at Mitch, I sat here and I discerned the passion in his presentation. And that is informing us, if we are to take anything away from Senator Courtney, from the areas he identified, and believe that those areas could have contributed and made meaningful change. And so I stand here to say this. Representing the opposition, I am not going to defend any deal like that. What I will say is that we can agree that having learned about it, we can see where there were monies that would have benefited us. And we can see where that is an area that should inform the government. It should teach the government. The government came in, as they say, on a blue wave. I call that wave a blue tsunami. The blue tsunami wooed you. It distracted you by the blue glue, and now then it this you. And when I say you, I don't mean you, Mr. President. You include all of us. Because those things in Plan Believe, if you notice, were people-centered. The government now at that time crafted a manifesto that redirected the energies on the people, because they saw at that time perhaps that was a weakness that helped install them into government. And so, being in government now, we have the good governance motion. The first thing they did, you know why I like it, Mr. President? Because it sets the bar meter. If you would recall on occasions before, I said, this is not the time for obnoxious relativity. This is not the time to sit down and say, you did this, or I did this, or you did that, and I did that. Because it takes us nowhere further to any meaningful solution. And I said that I'm saying now why I like the good governance. It set the bar meter so high. In the government's view, at that time, they recognized things that they said was not being done well. And so in the good governance motion, they committed themselves to correcting it and or do better. And I said before, in everything that the government does now, it must do it equal to and or better than the opposition. And so now, you know what this good governance motion does? It sets the bar meter so high. And I think about the quip, the higher monkey climb, the higher he expose it. Because that bar meter is so high that everything the government is doing is exposing that there is no correlation, absolutely no correlation between what that good governance really is and means and what they're actually doing. If you recall, Senator Bennett on one of the occasions educated us on processes. So I'm asking and I'm pointing out, is it this good governance motion and what they're doing now? All the processes in between that is meant to make the good governance motion true, meaningful, and correct is lost. You've heard Senator Salazar refer to the letter that is informing the unions that there is a consideration to inform the Governor General that we will change the salaries. Is that any process of meeting with the unions meaningfully so and resolving a dispute? No. Because we can appreciate that most times when we come here, there are foregone conclusions that what we are debating, for naught. And so what that good governance motion does is this, and what the elephant outside is doing is this, and a quote from Nelson Mandela was brought to my mind this morning, and if I may be permitted to read it, Mr. President. The betrayal towards a nation reaches its peak when a new government does worse than their predecessor after they had promised the people to fight corruption, nepotism, and injustice. That is what the union is responding to right now. That is why they are outside beating those drums that string sinews together to make nerve and flesh impregnable to keep them going on. On the issue of nepotism, if I am to take that squarely, we have to be informed by the general election. The general election that passed was an indication that the people of Belize did not appreciate what they saw as nepotistic appointments in the opposition at that time, the government at that time. And so with the good governance motion, committing yourself to fight that, and then we didn't even reach 5 months in, and we have had the highest number of nepotistic appointments. How is that anything that will inform the union to back off from their position? How is that anything that will invoke in the union the trust that Senator Bengoshe referred to and Senator Jang? You are setting the bar so high, and we expect you to maintain it. But you know the good thing about setting it so high? We here looking on, we the city where they get exposed to danger. And so if you look at the numbers in the budget estimate, and what the government has done is projected figures and made a debate, made a budget that we are expected to see results, meaningful results. They call it short term, but it's not in the short term. It's at the end of their time in government. But for now, they are saying, and they're zeroed in. Now, in much fairness to the government, I will not say that they did not have any plan, because there are areas of focus that were identified. There are different priorities that were stated to be top priorities. And then there was an attempt at the exposition of how they intend to get done what they are saying in their 4-step plan. And why I have to join with my colleague, Senator Perifit, when he says that maybe the government has no plan, is because the only discernible mechanism that we're identifying at this present point that is being marshaled as definite short-term solution that will ease the government is by doing the pay cut. Every other area that the government has identified, spending reduction in that bracket, it's the pay cut. Revenue enhancement, we've heard that the government plans to address outstanding debt collection in a muscular way. Now let me say this, and I will join you, Senator Courtney, because when things are true, correct, and or they make sense, what you can always expect from me, Mr. President, is that I will say so. And if it is coming from the government, I will join them in doing that. So what I join Senator Courtney in saying is that the opposition, when they were in government, had opportune time to collect outstanding taxes. That is true, and that is correct. But we cannot allow ourselves to be obnoxiously relative here and say, yes, you had 12, 13 years to collect it, so don't tell us about tax collection. No. No, remember we have the good governance motion. And like what Senator Parafit has said, you need to do what is necessary to show that there is a direct correlation between what you say, what you have in this budget, and what you actually do. So we have from the government saying that they will enhance collection, but what we do not hear from them is how they will do so, although I will tell you, I read in passing that they are setting up a committee or body or something to deal with just that. But what you don't see translated in their action, which is most important, and what the unions did, the unions identified those businesses that are behind in their taxes and they went to picket them. The government needs to do what it says it will do, and you do not need 5 years to do that. Collect the taxes, not say that it was outstanding for all that time and have us forget that it remains outstanding. Show us in a particularized way that you have begun to do it. You've heard my colleague Senator Courtney say that it is the Prime Minister's own family member who said they're not paying the taxes. Let me tell you, one of the benefits of coming from the practice of law, there are mechanisms that we can enforce to collect our taxes. And yes, we came off a pandemic, and there might be this resistance and say, well, we can't satisfy it because we're having a difficult financial time. But guess what? I have seen the tax department go after certain businesses and certain persons in the most aggressive way. Go and crowfoot people assets if you need. Whatever you need to do that is available to you in law, you do so in order to make real those things you say. Because what you will cause to happen is that the very same mouth that came all the plans and promises for Plan Belize, it will be spinning on an axis where it's just satellite dreams, satellite promises, satellite cities, satellite free education, satellite all of that, and it will mean nothing. And so that is where the people lose trust. Because you are not doing what you say you will do. And you are not doing it in the way that you say you will do it. And so when I stood here and I said, we have to keep the proverbial foot on the necks of the government, that is what it means. That is what the unions doing, holding them accountable for those things that they represented in the good governance motion, and to say, hey, look at what is going on and you're flouting everything. And is it really the position of the government to be so strident in opposition to just sitting down with the unions in a meaningful way? Senator Salazar is hopeful in that. He would want the government and the unions to sit again and solve it. Leader for Government Business has said so, that we need to continue speaking because this thing, it need not be extended. And on this issue, I must say that I am jaded, because if we can read a letter that is saying we are going to touch the Constitution in terms of justifying why you will get a cut, that is not the kind of spirit and will of negotiation. And so that is why I'm jaded. I don't think it will happen. But I prefer to be pleasantly surprised. Because if you had listened to the House debate, you will hear where Honorable Shine Barrow said that he wants the government to succeed. We don't want to see the government fail because all of us are citizens in this little belief. And so I associate myself with that and say, let me be pleasantly surprised because I want this problem to be resolved and I want this government to succeed. So that is on that, Mr. President. Now, having identified those areas, I said the spending reductions, the revenue enhancement, the comprehensive debt restructuring, and above average economic expansion. And then they said public pension reform. And when I heard that, I must ask the government indulgence on behalf of those who rely on that. Leave pensions alone. There is a way to address having to deal with the issue of non-contributory pensions, but in the short term, right now, you've identified the pay cut. Please, I heard you, Mr. President, say you talk to your people talk to you, and they say certain things to you. And one of the disadvantages that I think we have in here, and perhaps it is what misinforms us sometimes, is because we have not suffered that rigor of walking in a constituency, of listening to people's plight, of having to deliver for them to have us installed in office. Us here, we are appointed. And I don't know if there's a disconnect between being appointed versus being elected. And the only reason why I say that is because on this issue of the union, I would have at least expected to hear that in some sober, reasonable voice of reason, in more than one person, that they would have understood the premise on which the union stands and respect it. And that is not too much to ask. And so I say here publicly and put it on record, every employee that has been dismissed, I stand with, who is outside making noise and plan to make noise. Every union member that agreed to mobilize and will continue to mobilize, I am in agreement and solidarity with. Every BPL employee that has been let go, I stand with and I'm in solidarity with them. And if you notice, Mr. President, and it cannot go on as if though we don't see it, but right now, all unions and associations, they have over a period of time put out releases in support. And that is why I started and I said, how is it we're not hearing them outside and being informed by it? And that is why I pointed out the compassion that I know the leader of government business has. He has extended it to me, for which I will be forever grateful, because he doesn't have to be compassionate in a private matter. But I would want for him to translate that to the government. And you know, every time I think about the leader of government business, I have to remind myself that he is a government minister and a senator. And you know why I do that? Because that thing that is called Freudian slip, now I realize it's not necessarily Freudian in my case, because when I look at him and I think of him as my prime minister. But to no disrespect to the prime minister of this country, and I want to put it on record that I don't mean to disrespect the prime minister of this country, because he is my prime minister. But in my view, and I say that, I said it on the last occasion, if there is no one else who can inform and have this government yield, If there is no one else that has this power, it is the leader of government business. And so that is the reason why I am saying, have these things inform you. Do not compartmentalize and deal with things one way as opposed and deal with other things the other way. The same impassioned way you presented the TNT deal and the adjectives you use in relation to it, you take that same energy to my government and have them go against those outstanding taxpayers. And God forbid I am ever a part of it. But if I am ever a part of it, you come against me too. Because at the end of the day, it cannot be that we will say we have to trust and we have to sacrifice when we have not all exhausted all our options. Mr. President, I don't know if you recall, there is a picture that is always shown when we talk about equality versus equity. There is a window and three persons on different heights of respective boxes. And if we go by equality, you can see the vantage point of each person. But when we go by equity, then all of them are on the same level. So don't. And you know, I know Senator Smith will be able to represent herself well. But like I said, maybe I am thinking because I took personal insult when I heard that we ought to understand, accept, swallow the blue glue pill that public servants are to sacrifice the same way as everybody else, when we already know. I don't like to repeat these things, you know, because I don't like to feed into false narratives, but sometimes some things are true. We already know that some people are more equal than not, and others. So you are asking public servants. Now, the irony of this is that you're asking public servants of a certain pair to give up 10%, some to give up 12%. The 10% that government ministers are foregoing, you know what their salaries are? But they're only giving up 10%. Only that now, prior to the pandemic, into the pandemic, before the change of government, we had the Ministry of Education who was at that time vigorous in ensuring that the classes would have been ready to receive back students, and there were campaigns to clean and sanitize. Before the pandemic, teachers on their limited budget had to go in their personal pocket to find money to put up their own charts, to find money to ensure that they had the materials and resources so that there is a proper learning environment for our children. And the pandemic came along, and then the same teachers had to go back and find from their personal resources to assist in ensuring their classroom, because now each teacher is responsible for his or her classroom, that their classroom is ready to receive students. This is the same teacher being asked to forego 10%, that when that comes out of a pay scale 16 salary, that is the difference between being able to afford groceries, Mr. President. That is the difference between being able to pay your mortgage payment. That is the difference between being able to pay your rent. You made mention of having to deal with somebody on a rent issue. So that person who you had to help, that situation cannot be mirrored and compared to the position teachers find themselves in. You see, a government minister, when they give up 10%, they still have their allowances. And their allowances, I will tell you, for an entire year, for some ministers, is more than the yearly salary for a pay scale 16 teacher. So how is it we cannot understand that asking teachers to forego 10% is asking them to subject themselves to a poorer quality of life, asking them to subject themselves to challenged quality of life. When that 10% comes out, people will begin to default. You see, the reason why why I've said before that we look to what the UDP did, and with this new administration, they must meet it equal to or better than. The UDP administration negotiated with the financial institutions that they would hold off on loan payments for 3 months. That was a kind of ease that is beneficial. Now, me being me, I was still critical because I said, you're holding off principal, but interest continue to accrue, and interest kill people in a loan arrangement. But it was something for a manifesto that was people-centered to now deliver a budget that is the last thing from people-centered. It must be that even you don't agree with me, man. Don't agree with me. We listened to the House debates last week. We heard Honorable Julius Espat boast, whether in humility or not, that he got the third largest budget that is for infrastructure. Where is the people-centeredness of the budget? Where did that go? And that is why I said, the blue tsunami woo you. It distracted you by the blue glue, and now it diss you. And you know I said blue glue, right? The viscosity of glue, sticky. So when I say blue glue, I will leave it to your imagination. But the good thing about the good governance motion is that when they are up high there on that barometer, and unfortunately I don't wear my emotions and my opinions where I sit. But when it begins to happen, where they sit will be exposed to the whole country. And you know that danger that I alluded to? When the time comes, if you notice, Belizeans, we don't vote in a government, we vote out a government. And the last thing, or you know what? I won't say the last thing, because you see I'm here on the opposition, and I have my role to play. And as much as I want the government to win, I am here on the sidelines waiting for when the government continue to expose it to danger and they are voted out. Because the very premise on which they were voted in, being a people-centered approach, is the very thing we have seen in the 5 months that is completely untrue. The budget isn't people-friendly. Now, I go to dealing with an aspect which I think it needs some attention. My colleague and good friend, Orson Elrington, it is his position, and I agree with him, that at times you need to be able to recognize a narrative, being able to control the narrative, or being able to respond to a narrative in a way that when that narrative is perverse, you address it promptly. And the narrative I speak to right now, because right now I want us to question the narrative, I want us to challenge the narrative, and I want us to reject the narrative. And that narrative is, one, government broke. You know why I say I want us to question that narrative? If government is truly broke, and we are here in a position forcing the unions that public servants must take 10% cut and a 3-year increment freeze, how is it that we are here learning about spending for vehicles, about renting office spaces when there is no need to? And I can go on and on. But remember, Mr. President, I said I will be short, so I will not go on and on. I want to, like we would say in court, have it taken as read that the people who are listening to us here are aware of the many expenses being undertaken by the government at a time when they say they broke. Question the narrative. They broke and they still spend. And spend parting when I have no business to spend pan. Then they spend parting when I have nothing to do with the people. No, man. Challenge the narrative. That is what the union is doing. Come to us and show us that you have exhausted every option at addressing the crisis. And then and only then, we will be in a position to say, all right, now it's our turn, who are at the bottom end of the earning and equity ladder, to yield up 10% and 3-year increment freeze. In rejecting the narrative, we have to appreciate that where you not have money, you can't spend money. So that narrative that we brought is there. You hear Senator Salazar talk about the falsehood? No, another narrative. Senator Salazar touched it. Senator Percy touched it. Somehow we got all hoodwinked into believing that the sole basis for the economic crisis is because of 13 years of continuous corruption, mismanagement, and maladministration. You know, for a minute I said, I am not privy. And until I become privy, I will wait on the government's correlation between that assertion and the revelation of its truth. And so far, I don't have nothing. Remember, they have the commission ongoing to investigate the fire sale of government assets. And so I was waiting. Perhaps I need to continue to wait to hear of all those instances of sustained corruption where it has to do with fire sale of government assets, of mismanagement and maladministration when it comes to public assets, into the very inquiry, Mr. President, and it cannot be lost on your head, not you personally, the seat, and neither of our heads, that there was the revelation that while that is happening, and while we join the government momentarily to say, yes, there was fire sale, you know what happened? Fire sale. You hear one CEO to buy guns, you hear one person to buy something else, and I will not go into it. Remember, Mr. President, I said I will not be long, and I hope to take it as read and understood that the people who are listening to us in here are being mindful of the things that is happening. And I want to quickly move through. And why I say we have to question, challenge, and reject the narrative, I have Senator Courtney referred to the April 12th document, and I refer to the participation in World Bank and IMF spring meetings. And Honorable Christopher Cowie said he highlighted the critical condition of the nation's economy in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic, exacerbated by a drought that decimated crops in 2019 and 100-year floods caused by hurricanes Eta and Iota in 2020. In numbers, he explained, the effect has been dramatic, with economic contraction exceeding 14%, debt to GDP skyrocketing to 130%, unemployment approaching 30%, fiscal revenue shortfall near 30%, and a primary deficit around 8% of GDP. Mr. President, I did not hear or read 13 years sustained corruption, mismanagement, or maladministration as the cause there. Now, I will not stand here hypocritical to say that there weren't instances that things happened or were caused to be done, but I would prefer to isolate that to those persons. And it's a pity, but they say hindsight is 20/20, but I can tell you under the new leadership, anything that peeks its head out like that will be excised. And that is what restoring public confidence is about. Now, moving quickly through, we have the issue of how it is we expect the economy to rebound and what the government is proposing. And I've had the benefit of sitting with economists, because I will not stand here to pretend that I understand everything that is contained in these documents, and it's a pity the leader of government business did not meet with us to perhaps ascertain whether or not we needed any assistance. But I know that in the future he will be sharp on that, because the leader of government business is sharp in solutions and results. But in any event, I would be most grateful if I am permitted. I want to speak on an area of particular interest quickly. At the beginning of the judicial year, the acting Chief Justice made some scathing remarks. And Senator Courtney can tell you, the acting Chief Justice is a cool judge. And for her to say those things is telling. The Attorney General, in reply, said certain things, but when you go to the budget does not assist the judiciary in any way in being properly funded or resourced. Now, we heard talks of hope and gloom and doom and this and that, but I'm saying any leader of any sports team, any government, anything, they must be in a position to motivate, to inspire, and to provoke cooperation. And so we expect the same public servants who are to take salary cuts to be the same public servants who turn up to work every day, to be the ones to carry out your work, to collect outstanding taxes, to do this and do that. How can we take away from them in one breath and expect them to do our work? We are demoralizing them. All of those persons who got hired when others were being fired at more favorable remuneration packages, there are public servants who could have been elevated to those positions. And so I close by saying, Madam President, that the budget does not represent what good governance is and what the government set out to do in action. We don't have anything that will help people eat and survive. We expected that there would have been counter-cyclical additional government expenditure to boost the economy. It is the public servants who spend. That is where we get our money from. And so, Madam Speaker, I close by saying this. Let us respect the unions and identify and appreciate that what they are doing is what we all should do. Hold the government accountable to their good governance motion and have them translate into reality by their actions those things that they said in that good governance motion. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Bevin Cal.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise to make my contribution on the draft estimate of revenue and expenditure for fiscal year 2021-2022. Before I get into my presentation, I would like to comment on a few things that was mentioned by the opposition. Senator Parafit said, leave the UDP alone. What a slap in the face of the Belizean people. Until you all can bring all the millions that you have stolen and hustled from the Belizean people, until then, they might forget you. But we must remind our teachers, our public officers, and all the Belizean people of the main reason why our country is in such a really bad state. The blatant corruption, mismanagement, and the no-brainer of the last UDP administration. We must remind the Belizean people on how they squandered the hard-earned taxes of the Belizean people on pibil, barbecue, on the beach. We must remind the Belizean people of the mismanagement of our resources in reinforcing a chair instead of reinforcing our economy, even though we knew the weight and stress that the country was going through, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. Senator Parafit said earlier, hustle here and hustle there. And that was exactly what they were doing by enriching their families, friends, and cronies when they were giving away bloated contracts that is now costing the Belizean people billions of dollars. They were busy giving away our prime land, especially in the Pine Ridge, writing off millions of dollars in land taxes. And the leader of government business just alluded to one, the TNC, millions of dollars from land taxes that was written off by the past UDP administration. While our young people and normal Belizeans cannot get a piece of land, they were busy investing in their private properties at the cost of the Belizean people, that the same taxes that will be now paying our teachers and public servants. Madam President, they have the audacity to come here and criticize this new government that is trying to fix all the mess that they have left behind. They failed to have the courage or the manhood to tell the Belizean people the harsh truth about our economy. And they failed to take strong steps to fix it. They instead borrowed and borrowed and borrowed and kept us drifting in the wrong direction. This drifting has eroded our resources, has fractured our economy, and has shaken our confidence. For the last 13 years, the UDP administration had no vision for Belize. So, Madam President, I would advise them to do one of three things. Number one, to join us in this effort so that we can be a united front to fix this economy. Or number two, they should apologize to the Belizean people. And if they can't do that, Madam President, then the third advice I would give them, and not to be harsh, is to just sit, hold your tongue, and watch how this POP administration will wrong this economy. As the theme of the budget, as presented by our Prime Minister, the Honorable John Bresenio, today's sacrifice is tomorrow's triumph. Madam President, we know we have to face the hard truth and take strong steps. But we also know that a new breeze is blowing. And the blue wave has swept the country, led by our Prime Minister, the Honorable John Bresenio. With the idealism and fair play, which are the core of our system and our strength, we can have a strong and prosperous Belize. With Plan Belize, we will build, reconcile, and recover in every known hook of our nation. In every corner called our country, our people, diverse and beautiful, will emerge. Madam President, coming from the deep south of this country and watching the billions that were spent in the last 13 years by the UDP administration leaves me in shock. We have been considered the forgotten district, and forgotten we were under the UDP. As I was going through the expenditures for the last 13 years, I stopped and I asked some young people like myself, and other constituents of the Toledo district. I asked them if they knew or even felt, or can they see, at least in Toledo, where these millions and billions of dollars were spent. Madam President, the overwhelming answer is no. We don't see anything. The only thing we know for sure is that we all have to pay for all these billions. That is the really sad part, knowing that every single Belizean right now owes at least $10,000, without them even knowing how that was spent, or without even at least benefiting from it. But I assure them, Madam President, that this POP administration will look after them. And immediately, I saw some smiles on their faces. And they also mentioned that they are already seeing massive transformation that they have never seen for the last 13 years. Especially now with the road conditions being improved in the Toledo district. I want to thank the cabinet, especially the Prime Minister of Belize, but more importantly, the Honorable Julius Espat, for immediately approving $12 million to improve the neglected roads of this country. Even through these difficult times and limited resources, the Minister of Infrastructure Development and Housing has stretched every dollar from this $12 million. So many roads, especially farm roads, are now improved all around this country and giving opportunities to over 100 new contractors and improving the lives of many Belizeans. Again, in the Toledo district, just a few months ago, buses, horses, and carts are getting bagged in the middle of main roads in the communities of San Pedro, Colombia, Silver Creek, San Miguel, just to name a few. Today, Madam President, I can report to this beautiful nation that the roads at these villages are now fixed and improved, that even the lowest cars can now travel on these roads, and the horses are now running without problem. The road from Blue Creek, Jordan, Santa Teresa, San Benito Poite are now fixed and well improved. One of the most needed bridges on the Santa Cruz and San Jose bypass is now fixed. Not only fixed, Madam President, but it's also cemented. Something that the area representative of the Toledo West has been fighting for the last 13 years. The borough and Faber administration did nothing to help. On behalf of the productive village of San Jose, the home of cacao, beans, corn, just to name a few, we would like to thank the Prime Minister, the Honorable John Briceño, especially Minister Julius Espat, and of course, my area representative, the Honorable Oscar Requena, for making sure this became a reality in only 100 days of a PUP administration. This is what the PUP is about, Madam President. So many farm roads in Colombia, San Miguel, Big Falls, Emerald Grove, San Marcos, Laguna are now fixed. Our farmers can now take out their produce much easier. In the north, so many sugar roads are now fixed. In the west, main streets are improved. Madam President, we can go on and on. This is what 12 million has done to change the lives of many Belizeans. This has the opposition in awe, because under their watch, 12 million would be used to fix just one street and benefit one famous contractor. In this budget, we can see more love coming our way. Senator Perofit said earlier, and the other two opposition senators, that we cannot eat streets. It's sad, Madam President, that 74% of the total allocated budget for the infrastructure, development, and housing will be spent on contracts that was already signed by the last administration. And yet they come here to say that we cannot eat streets. But in reality, we're honoring, as a responsible government, we're honoring all the contracts that was done under your watch. Because if not, then it will cost the Belizean people even more. 26 million for the Caracol Road, a road that should never be a priority, especially in these dire times. A project that this PUP administration had to negotiate to save the Belizean people $28 million. $34 million on the coastal highway, another contract done under the last administration, and again benefiting just one famous contractor. $6 million on the Sarteneja and Corozal upgrade. Madam President, after the 74% is spent on all of these contracts that was done by the UDP, we only have 26% of the total allocated budget to maintain 2,820 miles of national road. These include 528 miles of paved road, 2,171 miles of gravel, and 122 miles of dirt road. And we only have 26%, or merely just about $15 million to cover all these maintenance. And yet they come here to tell us that we cannot eat streets. And all of these contracts were done by the same UDP. But despite that, Madam President, we, as a responsible government, will make use of that limited resources. And we can assure you that this will reach as much, and this will benefit as much Belizeans. Madam President, you may recall one of the media houses went in the deep south, close to the border, to a village called Machakilha, a village that has been abandoned, and the terrible road condition that the children and community of Machakilha had to endure for the last 13 years. Now let me inform this nation that Machakilha Road will be fixed in the months ahead. This is good news for those children who have to walk from 4 o'clock in the morning just to board a bus to go to school. This is the type of work and priority that our PUP government is about. We are sure that more farm roads and community roads will be fixed with this limited resource. Must also mention, after the neglect, the Ministry of Housing, our minister has assured the Belizean people that over 150 single mothers, at least for this year, will benefit from housing projects. This is much needed after 13 years. Not a single home, at least in the Toledo district, was built, Madam President. As you see, Madam President, we're not like the last administration who used the millions to just develop their personal land and resources. This PUP government is effective, it's transparent, and we are spending the money where it needs to be spent. And the Belizean people are seeing this. Madam President, let me also report to this nation that the Ministry of Rural Development, under the leadership of the Honorable Oscar Requena, has now collaborated with the Belize Social Investment Fund to embark on the improvement of several rudimentary systems throughout the country. With funding from the CARICOM Development Fund, 4 villages are targeted with the allocation of about 1.6 million Belize dollars. These 4 villages, which are San Antonio in the Toledo district, Georgeville in the Cayo district, Mahogany Heights in the Belize district, and Shonosh in the Corozal district. With this project, it is expected that over 4,500 Belizeans will benefit from this initiative. That was abandoned by the last UDP administration. The ministry has already drilled a well for the better water source for over 1,500 residents in the San Antonio village in the Toledo district. Let me also remind you, Madam President, that this is the second largest community in the Toledo district, a community where the then UDP caretaker also lived, and he did not lift one finger to help these Belizeans. I want to thank my representative, the Honorable Oscar Requena, for delivering this in less than 5 months of a PUP government. In Bullet Tree Falls, a total investment of approximately $450,000 was done to improve the water supply. This included the installation of a filtration system. It also increased the water storage capacity by 110,000 liters. This also included the installation of a solar power to reduce the reliance on BEL power. The ministry have also signed a contract that, again, was abandoned by the last UDP administration. This repair, Madam President, is expected to be completed at the end of next month. Again, this will be done in only 6 months of a PUP administration. They come here to ask what we have been doing over the last 5 months. Going back to the south, Madam President, Medina Bank, 2 hand pumps were installed to benefit 237 residents. This should complement for the existing small water system in the community. The ministry has also supported water boards in the repairs and maintenance of their systems. These include Silver Creek, San Roman, Silgrass, and Lucky Strike Village. They also assisted Midway, the village, with a 10,000 liter water tank, and also contributed in the materials to construct the structure. Government of Belize has also donated $6,000 worth of PVC pipes and fittings to the Pueblo Viejo Water Board for water expansion. In support of local farmers and agribusiness, the ministry drilled a well for the Toledo Cows Growers Association. This new water supply will support their seedling nursery, museum, and packing facility. As you may see, Madam President, there is much love and a lot of work has been done in the Toledo district, the once abandoned district under the UDP. The ministry and Plenty Belize, with support from the UNDP through the GEF Small Grant program, are working on the installation of solar power to two of the most remote villages in the country. These villages are Machakilha and Graham Creek. The solar project of Indian Creek, Golden Stream, and Medina Bank has also commenced. Again, this was stalled by the last UDP administration. The solar project for the Corazon Village and the Corazon Technical High School has also commenced. This will improve the lives of so many Belizeans, and especially our students, Madam President. We can go on the list of work that this PUP administration has done in just 5 months. The neglect of the last UDP administration will take a lot of time and resources to fix. But as a responsible government, we are committed to fix and improve the lives of all Belizeans. While we may have limited resources, this budget will allow us to continue to uplift the lives of Belizeans. Madam President, we can assure the Belizean people that in the months ahead, they will continue to see more projects and development coming their way. This clearly shows the difference between a responsible POP government and a reckless UDP administration. Madam President, to wrap up, I would like to plead to the unions and the public servant to understand us and to work with us. I understand that the public trust has diminished for the last decade. But I can assure you that this POP administration is committed to build back that trust. We all know that nobody wants a pay cut. But we must also be mindful that we must put our country before self-interest. We are a new administration that presented the harsh truth and make the tough decisions, but we are doing it for Belize. Today we have more will than wallet, but will is what we need. We will make hard choices, looking at what we have and perhaps allocating it differently, making our decisions based on honest need and prudent safety. We must provide for our nation the way a family provides for its children. With every breath in our bronze-pounded chest, we'll raise this wounded nation into a wondrous Belize. Madam President, I support the tough but the wise decision that my Prime Minister, the Honorable John Briceño, has to take to save Belize so that our children, my daughter, can have a better future. Madam President, I fully support this budget. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Elena Smith.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to make my contributions to the draft estimate of revenue and expenditure for fiscal year 2021-2022. Madam President, we are a few days away from celebrating the workers of this nation. On Saturday, we celebrate Labor Day. It is a day when we honor and thank our workers for their contribution to the nation. As I make my contributions, Madam President, I can't stop but think that I am going to be presenting on a budget that will see our workers get one of the most difficult Labor Day gifts one could ever receive. Instead of a thank you for the work that we have done, it seems we will be getting a to hell with you. As I speak on behalf of the working class, Madam President, and as we address the persisting consequences of national economic mismanagement, which is now further aggravated by the pandemic, it makes you wonder, how much more can we take? And we've heard it being said that this is now a time of reckoning. Time of reckoning, Madam President. And we should be at a point where we are not doing business as usual because of our current situation. And as I listen to my colleagues before me, make all of these presentations, I heard a lot about the word sacrifice. And we must all sacrifice. And we are all in this together. Madam President, please allow me to maybe drift a bit so that I may make my point based on what is before us today. And so we are hearing about this wage bill and how it's unsustainable and why we cannot afford to continue down this path that we are on right now. And we have too many persons employed by the government, hence the reason our wage bill is so high. But have we stopped to think, how are we now adding to this wage bill with the number of ministers, backbenchers, CEOs, etc. that we now have? Have we considered the fact that we are expected to uplift ourselves professionally, educate ourselves, and as we do so, Madam President, it is expected that your salary will match your qualifications. And I can speak for us in the teaching profession that we are being encouraged, pushed to educate ourselves from one level to the next. And many of us, Madam President, do so out of our own pockets. We are talking about sacrifice. As teachers, we are expected, and our public servants as well, we are expected, we are being told that we should sacrifice And we should sacrifice our ability to provide for our families, to educate ourselves and our children, while our ministers keep their entertainment allowance, their telephone allowance, their housing allowance. But yet we, the workers of this nation, must be the one to make all the sacrifice, it seems. And yes, I am sure that I will hear that these persons are willing to give up 10% of their salaries. And yes, they are willing to give up a portion of their allowances. But as was said earlier, Madam President, when you look at that and you compare what that equals to what my 10% or my teacher or my fellow public officers 10% will equal, there's no comparison there, none whatsoever. And we are being told, Madam President, that we must put country before self-interest. Now, I wonder how many of us are aware of the many times that we, as teachers, have put country before self. We are doing so as we speak, putting country before self. And the reason we do so as unions is because we are fully aware that to get our country to where it needs to be, we must be willing to stand, we must be willing to fight. And if that is not putting country before self-interest, Madam President, I don't know what is. We are hearing that we must remind teachers and public servants why we are in this state. Madam President, we are fully aware of that. This is not the first time that as unions and us as a teachers union have stood up to governments, whether red or blue, because we understand the importance of having our country go in a specific direction that will benefit the people of this nation. We look at it's unfair, should not be doing this right now. There's not a time for this. Our country is going through a lot right now. Oh, we support our teachers and they work so hard, and we support our public officers. But Madam President, words must come with action. And telling me that you support me and telling me that you acknowledge and you recognize our contributions to this nation, but yet looking at me and telling me that I must cut my salary by 10%, which will leave me in a position that I will be unable to meet my bills, that I will be unable as a teacher to give to my students what I would normally provide for them. I can no longer afford to buy books and pencils and crayon and glue for my students. They are my children, not just my students, they are my children. I would no longer be able to purchase textbooks for those who need, who can't afford, because that is what we do as teachers. Every year we do that. Unfortunately, Madam President, with a cut to my salary, I won't be able to do that anymore. Who suffers? My immediate family suffers, but my students, who are also my children, will suffer. And their parents will suffer because a lot of them depend on the goodness of our teachers to help their children through the school year with supplies and with food. I am fully aware, Madam President, that we are where we are, as I said before, because of continuous mismanagement of our funds. We are fully aware of that. We live here, we work here. But how do we get to see that change? And how do we ensure that the sacrifice that we are being asked to do right now is going to make a change for our country? And so we hear about good governance, and we look through the budget, Madam President, and we look at the areas that have to do with good governance issues. And we look at, for example, Integrity Commission. Look at PAC, Ombudsman, Contractor General. And when we look at the Integrity Commission, Madam President, we note that there is no addition to staffing. The Integrity Commission is an important arm right now, but there's a lack of proper support. We clearly have a compliance issue, and it seems as if though we continue to fail in collecting these declarations, Madam President, we are at 18%. Now we understand that there are persons who may file late through no fault of theirs. Because I can say from experience that there are times when our financial institutions will take a bit longer to provide us with the documents that we need to be able to file on time. But we know that there are those persons who simply refuse to file their declarations. What will we do? How will we hold those persons accountable, Madam President? It's time we start getting serious with these matters. If you can't file, you can't get your salary. Until we start taking these measures, Madam President, to ensure that there's compliance, we won't be able to do what we need to be doing in terms of holding people accountable, in terms of paying attention to persons' wealth. As well, when we look at the matter of the Ombudsman, similarly, same staff is there, Contractor General, same staff is there. And I know, Madam President, that the response will be, things are bad right now, yes, we can't afford. Next year we will work on that, or the following year. I am pointing out these specific areas because, as we've said, good governance is an issue that we are addressing right now. It's an important one for us. It's an important one for our nation. And as unions, we've always said that once we address these issues, we believe that other matters will fall in place. and it will put us in a better position. Now, we have been asking for certain legislation, whistleblowers legislation. But, Madam President, while we await that, our public officers are threatened with a memo. While we are saying to you that these things are important and we need to address them and we need to address them quickly, and we are agreeing, the government side is agreeing with us that we need to address these matters. Because the only way in which we are able to deal with those persons who are, for want of a better word, fleecing, is to enable our public officers to speak out, report these matters. And so if we are saying that we agree that this is necessary, but then we put out a memo to say you can't be doing certain things, then are we for or are we against such an important mechanism? We continue, Madam President, to say as unions that our seat here has nothing to do with politics. We are not politically appointed. But oftentimes we are responded to, we are attacked as if though we are opposition. It doesn't matter which color is in government. We are treated sometimes as if though we are a political party. Maybe it's a sign that we should consider that as unions, I don't know. I'm sure that I am not interested, but you may find some others who might be. We share our concerns, Madam President. We make our plea not because we want to be fighting with any government, whether red or blue. And I keep saying this. We don't expect that when we make our presentations, when we put our positions forward, that we will be attacked in a similar manner in which maybe the opposition might be attacked. Because we understand that. That's how politics work. But we expect, Madam President, that in our presentations, when we speak about all of these issues that we are raising, that we would take them seriously, because as social partners, we are not up for any election. So we can speak from a place of honesty and openness. We can speak from a place of really and truly wanting to see better. Not because we want to bring down anybody, because we want to see better. Now, Madam President, my colleague earlier read, he said Channel 7, an extract from the news. My response to, I guess, the then PM's comments, and I'm glad he did, because it clearly shows that the unions have consistently held administrations accountable, irregardless of who is there. This will not change, Madam President. It cannot. It must not. Because there must be a group outside of political parties that will be fighting for the good of all. Not for my supporters, but for all. As we continue to sift through this budget, Madam President, the Auditor General's ministry would be seeing, department would be seeing 5 less auditors. We are cutting down. An important area like the Auditor General, because we hear of all of these things that have been happening. We hear about the issues in the lands department. We know about immigration. We know about all of these other areas. And so the Auditor General and her team play a critical role in helping the government to address forms of corruption that we know exist. Again, I know I might be told, well, there's no money there. Well, guess what, Madam President? We just passed a loan motion for the highway. And yes, I know we will say those things are important. And we've heard before, as somebody said, well, you can't eat road, and you can't this and you can't that. That is true. I have said that before. But at a time like this, when we say that our country is in such a dire financial position, one would think that we would maybe put something like that on hold, Madam President, and use those funds for something that is maybe more important at this time. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that fixing roads aren't important, but that might not be the most important thing at this time. And so, for some of these ministries, areas where we see a reduction in staff or same staff, it makes you question, it makes you wonder. Because these are important areas that will help us to address some of these good governance issues. And a lot of times, Madam President, we note that the Auditor General would submit her report. And then what happens? It probably doesn't reach to the committee, and it remains there. And maybe the government might want to consider changing how that process works. And I don't know, so my colleague Senator Courtney will be able to assist me in that area there. Maybe I am talking nonsense. But I'm looking at a way in which we can address these matters a bit faster. And so maybe as opposed to those reports, going to the PM and then waiting and coming to the committee, maybe it should go to the committee directly. Come to the National Assembly and from there go straight to the committee. Because we do have some reports. I'm sure Senator Courtney might be aware of that. We have some reports that are sitting there still. And if we know what are in those reports, my goodness. And so those are the kinds of things that we need to have going through the process rather quickly. And that might be a way to address that matter. Because as I said, Madam President, all of these things that help us to address the matter of good governance, corruption, all of these things, these are the areas that we want to enhance. These are the areas that we want to ensure that we provide these departments, these ministries, with the staffing that they need. And yes, we are thankful because I was out there for 11 days when we were fighting for Integrity Commission, UNCAC, PAC, all of those things. And now we see where there is an increase in the membership of PAC. And so we are thankful for that, and we applaud the government for that. Because it shows a commitment to do things differently. But I hope when we get there, we are not held hostage because, oh, this person now wants to come to a meeting and this person is the chairperson. If the person don't come, we can't have a meeting. There is work to be done, Madam President, and we must ensure that we do the work. And so we want to ensure that we look at these areas that are arms of you, if you will, of good governance, and we ensure that they are properly staffed, that they can do their work, they can carry out their functions properly. We look at the Ministry of, let me find the correct name for it. Public Service, Political and Constitutional Reform. We look at that ministry. But I don't know, Madam President, what, and somebody can help me here again, in terms of the political reform aspect of that ministry. What is there? What are we doing there? We look at the elections and boundaries. What is in place there for redistricting? Are we looking at that? That's an important aspect as well. And then, Madam President, I want to look at Ministry of Education for a bit. And I'm not going to go into any details with these matters. I just want to make some quick comments on these areas. When we look at the Ministry of Education, and I look at areas, for example, like skills training program, and I see a 0 there, I'm concerned. I look at Belize Qualification and Quality Assurance Authority. I see a 0 there. When I look at enhancement of policy strategy framework in the education system, that's an important area. Now I know that, and I see it has a hefty sum there. I know that the Ministry of Education has been talking about making some changes and maybe looking at going back to the old days when we spoke about the 3 R's, at least at the infant division. And so it could be, Madam President, that some of the things that we are seeing here would be changes. Because when I looked, for example, at the school feeding program, I saw 0 there. But then I was told that that was renamed to National Healthy Start Feeding Program. And so then I see an amount at the bottom there. So some of these things might be just explanations that are needed so that we are able to properly read through and get what those mean. When I look at pre-primary and primary education, I note that when I look at trained teachers for secondary school, well, if I look at staffing, I see that staffing remains the same over a period of time. And I'm not sure what that means. We are not expecting any growth. Is it that we can't afford any growth? When I look at trained secondary school teachers, I see we are projecting, what, an 80%? 5% growth. Transition rate from primary to secondary, we are up by 1.5%. But when I look at that, Madam President, and I think back to the plan that we want to provide free education, then I would have expected a little more increase in that area. Again, I may be told the current situation would not allow it, and so that might happen later down the road. When I look at tertiary education, and I look on the grants there, University of Belize, we note there's a decrease there. And I think that was mentioned at some point. Madam President, I am afraid to touch natural resources. And my colleague, Senator Jang, spoke about all the ills in that ministry. And when we sit back and we think of the write-off that occurred, my colleagues shouldn't have been out there today fighting, protesting to save them and their families from seeing a $200, $300, $400, $500 reduction in their salaries. Because I'm not sure that we quite understand the impact of that, the impact that will have on our people, and not just those who will be getting the cut, but it will have a ripple effect. We won't be able to shop the way we used to do the things we used to. And Madam President, if we know our teachers well and our public officers well, a lot of us cannot afford to take vacations, and we can't go to private hospitals. There are a lot of things that we can't do, Madam President, because we live, believe it or not, hand to mouth. We work so hard to qualify ourselves. It has taken some of us over 30 years to reach the pay scale 16, which would be at the higher end of it about $4,000 per month. Imagine, Madam President, you work for 30 years to get $4,000 in salary with a master's degree. $4,000. And of that, you lose 25% right away. You have no choice. Absolutely none. Now you will lose 10% of your salary plus 2.5% that would have been your increment. Imagine. So when we recall all of these write-offs, when we consider all of these persons who have not paid their taxes, all of these friends and cronies who have been gifted, and we understand that as we are going through these discussions right now with the government side, that there continues to be some writing off, if you will, some persons are getting, I'm trying to be politically correct with my language, that I can go right now and I can get a little discount. As we speak right now, we are hearing that these things are continuing. Yet you are telling me that you must sacrifice. And the ones collecting 6, 8, 10, 12,000 barely wants to sacrifice. I must take the blunt of the stick. So you see, Madam President, these kinds of things are what irritates us. And these experiences might very well be a part of the reason for mistrust. And you can't blame us for that. If you keep getting bukut from every side, what do you expect? So if we really want to do what is best for this country, and I know I will be told we have pledged that we will do so, there has to be every effort made to collect those outstanding taxes, to collect whatever is owed to the government of Belize. I can't owe, Madam President, because the moment I owe, I get a letter to say I must come and pay. How can we have people owing millions? It is unfair. It is not right for our country, for our people. Our people are suffering. They need services. And they cannot get these services because of these write-offs. And these persons evading, not wanting to pay their taxes, their fair share. Madam President, I am trying my best to ensure that I explain as best as I can without getting too emotional. The reason why our people are having difficulty we cannot only be looking, Madam President, on the easiest, the fastest way to address this matter. My colleague said earlier, Rome wasn't built in a day, and that is true. But yet we expect that even though we know that it took us years to get to where we are, we want to fix it right away. So we must take these measures, and you must suffer the consequences of these measures, because we must fix it now. My colleagues spoke about the attacks on unions that we see in the media every day. Every half turn there's a new one. Madam President, in all my 30-odd years, I have never seen this. And may I remind that in 2005, when we were out there under Prime Minister Musa, our unions were very forceful. Very forceful. But at no point did we see the government get to this level. And we did the same under the Barrow administration. And at no point did we see this level of attack on the unions. Yes, it may have happened on your political radio stations, but we've never seen this level. And so I appreciate that my colleagues are able to call out such behavior. It doesn't bode well for democracy, Madam President. It doesn't. If it is that we are saying that we must come back to the table and we must discuss these matters, these good governance issues, and I don't know if there's going to be any time for us to get back to the table and discuss anything regarding a salary cut, because it's here. Every ministry you paid through, you see that reduction. I am hoping, Madam President, that we will be able to get to a place, as my colleague said before, that we can sit down and seriously discuss these matters, have agreements for the good of all of us. Because it cannot be that those who provide, those who keep the government running, those who educate our children are the ones that must take the biggest sacrifice in all of this. I will repeat, it cannot be that those of us on the lower end of the scale who work to make our government run take the brunt of any sacrifice. I want to close, Madam President, by saying that we as unions expect constructive dialogue going forward for the good of this nation. This is not about self-interest. This is about our country. It has always been, it will always be. As unions, Madam President, I must remind, we have always done our share for the betterment of our people, even at the expense of ourselves. Because as our teachers were out there this morning and as we are taking our actions, threats are coming from every angle. So despite knowing that it is possible that we may get our salaries cut for being on strike, we made the decision to stand for this nation on a platform of good governance because we know its importance. And so we anticipate that as events unfold, the government will better appreciate why we have taken our stand on rejecting today's budget as presented. We are encouraged, Madam President, to see certain efforts to address the issues relating to improving our tax collection, as I said before, the tax arrears, along with a revision of government's accounting practices. We are pleased to see that. That is the road on which we should go. We can only hope that with what was presented to us, that we will follow through with those promises. Because at the end of the day, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. And so we expect nothing less, Madam President. We expect that as we fight for this nation, that the promises made to the unions, that the government will make every effort to ensure that those are implemented, and they are done so very quickly. I thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Isabel Bennett.
Good afternoon, esteemed colleagues, Belizeans at home and abroad who are listening right now. We are here in this honorable chamber with great responsibilities as senators to be able to provide facts to the Belizean people as to why decisions are being made. And so today I stand to support the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure for fiscal year 2021-2022. And I would like, there are so many things I would like to share really that is basically facts oriented, but with your permission, Madam President, I will need to refer to my notes. And if you will allow me to, I just need to make mention of two giant nurses who have passed, Ms. Malva Allen and Sister Lillian August. These two nurses have served our country for as long as I can remember being in the nursing profession. And so today, the nursing community mourns Sister August. And we have not really gotten over the passing of Nurse Malva Allen. Sister August is known in the palliative care arena, where she and Dr. Thompson has been, along with others, mobilizing resources and identifying care and outlets for persons that are affected by cancer. Unfortunately, she herself succumbed to cancer. She was a dynamic woman, and she will be missed by her 3 children. Even in her ripe age of nearing 80, Sister August was leading the Ladyville Senior Citizen group, and so I know that group will miss her dearly. Having established that, my condolences to my nursing community and the friends that she leaves behind. No? The General Revenue Appropriation Bill 2021-2022 was developed with much vision, innovation, and with a deep sense of care for the Belizean people. And I noted that Senator Sheena Pitts did mention, she did make that observation, that this bill, the plan that we have as a political party to lead the country into prosperity was built on a sense and a pillar of care for Belizeans. And not just the Belizean people, for the environment. Madam President, as always, before I come into the chamber, I remind myself of my oath. The allegiance that I have is not to party, it's to people. And it is on that same pillar that each of us on this side of the house continue to present and justify a budget that has been prepared most thoroughly by a leader that is responsible and a leader that is implementing change for our country. Much needed change. We're here and we're given the highest privilege to be able to share with the Belizean people not twisted information, not disinformation or misinformation, but facts. Facts that will afford them to understand why this particular fiscal year budget is designed the way it is. You've heard from my colleagues, and I've heard from my esteemed colleagues, our social partners, and I hear the sentiments and I hear the concern. And I would like to just take the time to go through, not in details, as time would not afford, but to speak to specific ministries. But before I do that, Madam President, there's some acknowledgement that I really need to make. I would like to acknowledge the Carl Kushner Memorial Hospital Union for being so assertive. As I sat back and I watched the dynamics and all the negotiations and all the meetings that are happening during this time of the pandemic, and with scarce resources, I saw a group of leaders who took initiative to reach out to the Prime Minister to be able to lobby using their communication skills, their negotiation skills, and now there is trust and understanding there. And so I commend this union, the leadership, the executive, for being assertive and for securing within this fragile time their concerns with the Prime Minister. And I must commend the Prime Minister in being so open. That's always one of his attributes. He's very open, always willing to listen. And this was one opportunity again where, as a leader, he took the time to listen. I must also commend the teachers, Madam Senator Elena Smith, because I can remember a time when I was on the other fence, and if I had left myself open, not educate myself, I probably would have taken sides to a certain extent, meaning there was a time when I too was the president of the Nurses Association and I instigated strike, but it was not during a time of a pandemic. But I understand that when you believe to your core that certain philosophies must stand, I respect the fact that you have chosen to be there to put on record the philosophies and the core values that you hold dear as being to you. And I commend you for that. I also must commend the teachers too, generally those who had participated in the surveys for the phasing in of the reopening of schools. There was a lot of critics as to whether we should move into that direction, knowing fully well that our teachers have been voicing that they are ready to go back into the classroom. Persons were very negative. No, we can't let the students go back. We don't have certain things. But the teacher informed the Ministry of Education, Culture, Science, and Technology that they were ready. And the feedback that we got from those surveys were overwhelming. And for those feedback, that data, it informed the decision of this particular ministry. And so we have now seen a reopening of certain schools. That is commendable. So even in the pandemic, we see that there is a willingness on the part of the teachers to be able to work through this particular time in world history. What I have observed, though, over the past year since I sat in this chamber, and I remember kind of being the whistleblower that COVID was coming. At this point, I was sitting over there. on the opposition. And over here, the ruling party was so busy trying to stabilize themselves as a political party to see who will be their next leader. And they did not pay attention to the upcoming pandemic. The world itself was already sounding out that COVID was here from 2018, November 2018, November 2019. And I remember being like the sole voice, along with my colleague, now Minister Shabat, now Minister Zabani, asking them to pay attention to the health issues that the World Health Organization was already alarming the world to address. They did not heed. We lost a lot of lives. Luckily for us, the people have given us a chance. And they have seen and they have acknowledged and they can see from the statistics that we're producing on a daily basis how the Ministry of Health and now Wellness has performed and has helped curb the COVID pandemic in our population. It is by no means or no way saying that we are safe, and we have been saying that. But work, tremendous work, has been put into this ministry. Our frontline workers have been the giants. They have been the referee. And they continue to work. But there are also some other unsung heroes that, to my mind, we have not fully publicly acknowledged. And these are the persons who have worked in the tourism industry over the past decade or more. If we look back at the history of how our GDP have improved or have increased, it's the tourism industry. But who has been hit the hardest now? Our unsung heroes in the tourism industry. I must compose myself at this time, Madam President. As it is with this ministry that Belize have been able to navigate a lot of difficulties, but it's this population of our people that has been impacted the most. They have not gotten a 10% decrease or cut. Some have not even gotten a 40%. They're basically unemployed. They are our unsung heroes. And it's with they are our unsung heroes. And it's with a matter of time, based on the same projected budget, that the Ministry of Tourism will bounce back. And there are many other factual information that is being projected here that will afford the population of Belize, particularly the tourism industry, to gain its footings again. Even as I speak to the unsung heroes, I'm remembering Miss Malva Williams of Lord's Bank. She was not in the tourism industry, but she has now reverted to using her talent of sewing, and she has been producing some of the best bonnets you can ever find on the market. And it does not say made in certain country. It's made right here in our country. Why am I making mention of her? And she represents a lot more other Belizeans that have reverted to not being dependent on a government job, but they're utilizing their own skills and their resources, limited resources that they have, to be able to navigate through this pandemic. I could take you back into world history of pandemics, and I'll do so just briefly. Because when we look at the history of health, there was measles vaccine that was developed in 1963. There is a whole issue of the polio vaccine that was developed in 1950. Chickenpox vaccine was finally licensed to Japan and Korea in 1988, and in the US in 1995 for children that were less than 12 years old. Why am I making mention to this? We have a Ministry of Health and Wellness that is so focused on making every necessary movements, plans, policies, legislation to be able to safeguard the population of this country. While almost 1 year plus ago, when I cried out to the UDP administration that COVID was coming, had they heed, to my mind, I believe we would not have lost as many lives to COVID as we have as a country. And so now this government is doing all its endeavor best to ensure that the population of Belize is properly vaccinated. So I'm happy that the loan motion was supported. Yes, there were questions. And yes, there is a need for communication strategies, because oftentimes I'm asked, nurse, what do you think about the vaccine? I think it's a good choice to make. Why? Because we know that pandemics have occurred over the years, centuries. And as a people, the world have lost their lives. But with a vaccine, you tend to have a layer of protection than if you didn't have a vaccine. Now, with your permission, Madam President, I'd just like to quickly make mention to different figures in the budget. You might have to time me a little. The Ministry of Health and Wellness. When I last looked at the two past budgets for primary care services, I have noted that this present government, senators, colleagues, it was a merely $1.9 million in 2018-2019. We are projecting double that amount because we know the importance of primary health care, especially given the fact that we are going through a pandemic. Hospital services has also increased significantly. The figures towards community-based services, I was so angry the last time I stood in this chamber and I saw the poor figures of what was allotted to community-based services. And today, in this sitting of the Senate, I am happy to report that I see a projected figure of $1.2 million. So in terms of health, there is a trajectory that this particular government is saying to the Belizean people that we will be doing what is necessary, what is needed to improve the health of Belizeans. Interestingly enough, we are also projecting a $1.9 million in training compared to the measly amount that was actually estimated in 2018-2019. Now, I could basically just look at the budgets over the past 5 years. But the figures are relatively the same. And so what we see under the Ministry of Health and Wellness is a projection with figures that will afford Belizeans to have proper health care. We have also made mention in Plan Belize that there will be a rollout of the National Health Insurance. Having done Ministry of Health, I'd just like to take you back to a few pointers or observations for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Foreign Trade, and Immigration. For those Belizeans who have access to this fiscal year budget, I urge you to read it. The numbers are fascinating, and it gives hope to a people. Senator Perfeet made mention of the fact there is a time to take away from, it is now not a time to take away from people. But if I knew better just sitting and listening to the debate of the House from the different persons on the other side, it's the use of craftiness and persuasion in debate that would afford me to literally sit down and accept these utterances as facts, when in reality it is not. It's just the formality of debate. What we do in this side, as the leader of government business has just clearly pointed out to us earlier in the debate, facts, what Senator Collett had presented as well, facts, what Senator Kahl had also presented, facts, what Senator Zhang had also presented, facts. That is what inform the Belizean people, and that is what will afford them to understand that this budget was created with them in mind. It's interesting that when the statement was made, this is not the time to take away from people, reference was made to a first world country, where the first world country can literally pump in trillions of dollars. Had we had a stable economy moving into the pandemic, we would not as a country or as a government right now need to resort to certain austerity measures. We would have been left in a better position, and our people overall would not have been suffering, not just a projected salary cut. I hear the repeated mention, oh, we're going back to Dean Barrow gone. The reality is, change is a scientific process. So let's understand it. Change in management or organizational behavior affords for three scientific steps that the Prime Minister and his cabinet is utilizing. The change theory. The change theory simply states that we must do three things. One, we must unfreeze the present situation. And when we say unfreeze the present situation, it simply means that we have to identify all the ills that has occurred. So we have to go back. And we have to make reference to the poor spending, the poor management, the poor governance under the previous administration. When the people can fully understand all the errors under the previous administration, then they can fully appreciate the desired situation that is needed in order to have prosperity in the country, in order to stabilize our debt. And after we have done everything that we possibly can to decrease debt, increase the GDP, increase job, increase philanthropic opportunities, establish different acts that will safeguard whistleblowers and everything else that our stakeholders are asking us to do, then we move into legislation, policies, and programs. So we have to always go back. We always have to make reference to the ill that we have endured for the past 13 years. It's simply scientific. It's not the fact that we want to rehash these things. No. When you're applying science in government, when you're applying science in good governance, when you're applying science in shared governance, we must unfreeze. And so we must identify the issues. We must identify the problems. We must rehash all the transgressions under the UDP. The issue identified, the land issue identified this morning by the leader of government business as it relates to niche, was just thrown aside. It seems like Senator Perrafeet didn't think that it was important. It was just a matter of fact kind of issue. When in reality, my heart goes out to our park rangers who are presently on almost, if I have my facts correct, 50% salary cut. But yet, niche could have funded the purchasing or the securing of a piece of land. Who wants change? All hands goes up. You want change against corruption. You want change against wastage. We want change against nepotism. Madam President, but the question is, who wants to change? If I was in government for 13 years, you best believe there would have been so much substantial change and such economic growth that the people of Belize right now would not have to be experiencing the hardship that we are experiencing right now. Instead, we had recession, and recession again, and recession again. And then it ballooned into, how much is our national debt? For what, $1 billion? 13 years. We're asked to talk about ingenuity. Well, let me take you to the budget for those who don't think that we have a government that is visionary. Under the Ministry of under the Ministry of Home Affairs and New Growth Industry, please let me emphasize that. Ministry of Home Affairs and New Growth Industry. It's a new concept. And it's one that is very visionary. Why didn't we think of that before? Under this particular ministry, there are strategic priorities. Very, very creative strategic priorities. And I have to make mention of a few. To establish a central nursery for scientific research, testing and management of seeds, and tissue culture for new and emerging products. To create private sector jobs for the Belizean people with the introduction of new and emerging industries. So who dare to ask, again, about ingenuity? To engage local, regional, and international investors in the development and introduction of successful new and emerging industries in Belize. A plan is a guide. And within 5 months of us being elected by the people, we are painting the vision of prosperity. We're highlighting to the Belizean people that there is hope. It's nothing dismal. It's not loom or gloom. But wait, new growth industry was not enough for us. For those who didn't knew of the blue economy, well, I'm sure we're learning now. I didn't know. I just knew that there was a green economy, which means farmland. But the blue economy is even more interesting, and it brings to the Belizean people an even greater sense of hope. It's being led by our Honorable Andre Pereira and his robust team of experts. This particular ministry is gauging at sustaining the use of ocean and sea resources for economic growth, improve livelihood, and jobs, while preserving the health of the sea, the ocean, and the ocean economy. And we talk about lack of vision? No, that's never ever the People's United Party. That word could never describe us. So not only are we using scientific tools and theories to guide the trajectory, we're also being innovative, which is the application of innovation and diffusion theory. As I said earlier, I had no clue of what blue economy is, but my research has indicated that there are 14 countries in the Commonwealth that are presently actively participating in resolving ocean and sea-related problems, not just for jobs to be tackled, but also, Madam President, also to provide food security and to decrease poverty levels and much more. As a matter of fact, blue economy, the whole concept of blue economy has existed more than 2 decades. Why couldn't this have been introduced into the past administration? At least we could have sustained it now had they had the idea to establish the blue economy as a ministry. This new ministry is perfectly in line with the Sustainable Development Goals 14 to 17. But as always, the trend is, because of the fact that it provides for food security, stakeholders generally prefer to match the blue economy concept with Sustained Development Goal number 3, which is good health and well-being, as well as SGD 8, which is decent workforce and economic growth within the concept of the blue economy. And that is interesting. That is hopeful for me. So for persons who don't have a job right now, and you love the sea like I do, start to do your research. You have a ministry dedicated solely for this particular initiative. And Belize is not going to be slow because we boast the 2nd largest barrier reef in the world. Madam President, I wish I could just close my book right now and sit down. So I've made mention of the blue economy. We've made mention of the new industry area that is going to be developed, and those are 2 large areas. But within the structured ministries, and there were some mentions made regarding the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Foreign Trade, and Immigration, just to go back there a bit. We have seen an increase in staffing for this particular ministry over a projected period of time. In 2018-2019, we're basically seeing staff numbering of 244. In this particular projected budget, we're increasing by a mere 4, but within the next 4 years, given the opportunity, we will see an increase in employees there in that particular ministry. The public service, as I went through the fiscal budget, I put a heart beside the things that are passionate for me. Training had never seemed to be of much priority to the UDP. As an educator, I know the importance of training public officers. Training not just for the job that they do to serve the people, but training that they can take with them after they leave public service. And I say that without any apology, that when we train our public officers, when we educate them, they will leave as citizens that can continue to inform the GDP, because they will have skills and they will have knowledge base that they can continue on to make great income. And so I am very grateful to see the increase allotted towards training in the Ministry of Public Service, Constitution, and Political Reform. Another trend that I observed that I appreciate very much from this fiscal year budget is the fact that wages of the unestablished staff went up tremendously. And I can see time and time again in each of the ministries. When I get my documents, I sit and I comb through them and I look for key things that will inform me that this is a government that is people-centered. And again, and time again, I see that there is an increase in figures allotted to unestablished staff, wages in particular. Madam President, it's not just the wages that had increased in terms of our projection with figures. Conferences and workshops, again speaking to training. And not just that, we often say public officers need to have the equipment that they need in order for them to be efficient and effective. You always hear the stories that public officers dragging themselves on Monday morning, and by Thursday then they basically close off their office. And this is not generally for all public officers, because you have public officers that are very, very efficient and effective. Now, given the fact that you have the equipment that you need, the people are supposed to be getting better services from you. Madam President, the Ministry of Agriculture, Food Security and Enterprise continue to do stalwart work. And I'm happy that Senator Herrera had made mention of the fact that we need to continue to support our farmers. And that is exactly what we will continue to do, sir. The budget is here. There's a projection. It's a guide, but it's one that I know that Minister Mai is committed to with the support of the Prime Minister. I wish I could continue, Madam President, but I will close here. I will just make mention of the fact that tourism, the budget projected here for tourism, the budget projected here for human development, and the projected budget for education, culture, science, and technology are very impressive. And I applaud the Prime Minister and his team for the work that they have committed to do to keep or to stabilize this country. I thank you.
I, rec- I recognize Senator Osmani Salas.
I rise, Madam President, to give my comments on the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure fiscal year 2021-2022. It has been a long day and we have more to go. It's a sobering day. It's a sobering time. Life hard out there. And it will get harder. I remember just recently, Madam President, if I could share very briefly from personal experience. Last year is 2020 is a year that the world will not want to remember. We get over it, but so much suffering that year. From a personal standpoint, my family business was a hair's breadth away from folding, closing, 11 employees losing their jobs. We were that close. I have colleagues, I have friends who had to close their businesses. They did not make it. We're far out of the woods. We have a ways to go before we can say we're out of the woods. So it is very difficult time that needs bold approaches, bold strategies, bold solutions. The former Prime Minister knew very much what the situation was. And just 2 or 3 weeks before general elections, he uttered these words, and I quote, Madam President, October 23rd, 2020. "It is, I am afraid, a poison chalice that is going to be handed to the new Prime Minister." Close quotes. What does poison chalice mean? For the benefit of those who are listening. A poison chalice refers to a job given to someone. Initially, the person thinks he has been honored. He soon realizes, however, the job is in fact a burden, one that may likely ruin his reputation. As the leader of government business pointed out this morning, and other government senators, the People's United Party won by a resounding margin back in November, almost 60% of the votes. Last month, March, feels like a long time ago, the PUP won by over 62% of the votes, resoundingly again. So they've received the mandate confirmed in March to govern and to find solutions, to work hard and diligently, to slowly but surely get us back on track. In my presentation, Madam President, I want to focus on at least 3 areas that are in the minds of most Belizeans at this time. And most of my colleagues have already referred to one or more of them, all having a direct bearing on the national budget. The first one is a massive public debt. The other one is the government's recovery plan and associated public wage bill. And the third one is corruption. So, the leader of government business referred to this budget being an austerity budget. I refer to it being sobering, and over our collective heads, we have the risk of disorderly adjustment. It's a really, really bad situation. And I must say, when along with the steering committee of the Belize Network of NGOs, we went to one of the budget discussions with the government, and my colleague sitting in front of me, the Honorable Koi, in his presentation, I knew things were bad, Madam President, but I did not realize until after listening to his presentation how bad it really is. And the Belizean public needs to realize how bad it is, and that there are no quick fixes, no easy fixes. And towards the end of my presentation, I want to talk a little bit about individual responsibility. The union mantra of only the people can save the people. Indeed, individual responsibility, and I will refer a little bit to that towards the end of my presentation, Madam President. But I want to focus a little bit on the public debt. And this budget book in front of us, while we can say that a lot of it tends to look and be cut and paste, and I've been very critical about that over the years, there's also very useful and very interesting information in that budget book. Once you take the time to comb through it, to look at it, and to study it. So I decided to go back to all the budget books I have from when I started to serve in the Senate. Fiscal year 2017-2018, the Prime Minister's budget speech at the time was called Bouncing Back, a Bold Belizean Recovery. At the close of January 2017, the total debt stood at $3.05 billion. $3.05 billion, 92% of GDP at the time. Total interest and principal that had to be budgeted for us to pay that fiscal year, almost $192 million. The next fiscal year, the budget was called Maintaining Steadiness, Consolidating Stability, Advancing Growth. At the close of December 2017, the total debt stood at almost $500 million more, $3.535 billion, 96% of GDP. Total interest and principal budgeted for that fiscal year, almost $240 million, almost $250 million. 2019-2020, the budget had a very long name, Moving Ahead with strict and strong and steady economic growth, etc. As of the end of December 2018, the total debt stood at $100 million more, $3.6 billion, about the same in terms of debt to GDP ratio. Almost $200 million budgeted for total interest and principal. Last fiscal year, the Making Every Dollar Count fiscal year, or supposedly making every dollar count. At the close of that fiscal year, the total debt stood at about the same, $3.536 billion, 91% of GDP. That's COVID year. Some of the debt servicing was reduced, and the total interest and principal paid was a little over $150 million. So this current fiscal year, today's sacrifice, tomorrow's triumph is the name of this budget, or the Prime Minister's budget speech. the total projected debt, or the total debt, I should say, has ballooned to $4.15 billion, about 139%, if I'm not mistaken, of GDP, $634 million more than last year. $634 million more. And what are we budgeting to pay in total interest and principal? $236 million. So over those 5 years, we have had debt to almost inconceivable levels. So it is to state the obvious that this requires some serious debt management to get us on a better footing, a stronger footing. I don't know what, if anything, Madam President, is more important than that at this time. So, in his budget speech, the Prime Minister laid out a four-pronged approach to managing the debt. The first one he laid out referred to the need for a debt management unit. And I will talk a little bit more in detail about this in a few. But among other functions, my understanding is that that unit is to focus on collecting all the tax revenue that is collectible. But at the same time, we have to figure out, I imagine the unit has to figure out not only what the outstanding debt is and what is collectible, but what is not collectible, and how the government moves forward with collecting. I'll refer a little later what the importance of that. Restructuring of the super bond, write-offs and other approaches to dealing with other classes of public debt, and the government has to find a way on how it will finance the budget. So, for all our sakes, I think we should all want this government to succeed. For all our sakes, we must wish that they are successful in their debt management endeavors. We shouldn't wish them to fail. The government's recovery plan, the very first one deals with the public sector salary adjustments. I'll deal with that in a little while. That one, I guess, is one of those where the government hopes to almost immediately start to incur savings. The other one that the expectation is, my understanding, that will start to result in immediate or short-term savings is the reduction on spending of goods and services. The others that the Prime Minister presented, I see them more as having an impact more in the medium term. So I am struggling to see how those will have an immediate impact, at least during the current fiscal year. That is one is a reduction in interest payments, which is being programmed at $53 million according to the Prime Minister's presentation. I'm hoping that we can see some savings there this fiscal year, but certainly I imagine that the effort there will have to continue and be ongoing. When we have heard several of our colleagues, and we heard the Prime Minister refer to the augmentation of revenues, tax revenues. Now, I did some research. I had some discussions with senior officials in the Belize Tax Service because I wanted to have a good understanding of how that works. Collecting current taxes from all sources from whom taxes are due and outstanding taxes to be recovered immediately. My understanding is that that does not work that way. That is more a medium-term endeavor, meaning takes more than the current fiscal year. It's a challenging process and endeavor. And I'll share some of my notes on why I'm saying that in a few. And the fifth prong is enabling investment, both domestic and foreign, which the Prime Minister said is of the highest priority of his administration. No, I see that more as a medium-term endeavor. So, what I didn't see in the recovery plan and what I don't see are captured in the budget is how we stimulate the economy. So my question is, where are the plans for stimulating the economy? Where is the economic stimulus plan that would form an integral part of the recovery plan? So let me look at augmentation of tax revenues for a little bit, Madam President. I want to quote a little short section of what the Prime Minister said, and he said it very boldly. The third step, open quotes, the third step must be the augmentation of revenues. As government and the joint unions have agreed, this can be achieved first by sparing no effort to collect current taxes from all sources from whom such taxes are due, and simultaneously by ensuring that legitimate outstanding taxes are recovered immediately. I signal today without hesitation that the state's enforcement agencies will hereafter adopt a muscular approach to revenue collection and enforcement. Close quotes. The Prime Minister also mentioned that there is about $7 million that will be assigned or earmarked for improvement to the tax collection system. In the budget under Cap 3, under the Ministry of Finance, I saw what I think he was referring to. There is $5 million budgeted for the ITAS, Integrated Tax Administration System, and $3 million for strengthening tax administration. Both, if I remember correctly, supported, financed by a loan from the Inter-American Development Bank, if I'm not mistaken. I remember a couple of years ago, we approved that loan motion in this very upper chamber. So work has been underway. And there are three areas that is programmed as far as improving tax administration. Improvement of operational processes, which from my discussions with the Belize Tax Service have been underway, very much advanced. Strengthening of tax administration governance, very much underway from what I was made to understand. And modernization of the technological infrastructure, effectively a new tax system. And I was made to understand that the technology, the systems have recently been purchased. So we all recall that not too long ago, very recently actually, the new Belize Tax Service was set up, which effectively was an amalgamation of the Income Tax Department and the GST Department. Obviously, they have a huge responsibility. And as I mentioned, tax administration reform has been taking place from 2018. This entire process overall will take about a 5-year process. There is like 2+ more years to go. Now, one of my questions to the Belize Tax Service was, what can we do to ensure that the playing field is level, that everybody is paying what they're supposed to be paying, that every business is filing what they're supposed to be filing, that every supermarket has a programmable register, even better, a point-of-sale system, every restaurant, etc., etc. you can walk around this country and you can see that very few have that. So I think we can conclude from that, as I've said many times in this upper chamber, millions upon millions of tax dollars are not being collected, are not going to the government coffers. So I was a little concerned when I looked at that section in the budget for internal revenue, and I saw, Madam President, that last year's budget was 9.5 million, and for the new fiscal year, 10.8 million, but that personal emoluments were reduced, like has happened across the board, from 8.2 million to 8.1 million. So initially I was concerned, and my thought was, well, why are we doing that to a department that is charged with collecting tax revenue, much needed tax revenue? I must say that the Belize Tax Service personnel were very patient with me and very helpful. Long story short, with the new systems that will be put in place, my understanding is that tax revenue collection should not only become more efficient and effective, but that they can make do with the salaries as budgeted. So, after all my prying questions, what I understood from all of that is that the new system will reduce administration work, moving towards an online system where resources will be pooled to make better use of the staff that are in charge of monitoring. So there will be the day in the not too distant future, and I am looking forward to that. It's high time that we are there, like some of our sister nations in the Caribbean are already doing, is that there will be an amalgamated, comprehensive, combined, united tax system, tax collection system. Not only income tax and GST, but business tax, customs duty, land tax, etc., etc., etc. Everything linked as part of this new system, new technological system. I'm sharing all of this, Madam President, to hammer down the point that whilst augmentation of tax revenue is a must, has to form part of the recovery plan, the fruits of it we may not see at meaningful levels immediately. So my understanding is that by January 2022, which will be the third phase of the strengthening of the tax administration system, by then there should be sharing of information across government departments. Wouldn't that be wonderful and terrific? Where the opportunities for hanky-panky will be so much more reduced. Customs companies registry, city councils, town councils. How many trades are in this country that are in various towns and cities? I wouldn't be exaggerating to say thousands. So the loopholes need to be closed. They've been open for far too long. Our little struggling country has not been able to collect the tax revenues that has needed to go into our coffers. And so how much we could have been doing with all of that. So by July 2022, according to the IDB documents, loan documents from back then, and the talks that I had, it will be the fourth phase that will ensure that the tax system is inclusive of all taxpayers. regardless of size, location, access to technology, to increase taxpayer compliance. And I was pleased to learn that part of one of the plans is to have kiosks at the various tax offices countrywide, where anybody who does not have access to the internet or to a computer can go in there and do their business. That will be an awesome time when we can say that is in place. And of course, one of my concerns was that we put undue pressure on the micro and small businesses, even medium businesses, but I was comforted with the knowledge that it will be a phased approach. So, to wrap up this part of what I wanted to say, and to show that this cannot happen overnight and it takes time, there will need to be harmonization of legislation. Legislation reform to correct anomalies in the system. So a lot more work and effort is required. And this will require a policy decision from the administration, from this new administration. Harmonization of legislation with a view to strengthening tax administration. And having, finally, a revenue department that collects all the taxes and at the same time it provides for government to manage what a taxpayer does and owes or does not owe. So, I mentioned earlier that there are many businesses across the country that are not set up in a way that tax revenue is collected. So, I need to credit my wife for this suggestion when she said, wouldn't it be a wise investment of the government to put such POS systems in place, at least as a pilot project at several of the medium and larger, the medium businesses, the larger supposedly should have them by now, where they will be set up in a way that the tax service would have access to the information. Wouldn't it be a wise investment to set these things up at these various businesses? It might obviously require a loan because of how difficult things are right now, the limited resources available, but in the end it will be worth it because of all the tax revenue, additional tax revenue that will be collected. That should have been collected all along. So I asked the question, how much is owed? And I believe some of my colleagues before me have mentioned some of these numbers. But I was informed that the Belize Tax Service inherited debts from the GST, income tax, PAYE, business tax, etc., etc. And as of March 2021, $273 million was owed, and that's only tax. $273 million. But I was informed very quickly that an effort has to be made, and I guess this is where the debt management unit should come in, to determine what portion of that is collectible. There may be businesses that have folded, do not exist, people that have died, etc. And it will take, I was informed, the Belize Tax Service some time to really ascertain what is the figure that is collectible from the figure that is owed. Now, if we add the penalties, the arrears, the interest and the penalty, I was informed that that number goes up to over $456 million. $456 million, that's almost $500 million. when you add the penalties and the interest. And I realized very quickly that if I would call next month for the figure, it would have changed. Because business tax penalty, for example, increases 1.5% each month. So that I share all of that. I take time to share all of that because I think it's important information that we all need to know. They gives a sense of the challenge that we are facing. But at least we can say that a program is underway to modernize the tax administration system. So that is positive news. The wage bill. The single largest expense in our budget is and has been the personal emoluments or public wages. Last fiscal year, the projected outturn was for public wages almost 38% of total expenditure, over a third, 38%, $465 million budgeted for this year, with the proposed cut would still be what I consider an unsustainable $414 million. I'll have to take the Prime Minister at his word when he said that the public wage bill is now $461 million more for salaries, benefits, pensions, etc. than the budget for when this party in power was last in office. So I want to refer to some figures now, directly from the budget, to give us a sense of the challenge we're facing. And I want to look at it from two perspectives. From the wage bill in our budget, and if this proposed wage cut proceeds, and we heard that our budget is in effect a money bill and we cannot stop it, so I guess it's going through, what that will mean, what that means for our public officers. But let us look at the number of employees in government. And it proved a little challenging for me to try and get reliable or accurate figures, but in the end, the Ministry of Finance complied, gave me some information, compared it to the budget, and this is what I determined. Last fiscal year, the total number of government employees was 16,700. This year, as budgeted, I went through everything, compiled, calculated, added, and it is 3.6% higher, 17,346. But I'm informed that of that, 14,700 are positions that are filled. So let's use that 14,700 figure. In 2004, there were a little over 8,000 government employees. 2004. 8 years later, in 2012, that had grown by 11% to 9,000 employees. 8 years after that, 2020, that had ballooned, skyrocketed by 86% to over 16,000 employees. Now, I've been very interested in the number of non-established employees, which I think I could refer to as the open vote workers. In 2020-2021 fiscal year, that figure was 2,151, and budgeted this year 2,186, slightly higher. That represents about 15% of the total government employees, about 15%. At around the time of independence, those numbers of open vote workers was minuscule. By the early 1990s, it was in the range of 2 to 5%. And it's grown now to about 15%. We need to critically look at these numbers. We need to critically look at how much money that represents, and it is certainly in the tens of millions, and answer the hard questions. It is time to conduct a comprehensive organizational assessment of the public service. And this necessitates a combined effort. It is time to do so. The public wage bill is unsustainable. And there are no easy ways out of this. There is no way that is not painful. I guess the challenge is how the pain is managed, how it may be minimized as much as possible. But that, Madam President, needs to be addressed. So we need to be, our government needs to be, the social partners, government's partners need to think strategically, be strategic, be innovative, so that we can find ways out of this situation. The NGO community is split on the question of whether that salary cut should be supported or not. A little over half believe it should not be done. And just under half are of the opinion that there's no other way. So it's one of those difficult ones. I decided to dive a little bit into, and appreciate the government for sharing with me the salary wage band information, I think it's called, that shows the number of government employees, how many are the different salary ranges, etc., etc. I want to pick a couple of these just to exemplify. And of course, I look at $12,001 up. As according to the government, those below 12,000 will not be touched. For those earning between 12,000 to 14,000 a year, which according to the proposed salary cut would be reduced to $12,600 a year, that represents about $1,050 a month. This is their gross salary. So that represents a wage cut of about $117 a month. And there are about 870 employees that fall within this range. $117 a month less they would be getting. If we look at the $34,000 to $36,000 range, a 10% cut, that will bring it down to about $32,400 or about $2,700 a month, which would represent a cut of about $300 a month. And about 690 employees fall within this range. And between those two ranges is where you get the vast majority of our government employees and millions of dollars of money that they wouldn't be getting after the wage cut. Now, if we look at someone earning, let's say, $60,000 a year, reduced to $54,000 after the wage cut, $4,500 a month, losing $500 a month. About 50 government employees are in that range. And a little higher, going at the $78,000 a year, after the wage cut, $5,850 a month, representing about $650 less than they would be getting. And one of the highest brackets that apply to 11 government employees, $110,000, which after 10% cut would come down to about $99,000, which is roughly $8,250 a month, representing about a $917 cut. Now, somebody earning $70,200 a year after the wage cut would lose $650 a month. But they still have $5,850 paid to them. The person at $12,600 a year would lose $117 a month and have only $1,050 a month. This is where it's not, that 10% is not the impact as you go up the scale. Is so much less to the individual. Those earning only $1,050 a month will have it so much harder. And you have to feel for them. And I must say that yes, there is empathy all around. We saw it in the House of Representatives, even people from the government side lamented the fact that that may happen. And it's hard. It is hard. And sometimes I wonder if parliamentarians were allowed to vote their conscience, what that would result in. Because it is extremely difficult. And I must give the government credit for recognizing that. And I also have to recognize that I don't think any government would want to do that unless they felt they had to. Because where would the humanity be? So it seems to me, comes across that the government feels it has no other recourse but that. The augmentation of tax revenues, we won't see that overnight in the coffers. And some of the other prongs that the government announced, that the Prime Minister announced. So government is in a bind, is in a very tough position. And I think it must be said that if that wage cut is to proceed, then that is a sacrifice. Many already have been sacrificing. Tens of thousands have been out of a job. So what do we get as a result of that sacrifice? What are the commitments? What will be done? What must be done so that come next general elections, we are at a different place, a better place? Because if this must happen, if government in its wisdom and the information they have at hand is convinced and has the conviction that this must happen, then what will be done to ensure that we're in a better place 5 years from now? Which leads me to the question of corruption. as I always do, Madam President.
Senator, if you can try to wrap up, I give you about 5 minutes more.
5 minutes.
You're out of time.
40 minutes have gone that fast. All right, thank you.
45.
Thank you, Madam President.
45 minutes.
Okay, very quickly.
But if you can, I'll give you just a little
will start to
leeway,
move
about
towards
5
wrapping up.
minutes to just wrap up.
Thank you. On the matter of corruption, and I do this at every budget debate exercise, and look particularly at the different oversight agencies. I looked at the budget to try and see how many times UNCAC was mentioned in the budget. And just like the past 2 years, it was not mentioned even once. Not even once. I looked up how many times the word corruption was mentioned in the budget. And it was mentioned 6 times. As part of the procurement mission of the Ministry of Finance, page 72, one of the key program activities under the Office of the Contractor General, you can see that at page 40. At page 36, Integrity Commission, part of the mission of the legislature on page 33, one of the strategic priorities of the judiciary on page 26. And in the Ministry of Finance budget on page 61, I saw mention of an anti-corruption office. I became immediately excited about that. I remember about 2 or 3 years ago when our NGO network organized an anti-corruption symposium to commemorate World Anti-Corruption Day back then. And we invited the Deputy Director of the Anti-Corruption Office of Botswana to be our keynote speaker. And everything they have put in place there is just admirable. How powerful a unit that is. So I immediately thought that, wow, we are starting to get there. But and I must say, for transparency's sake here, that I spoke in my preparations here both to the Prime Minister and to the Leader of the Opposition. And what I understood from Prime Minister is that, at least in this fiscal year, it will be to do whatever work is done to get us closer to setting up such an office. But a lot of groundwork needs to be done, and I can understand that. But even though UNCAC wasn't mentioned once in this fiscal year's budget, nor in the previous 2, and I said before, and I need to say again, Madam President, that yes, we ratified UNCAC so many years ago, but you know what? We do not need UNCAC to battle corruption. We have very important anti-corruption entities as it is right now. The Financial Intelligence Unit, Integrity Commission, Office of the Auditor General, Office of the Contractor General, Office of the Ombudsman, Director of Public Prosecutions, Election and Boundaries Commission, etc. They're key, all of these oversight institutions, oversight entities. And just to know that because of the austerity budget, some of the resources have had to be reduced. It is really, it's worrying, because when things are this hard is when these anti-corruption entities should be working even harder. All these public contracts that are out, the Office of the Contractor General needs to be strengthened, the Integrity Commission, etc. And just so I say my final, I have to rush through, Madam President, with your permission, with my last points. The whole matter of what do we do? How do we move forward? Creating new industry, etc. I was pleased to see when the Prime Minister announced his new cabinet that there was a Minister for Sustainable Development, etc., Minister for the Blue Economy, etc., a Minister for Home Affairs and New Growth Industries, a Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, and I'm looking at those 4 in particular. And rather than have them work in a compartmentalized way, if we are to design, set up, enable new industries, which is the way we must go, these ministries need to work closely together. New growth industries should not only mean, I forget the term, not marijuana, the other one. It should not only mean that.
You do need to close off,
Yes,
Senator.
but the blue economy, Madam President, and I'm wrapping up. There are tremendous potential in the blue economy sector, tremendous. And we've been reading various documents that shows how we need to engage with investors to focus on developing that sector. So the opportunities are there, they're great. And finally, Madam President, a couple of the ministries in the budget referred to the GSDS, the Growth and Sustainable Development Strategy. I must remind the government that that document is outdated. It expired in 2020. We need a new and updated growth and sustainable development strategy. Once we have a comprehensive national sustainable development plan, everything else falls into place, Madam President. I thank you.
I recognize Senator Chris Cowie.
Madam President, I rise in support of the General Revenue Appropriation Bill 2021-2022 and the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure thereunder. With your permission, I will refer to my notes. From throughout the budget debates in both houses and even before, we have been informed of the, We have been informed of the unparalleled economic and fiscal predicament Belize finds itself in. Severe economic contraction, massive government debt overload, unsustainable public finances, unprecedented numbers of persons unemployed and underemployed, many becoming more impoverished, and our hallowed currency peg put at risk. I am not about to repeat these depressing statistics once again. There is much blame to go around, not least of which has been the shameful maladministration by the past UDP government. Then there are those who have feasted at the trough with reckless abandon. They have feasted not only on what may be theirs, but what is yours, what is mine. They have taken from your children and mine. For them, there can be no free pass. There must be no free pass. They must be held accountable. Justice must be done and must be seen to be done. But the fact is, we are where we are today. As much as we would want to, we cannot change the past. This is our reckoning. And as much as we can continue the blame game, we need to solve the myriad of problems we face. But as we consider our present and our future, we have to ask ourselves who we are. What do we stand for? Where do we want to go? And how do we get there? Our Constitution, the founding document of our nation, eloquently sets forth in its preamble the many principles, beliefs, and ideals upon which we, as an independent state, define ourselves. These non-exhaustively include acknowledgement of the supremacy of God, faith in human rights and fundamental freedoms, family, human dignity, freedom, equality, equity, opportunity, adequate means of livelihood for all, social justice, democracy, unity, respect for moral and spiritual values, and respect for the rule of law. Are these still our beliefs and ideals? Is that vision, that promise of Belize back in 1981, what we are realizing today? What has become of us? Are we happy with who we have become? If it is that we still share these principles, beliefs, and ideals of our founding fathers, and I sincerely believe that we do, then we have to reach deep within ourselves and channel the promise of our past into the achievable vision of our future. It demands an alignment of goals, a unity of purpose, and of course, it demands work, not sacrifice, but hard work. In the simplest of terms, we, all of us, red, blue, yellow, green, and every other color in between, political opinion or creed, we all have to get up, stand up, and work if we want to achieve the vision of Belize. To rescue and build this country with the constitutionally stated principles, beliefs, and ideals, not only for ourselves, but more so for our children, for the love of our country, we all have to give more of ourselves to our country than we have ever given before. This is not a time to take for oneself, the modus operandi of the past. This is a time to give of oneself, the modus vivendi of the future. This budget represents the formal fiscal representation of that effort, that work, that giving of ourselves for the benefit of our country and our children's future. Yes, the past UDP administration has made it much harder on all of us. With the heavy debt load, the government is fiscally constrained from pursuing a counter-cyclical expansionary policy in this time of economic depression. That is, government cannot undertake massive government expenditures to fill the gaping hole left by the economic contraction in the private sector. The last government left no contingency fund, and with an already unsustainable debt load racked up by the past government as it squandered borrowed monies, the government is also left with very little fiscal space to borrow in this time of crisis. Moreover, non-targeted borrowing and spending could also put the currency peg at risk. Furthermore, with the severe revenue shortfall and the continuing level of expenditures, government is forced to borrow almost $1 million per day just to pay ordinary bills, including salaries, a practice that puts the government on a path to default, increasing consumer prices and inflation, and once again to putting the currency peg at risk. But no, by no means is emerging from this UDP bungling with the COVID cherry on top an impossible task. Belize has all the major national attributes for a stellar turnaround. Our people, our geography, the English law, the stable currency, excellent sovereign relations, and problems that, relatively speaking, can be remedied with focus, collaboration, work, and unselfishness. This administration is ready to provide the leadership for this rebound. Two examples of this administration's courage and readiness to lead: the public finance and the economy. On public finance, just as any business or family, the country has to live within its means. Massive UDP budget deficits and runaway public debt is simply a government living recklessly beyond its means. The recovery plan proposed by our Prime Minister is a fair and homegrown prescription for turning this situation around on the basis of equity and alacrity. The medicine, treatment, and cure that comprise this prescription for our fiscal cancer: fiscal consolidation through revenue enhancement, expenditure reduction, and prioritized capital spending, growth-enhancing structural reforms, and debt restructuring are not simple fixes. They are not more candy from the candy store or further neglect of the illness. They may be bitter, even painful, but they attack the cancer at its very root in order to enable the swift and complete recovery that we need and the transformation to which we aspire. On the economy, one bright shining example of this administration's readiness to lead is what has happened with livestock. The Minister of Agriculture reported last week in the House that in less than 5 months, almost 25,000 heads of cattle have been exported with a value of some 30 million. Why was this 30 million not earned before? The simple answer is that the previous administration, out of political spite, refused to allow what was evidently a safe export process to proceed. And so, the livestock farmers and the entire country, the financial system, was deprived of this benefit. Cattle exports, with the right package of support and investment, can be multiples of this current output. Though other examples may not be as high profile, imagine how many other examples there are across the economy of this myopic approach over these 13 years of malice and mismanagement. How many investments are forgone? How many thousands of jobs lost? How many tens of millions in exports renounced because of the cheapest of partisan biases, the flimsiest of excuses, whether political or bureaucratic? As we march forward to better days ahead, we need this radical rethink. The old ways of doing things have demonstrably not worked, not for the citizenry, not for the private sector, not for our social partners. This radical rethink requires a government that in every sphere is measured by results, a veritable meritocracy where performance and not petty politics matter most. Every major area of governance should carry markers of success. Education has its markers: how our students learn and their teachers perform, how adequately the schools provide professionals to high-value sectors, what are dropout and transition and higher education rates, and so forth. Health has its own measures of success: child mortality, lifestyle diseases, seasonal infections, the effectiveness of community care, and so on. Citizen security has its obvious markers: how safe are our streets, the conviction rate for criminals, the level of community participation in policing programs, and the like. Tax collection at our revenue centers, customer service ranking at those departments that serve the public, investment levels for our professionals that seek to attract new projects, and so forth. Every public servant, from ministers to CEOs, to heads of departments, to revenue clerks, to nurses' assistants, to messengers, should have a clear criteria for what makes their performance successful and a benefit to the taxpayer. This is the basis upon which incentives should be provided in order to start a race to the top, instead of the past condition of flaccid leadership, of malaise, and of UDP condoned hustling. We have got to stop making excuses. We must rid ourselves of the notion that anything other than hard work, discipline, collaboration, and competitiveness will elevate Belize to a place of prosperity. At the Ministry of Finance, Economic Development and Investment, we are instilling this culture of radical change by engagement with the IFIs and funding agencies, now focusing on investments that prioritize jobs, exports, and generally high-yield endeavors. a new debt management unit that will drive down government's cost of borrowing, diversify its credit base, reduce outstanding debt to achieve sustainability and ensure financing for Plan Belize, the formulation of an integrated tax recovery unit for the recovery of millions of dollars of outstanding arrears of business tax, GST, and land taxes, the establishment of a revenue court to support tax recovery, supporting public-private partnership projects that tap bona fide investment pools to make Belize more competitive, ease the burdens of public borrowing, and further diversify the economic base, centralizing public procurement, establishing internal audit procedures and controls government-wide, and initiate, plan, and perform internal audit activities on an ongoing basis, adopting balance sheet accounting practices to maximize monitoring and leverage of government assets, improve cash flow management, and rebalance the way public finance is administered. Beyond the Ministry of Finance, monetary policy also will play a key role in this economic turnaround. I cite in particular the implementation by the central bank of a $50 million special program, $10 million of which is funded by the government to support existing businesses that generate foreign exchange that are currently under distress, but that are and remain viable. Now is the time for the label high potential to turn to real results. Opportunity, the poet says, is a haughty goddess who wastes no time with those who are unprepared. The global crisis has exacted a heavy cost on the world economy and Belize's. The silver lining is the opportunity to reset. What reset behooves us? A reset that diversifies, not away from tourism, but that complements tourism. A reset that engages the international community to expand market access for our agricultural products. A reset that is labor intensive, such as BPOs, that reward our language and educational skills. A reset that is export and trade driven to downsize our trade deficit. A reset that brings energy security and assigns absolute priority to manufacturing, that golden driver of high wages and foundation of the middle class. Belize is singularly equipped for a generational reset that features clean energy, solar, wind and otherwise, not just for a growing domestic market, but to export to deep external markets, north and west. The world is awash in a wave of green and blue financing. This is a sure source of funding for this reset, given Belize's unique status as a beacon for both terrestrial and marine conservation. This government will lead this reset, but the private sector, labor, NGOs, the entire social partner landscape, even Her Majesty's loyal opposition, must see the awesome potential and seize this historic moment of change. This unity of purpose is essential. Let us not any longer hope for a better Belize. Let us all live it together. Madam President, for all these reasons, I support this bill.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, as we approach the 8th hour of this debate, I rise to wind up the debate. A most interesting and unusual debate on a general revenue appropriation bill in my experience in the Senate. Madam President, you will have observed that senators were in the main, for the most part, well prepared. You will have appreciated that senators were, for the most part, balanced, fair, incisive, analytical, relevant, and appreciative of the place we find ourselves. There are those, of course, who perhaps believe that this is a time for mercy. But, Madam President, we have a duty to point out the truth. We have a duty to assign blame where blame is best placed. And it appears that people are not yet prepared to accept and to come with contrition and humility and to accept their wrongs, their transgressions. That is sad, Madam President, because as Senator Cowie just pointed out, the reset, the generational reset that we require in Belize calls on all of us, government, civil society, opposition, the Belizean people, to come together. I listened, Madam President, to Senator Perry, and I wondered whether certain people are in Belize or are in Wakanda. That mythical place. It is this senator who said to the media that we inherited a robust economy. Could only have been Wakanda, not Belize. Madam President, the fact of the matter has been recited by each and every single senator in this House today, except those who seek to delude and to deny reality. But there is a record. Earlier this year, when we came with the amendment to the Public Health Act to address the crisis caused by COVID, they opposed it. When we came with the good governance motion, they opposed it. When we came with the supplementary budget to address the additional expenditure caused by the floods associated with Eta and Iota, and additional expenditure for the pandemic, they opposed it. Absolutely amazingly, Madam President, you will recall when we amended the Central Bank of Belize Act to allow for the emergency liquidity program, just referred to by Senator Cowie, to help the private sector to protect jobs and to encourage exports. They opposed it. So we're not surprised that today, when the country faces its most critical, its most serious crisis, they come and yet again adopt a posture of opposition. The people are watching. Some people don't understand what happened on the 11th of November 2020. They don't understand what happened on the 3rd of March 2021. Well, they will have to feel. I was struck, Madam President, by the, I would use the word, reflective presentation by Senator Bengushe. He highlighted trust, compromise, shared sacrifice, and consultation. Philosophical matters that should underpin how we govern in a time of crisis. Indeed, how we should govern at all times. But it rested very easily with me because these are the issues that we place on our good governance motion that came to the Senate that the opposition opposed. Senator Smith, in a passionate but reasoned and reasonable presentation, advocated for a new and different way of doing things. And Madam President, she said something that I wrote down, a commitment by the government to do things differently. I detected in her presentation a continued good faith and openness to continue the dialogue and consultation to meet the challenges we face and, where necessary and where possible, to reach some understanding, some accommodation that can see us join hands and work together as we seek that generational reset. And we welcome that. She stressed good governance, and I repeat, that is at the front, it is at the center of the government led by the Honorable John Briceño. And so we renew and recommit, Madam President, the offers that we have made to the unions with respect to advancing that agenda. And it is important and critical because I listened and I had to reflect. Senator Perfeet, Senator Pitts mentioned the budget of the judiciary. And it brought to mind a problem that the government currently faces. Senator Salas spoke about a poison chalice. Madam President, let me tell you and this Honorable Senate what we are grappling with right now. Because it reflects, in my view, a systemic, endemic corruption of our system. It is a serious matter. We are confronted today with a signed contract for a judge that is absolutely and totally and completely different and unusual in one respect from every other judge's contract. Listen carefully. The contract has in it a clause that if that contract is not renewed the government of Belize is forced to pay that judge 1 year's salary. Senator Smith, Senator Bengoshe, you all spoke about the need for trust. You spoke about the need for a clean government. You spoke about the need for us to have systems in place where people advance on the basis of merit. I regard it as a poison chalice, where somebody who is supposed to be independent and impartial has a contract that has a gun pointed at the government's head that says, if you don't renew my contract, pay me 1 year's salary. Which other public officer, teacher, soldier, policeman, nurse, minister has such a benefit? But what is worse, the people who authorized and negotiated that contract with that judge currently practice law before the same judge. That is unfair. It is wrong, and I condemn it. It is an outrage and a scandal. That is why the claim for reform is legitimate. That is why Senator Bengoshe says to us, we need to restore trust. This type of endemic, deep-seated compromising of our system has to end. And so we take that poison chalice and we will have to deal with it. And the chips will fall where they may. But I say, Madam President, members of this Senate, as Belizeans, we have got to do better. We have got to do right. We have got to serve the public interest. Senator Salas and Senator Pitts called for compassion and understanding. And you're right, Senator Salas. You're right. The government of Belize proposed a cut in goods and services and a cut in salaries for public officers and teachers only because it is absolutely necessary for the generational reset that we need. It is a part of a plan that includes reductions in debt service, includes tax recovery, it includes cuts, and it includes, most importantly, job creation, stimulus to the economy. Somebody in Wakanda talk about we must do $1.3 trillion. Let's get serious, man. Let's get serious is what I said. The record of the Senate must reflect, Madam President, that in our consultations with the unions, the government was fully appreciative of the very serious impact demonstrated by the calculations by Senator Salas that these cuts will have on our family members, our voters, our Belizean brothers, sisters, cousins, and friends. This is not something that people choose and enjoy. This is something we are forced to do. And as a result of that, we committed, one, and I will be quick on this, to do the asset recovery legislation, the unjust criminal enrichment laws, and the whistleblower legislation, and we will do that. We were the ones who said, instead of making the cut across the board, public officers and teachers earning $12,000 or less would be exempted. We were the ones who said that we would take a 15% salary cut and a 50% allowance reduction for ministers and CEOs. We said to the unions, if you take a 10% salary cut, then we will propose that public officers and teachers work 4 hours less per week. We were the ones who organized and got the central bank to agree to extend the forbearance for commercial bank and credit unions for the rest of this year, because we know, as has been pointed out, people will have problems meeting their obligations. We agreed to offer a waiver of stamp duty for any public officer or teacher who was transferring their mortgages because they're in trouble with one institution and can get a better deal somewhere else. And we worked hard on that, Madam President. We offered to the union loan windows of $3 to $5 million at the DFC and the National Bank of Belize for public officers and teachers who we know will suffer hardship and difficulties as a result of the pay cut. We insisted on Belize Telemedia Limited providing specialized discount packages for teachers. We offered the National Trade Union Congress of Belize representation on the board of the National Bank of Belize. Madam President,